Ο ΔΔΕ εξυγχρονίζεται με έξυπνα δίκτυα, με αυτοματοποιημένα συστήματα, με αναβαθμισμένη εξυπηρέτηση, με σύγχρονες λειτουργίες, με ψηφιοποιημένες εργασίες, με σεβασμό για το περιβάλλον, για να έχετε καλύτερη τηλεφωνική εξυπηρέτηση, για να μπορείτε να δηλώνετε τη βλάβη σας online ή μέσω του κινητού σας, για να εξυπηρετήσετε άμεσα και online για τα περισσότερα από τα αιτήματά σας, για να κάνετε online αίτηση για τη σύνδεση της υποδομής φόρτισης του ηλεκτρικού οχήματός σας στο δίκτυο, για να παίρνετε άμεσες και γρήγορες απαντήσεις μέσω ψηφιακού βοηθού. Ένα δίκτυο καινοτομίας. Ένα δίκτυο καλύτερης εξυπηρέτησης. Ένα δίκτυο ενέργειας για όλους. ΔΔΕ.
Η Ελλάδα μετατρέπεται σε ενεργειακή πύλη, σε έναν κόμβο σταθερότητας, καινοτομίας και διασυνδεσιμότητας. Στην καρδιά αυτής της εξέλιξης βρίσκεται ο νέος σταθμός συμπίεσης του ΔΕΣΦΑ στην Κομοτηνή. Μία επένδυση ύψους 134 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ. Με κινητήριο δύναμη την καινοτομία, ενισχύει την ανθεκτικότητα και την ευελιξία του συστήματος, εξασφαλίζοντας αδιάλειπτη ροή ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα και την ευρύτερη περιοχή. Πρόκειται για τον πρώτο σταθμό συμπίεσης αερίου στη χώρα, που λειτουργεί με ηλεκτρική ενέργεια, προσφέροντας μηδενικές εκπομπές ρήπων, χαμηλό κόστος συντήρησης, κορυφαία ακρίβεια και έλεγχο στη λειτουργία. Μία καινοτομία που ανοίγει το δρόμο για ένα μέλλον πιο καθαρό, πιο βιώσιμο. Ένα έργο υψηλής τεχνικής πολυπλοκότητας και άρτιας εκτέλεσης, με την υγεία και την ασφάλεια να αποτελούν αδιαπραγμάτευτες αξίες. Ο σταθμός συμπίεσης Κομοτηνής αναδεικνύει τον ρόλο της Ελλάδας ως πυλώνα σταθερότητας και γέφυρα περιφερειακής συνεργασίας στην νοτιοανατολική και κεντρική Ανατολική Ευρώπη, καθώς επιτρέπει την αύξηση των ενεργειακών ροών και ενδυναμώνει την εξαγωγική δυνατότητα της χώρας. Σε πλήρη συνέργεια με τις κύριες ενεργειακές υποδομές της Ελλάδας, διευκολύνει τη συνεχή και ασφαλή μεταφορά ενέργειας από διαφορετικές πηγές σε όλη τη χώρα και προς την Ευρώπη. Μια κομβική ενεργειακή υποδομή για τον κάθετο διάδρομο φυσικού αερίου. Ο σταθμός συμπίεσης Κομοτηνής συμβάλλει στη βελτίωση της ευελιξίας του συστήματος, στη διαφοροποίηση των πηγών εφοδιασμού και στην ενίσχυση της ενεργειακής ασφάλειας της νοτιοανατολικής και κεντρικής Ανατολικής Ευρώπης, προωθώντας τη συνεργασία και την κοινή ανάπτυξη. Από την Ελλάδα στην Ευρώπη μεταφέρουμε ενέργεια όπου και όταν χρειάζεται, διαμορφώνοντας ένα ανθεκτικό, διασυνδεδεμένο και βιώσιμο ενεργειακό μέλλον. Η καρδιά της ενέργειας χτυπάει στην Κομοτηνή, στην Ελλάδα, στην Ευρώπη.
The world is evolving. The world is changing with energy from nature, and the need for a cleaner environment is changing rapidly and urgently. Imagine an economy, a society where organic waste from agricultural, livestock, and industrial activities is converted into clean energy, helping to reduce waste and strengthening the country's circular economy. At the same time, through the use of photovoltaic systems and energy storage units, Greece is reducing its dependence on fossil fuels and achieving energy independence. EcoElas contributes to building a better and cleaner future by applying technologies that benefit the economy and future generations. With innovative solutions, it not only protects the environment, but helps Greece lead the way in green growth and economic prosperity, making it one of the greenest regions in Europe. EcoElas, green present, clean future.
Η ενέργεια είναι στην καρδιά των πάντων. Γι' αυτό και η ΔΕΠΑ είναι σήμερα παντού. Από το φυσικό αέριο μέχρι όλη την αλυσίδα της ενέργειας. Από τα μεγάλα έργα και τις στρατηγικές υποδομές μέχρι την επιχείρηση και το σπίτι. Με εξωστρέφεια και διεθνείς συνεργασίες εγγυάται την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Συμμετέχοντας σε νέες, σύγχρονες μονάδες παραγωγής ενέργειας, διασφαλίζει την σταθερότητα του συστήματος και ενισχύει τον ανταγωνισμό με επενδύσεις στην καθαρή ενέργεια. Τα ανανεώσιμα καύσιμα και τις νέες τεχνολογίες δημιουργεί σήμερα ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον για όλους. Και επειδή στην καρδιά της βιώσιμης στρατηγικής είναι ο άνθρωπος, είμαστε δίπλα στον καταναλωτή, στους εργαζόμενούς μας και στις τοπικές κοινωνίες. Με εθνική ευθύνη, περιφερειακή ισχύ και το βλέμμα στραμμένο στο μέλλον, Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ. Στην καρδιά της ενέργειας.
Energy is an ever-evolving force, timeless, ever-changing. Our story began in 1972. Ever since, we have been fueling countless of your moments every single day. We support the Greek economy from the very start. Our investment plan aims at a better future for all. We continuously contribute to the energy stability of Greece. We stand by the Greek society. We rise to the challenge of the constantly growing energy needs of our times. We care about the environment, and we are focusing on people's needs. We combine knowledge and growth. We lead the way with new, innovative solutions. We invest in new, environmentally friendly forms of energy. We provide more options, more alternatives. Energy is ever evolving. With the driving force of energy, we move forward into the future.
Ο ΔΔΕ εξυγχρονίζεται με έξυπνα δίκτυα, με αυτοματοποιημένα συστήματα, με αναβαθμισμένη εξυπηρέτηση, με σύγχρονες λειτουργίες, με ψηφιοποιημένες εργασίες, με σεβασμό για το περιβάλλον, για να έχετε καλύτερη τηλεφωνική εξυπηρέτηση, για να μπορείτε να δηλώνετε τη βλάβη σας online ή μέσω του κινητού σας, για να εξυπηρετήσετε άμεσα και online για τα περισσότερα από τα αιτήματά σας, για να κάνετε online αίτηση για τη σύνδεση της υποδομής φόρτισης του ηλεκτρικού οχήματός σας στο δίκτυο, για να παίρνετε άμεσες και γρήγορες απαντήσεις μέσω ψηφιακού βοηθού. Ένα δίκτυο καινοτομίας. Ένα δίκτυο καλύτερης εξυπηρέτησης. Ένα δίκτυο ενέργειας για όλους. ΔΔΕ.
Η Ελλάδα μετατρέπεται σε ενεργειακή πύλη. σε έναν κόμβο σταθερότητας, καινοτομίας και διασυνδεσιμότητας. Στην καρδιά αυτής της εξέλιξης βρίσκεται ο νέος σταθμός συμπίεσης του Δέσφα στην Κομοτηνή. Μία επένδυση ύψους 134 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ με κινητήριο δύναμη την καινοτομία, ενισχύει την ανθεκτικότητα και την ευελιξία του συστήματος, εξασφαλίζοντας αδιάλειπτη ροή ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα και την ευρύτερη περιοχή. Πρόκειται για τον πρώτο σταθμό συμπίεσης αερίου στη χώρα, που λειτουργεί με ηλεκτρική ενέργεια, προσφέροντας μηδενικές εκπομπές ρήπων, χαμηλό κόστος συντήρησης, κορυφαία ακρίβεια και έλεγχο στη λειτουργία. Μία καινοτομία που ανοίγει το δρόμο για ένα μέλλον πιο καθαρό, πιο βιώσιμο. Ένα έργο υψηλής τεχνικής πολυπλοκότητας. Ροή ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα και την ευρύτερη περιοχή. Πρόκειται για τον πρώτο σταθμό συμπίεσης αερίου στη χώρα, που λειτουργεί με ηλεκτρική ενέργεια, προσφέροντας μηδενική ακρίβεια και έλεγχο στη λειτουργία. Μία καινοτομία που ανοίγει το δρόμο για ένα μέλλον πιο καθαρό, πιο βιώσιμο. Ένα έργο υψηλής τεχνικής πολυπλοκότητας και άρτιας εκτέλεσης, με την υγεία και την ασφάλεια να αποτελούν αδιαπραγμάτευτες αξίες. Ο σταθμός συμπίεσης Κομοτηνής αναδεικνύει τον ρόλο της Ελλάδας ως πυλώνα σταθερότητας και γέφυρα περιφερειακής συνεργασίας στην νοτιοανατολική και κεντρική Ανατολική Ευρώπη, καθώς επιτρέπει την αύξηση των ενεργειακών ροών και ενδυναμώνει την εξαγωγική δυνατότητα της χώρας. Σε πλήρη συνέργεια με τις κύριες ενεργειακές υποδομές της Ελλάδας, διευκολύνει τη συνεχή και ασφαλή μεταφορά ενέργειας από διαφορετικές πηγές σε όλη τη χώρα και προς την Ευρώπη. Μια κομβική ενεργειακή υποδομή για τον κάθετο διάδρομο φυσικού αερίου. Ο σταθμός συμπίεσης Κομοτηνής συμβάλλει στη βελτίωση της ευελιξίας του συστήματος, στη διαφοροποίηση των πηγών εφοδιασμού και στην ενίσχυση της ενεργειακής ασφάλειας της νοτιοανατολικής και κεντρικής Ανατολικής Ευρώπης, προωθώντας τη συνεργασία και την κοινή ανάπτυξη. Από την Ελλάδα στην Ευρώπη μεταφέρουμε ενέργεια όπου και όταν χρειάζεται, διαμορφώνοντας ένα ανθεκτικό, διασυνδεδεμένο και βιώσιμο ενεργειακό μέλλον. Η καρδιά της ενέργειας χτυπάει στην Κομοτηνή, στην Ελλάδα, στην Ευρώπη.
Καλημέρα. Παρακαλώ να μπουν.
Good morning. Please take your seats if you are still outside. Let's take our places and get started with the second day.
Λοιπόν.
Okay. So officially, good morning. We'd like to welcome you to the second day of the Power and Gas Forum, the conference organized by Energypress every year for the energy market and the gas market. And the reality that is, as we talked about yesterday, very at a critical time, at a very critical time. All the developments are important and shaping a new landscape. In this landscape, we had the first day of the conference yesterday, and it was truly evident that the market is in unrest. There are many issues up in the air, and the solutions that were discussed and proposed yesterday in our panels were especially important and interesting. So, in this second day, we will be starting with a keynote speech by the Deputy Minister of Environment and Energy, Mr. Nikos Tsafos. I'd like to point out I'd like to stress to all our speakers to please keep their allotted time so it's possible for us to be on time, because we have a lot of people watching us online as well. And it will be easier for everyone to follow our discussions. So thank you one more time for trusting us based on all the messages that we received after the first day of the conference. Thank you for showing your interest in our work. And let me wish you good morning and a very productive day today. And I will call Mr. Nikos Tsafos, the Deputy Minister of Environment and Energy, to the podium.
Καλημέρα.
Good morning. Just at the start of the second day, I wanted to open a more strategic discussion. I know there are a lot of things right now happening that concern us, but I wanted to take one step back and show you how we look at the energy market at the Ministry, because I believe that the way we understand the market is the best foundation to understand what we want to do at a policy level. I will start with the big picture. These are the three lines that show the country's GDP, the energy consumption, and the greenhouse emissions. From 2005, that was a historical high. We have approximately reduced emissions by 50%. Partly this was due to the recession, the financial crisis. You see that over the previous years, the times of the recession, there was a reduction in emissions. But after that, we were able to disengage growth from emissions. So this 50%, even though it was affected by the recession, it is still the largest percentage when it comes to reductions in Europe. The other important thing is the commercial balance in energy. We are a country that historically has been importing energy, which is costing us approximately 2.5 to 3% of the GDP. In 2022, it was 6%, and in 2025, it dropped at 1.5% of the GDP, the lowest figure since 2000. This was partially due to the electricity that we import, but it is also from exports of oil products, where we have an improvement in the commercial balance. So a country that is able to reduce emissions, even though its economy is growing, and also changing the relationship with the imports, exports, and the commercial balance. Now, talking about oil, it is not a big part of the discussion in our country, even though it is still the most important fuel for our country's internal consumption. If you look at the oil product market, you can see that we still see the impact of the financial crisis, the recession. When I look at this graph, I see two things that are important. One are the markets where we've still not recovered after the recession, but also I see markets where we have significant growth, mainly with petrol. And the other thing that is important is that we see our country as a country mainly using petrol as a fuel. But now I think we're mostly using diesel, which is important if you consider how we're going to deal with the energy shock that we might be facing these days. This is another important graph showing us that if we go back at the start of the 90s, we had imports mainly for internal consumption, and a small part of those imports in oil we've exported in oil products. If we look at our refineries now, to a great extent they are exporting. Most of the products that they are making are going outside the country than what is left for internal consumption. This shows us that we have some safeguards for oil products. This graph also tells us that it is a very dynamic sector and an important pillar for energy security for the country. If we look at the prices of fuel, this is the monthly price for petrol and diesel. You see that petrol, there's a more or less a constant increase in prices. But still, it's not at a historical high. It's not a record price. On the contrary, the price with diesel is very high, especially over the last days in March. We were very close to a record price, and this is why we intervened an average. In diesel prices, in the past were higher than the European average, but now we were able to close the gap. We are more or less at the European average and have rectified the problem that we have been facing over the past decades. Natural gas. This is a graph that we reference frequently at the ministry, and I think it is important to look at it more closely. It shows the inflows and outflows from our country. We see that in 2020 we've imported approximately 67 BCM and nothing left from the country. We were essentially a destination for natural gas, the end of the line, as we say. And now, today, we have a lot more gas coming into the country, almost 18 BCM, and approximately 11 going out, mostly going to Italy, but we see more and more gas going to Bulgaria and the rest of northeast Europe, southeast Europe, except. So this is the condition showing the balance, the inflows and outflows in Bulgaria. Despite the fact that as of 2022, we have a reduction reduction of the inflows from Russia into Europe. In this period, what goes from Turkey into Bulgaria, and then we are talking about Russian gas, we see an important increase between 22 and 25. So those flows that are going to Serbia or to us or to Romania, as you see, those flows will be shrinking over time. At least when we talk about Russian gas, this has to be zero by the end of 2027. So this is an important fact. You know, there's the open discussion about the vertical corridor, and the reality is that right now, this is the situation, this is the condition. We still have Russian gas entering in the EU because we have still not implemented the sanctions or the ban against Russian gas. So this shows us, and our ability to fill this gap is what is going to define the choices that we're going to make as a country for additional investments in natural gas infrastructure. For the price of natural gas, I think it is important to note, even though I don't like comparing prices right now than what was the case in 2022, because the fact that we went through a worse period in our history, that doesn't mean that the prices are good now. But it is still relevant to see what the prices were approximately in March, closely related to what was the case in March 2024. So it's not just a comparison with 2022. It's important to remember that prices close to 50 euro per megawatt hour were what was the case about 16 or 17 months ago. That is important, and the discussion right now in Europe is how can we avoid a case as in 2022, where we had this vicious cycle in our efforts to try to replenish our storage for the coming winter. Prices went up, there was a lot of stress, a lot of subsidies in order to fill those storage facilities. And that is again the discussion, how we can avoid a repeat of that situation. A difference in relation to 2022, an important one, is that right now in the natural gas market, we see many countries that are not trying to compete against Europe in order to buy to buy natural gas. They are going back to alternative fuels. So I think it is important to monitor the LNG flows, because it is not a given that just because someone lost access to LNG from Qatar, that consumer is going to start buying natural gas from somewhere else. It is still possible that they can use an alternative fuel, and that can also help us have a cap, a ceiling in the price of natural gas. Now, electricity. This is another graph that is quite known, and it's truly notable, the fact that over the last 20 years we have essentially eliminated lignite from our energy mix. I always say that between 2005 and 2019 we had already experienced two-thirds of this reduction, because there's always an open discussion, the fact that lignite was doing great and we came in at 2019 and killed the whole thing. I think this graph tells the whole story. In our country and in other countries as well, lignite is simply not competitive. Lignite has been mostly replaced by renewables. Depending on the year, there's a bigger or lower share of natural gas, but if you look at the big picture, essentially we had approximately 30-something kilowatt hours being produced by lignite, and now we have 26 to 27 kilowatt hours produced by renewables. So lignite was replaced to a great extent by renewable sources. With this change, we've experienced something else as well. Our country's conversion from an importer to an exporter of end product. What is also very interesting, this is a table from the energy charts and showing the quantities exported by each country. It is year to date, essentially, latest information from this morning. And what is truly notable is that you see Greece there in the corner with 3.2 terawatt hours, which is not just a simple number. Consider France, 25, Sweden, 8.7, Netherlands, 4.6, 3.8 in Germany, and then it's us. So we are one of the largest exporters of energy, of electricity in Europe, not as a percentage, but in absolute numbers. If you look at this map in 2019, we had that same position from the bottom. We were one of the largest importers of electricity in Europe. And now we're one of the largest exporters of electricity in Europe. Again, an asterisk here that maybe it is kind of a topical situation because we had this good weather. Doesn't mean that things are going to stay like that over the course of the whole year, but it does tell us something. It is a message. A country that was an importer is now one of the largest exporters in absolute numbers in Europe. And of course, the question remains, where does this come from and what is its result? This is an effort to look at when we export. The vertical axis is our exports, and the horizontal is our production from wind, from natural gas, and from photovoltaic systems. You see that PVs are completely, there's no relation. When you have a lot of sun, there's no relation between imports and exports, and it's the same case with natural gas. But there is a relationship with wind, a correlation between our production and imports, exports. When we have good wind, we export it. And when we don't have good wind and power being generation, we import. Not always, but there is a correlation that we don't see. There is a correlation with wind that we don't see with solar or with natural gas. So when we open the discussion, when we ask why do we export, and a way to answer that is when do we export, and the data tells us that we export when the wind is high. So this also tells us something about our country's energy mix and our competitiveness in the region. And what about our exports? This is net exports, this brown color, and the yellow color is the price that we have in Greece compared to Bulgaria. What we see clearly is that in periods where we import, like in April and May last year, our prices are higher than in Bulgaria. And when we export, you see those periods where we have high winds, these are exporting periods for us, and we have lower prices than Bulgaria. So these are the examples where we could, the more we export, we have lower prices than Bulgaria. So yes, we export. What does that mean? The answer is, if we didn't export, if we weren't exporting, we wouldn't have these low prices. And it would have been difficult for us to secure the quantities that we needed. And this is the other side of the coin. The prices over the first quarter of the year. I think we are used to looking at this map and seeing all the others being green and our country being red. I think this is the map that we see on the websites or being posted, a map that shows that we are not doing well or that we are not being done justice by the Europeans, whatever you want to look at it. So this is the condition from the start of the year where there is a separating line, but at least at this point in history, we are on the other side of the wall where not only are prices lower than our neighboring countries, you see almost 30 euros difference compared to Bulgaria, 30-something euro from Italy, lower prices than Austria, than Czech Republic, than Germany, than all the Baltic countries, essentially the same price with Finland that has had a very difficult winter. Again, this is all a matter of timing. It doesn't mean that what happened in the first quarter of 26 is going to always stay like that. But again, it says something about us, the fact that we were able with this production and with those exports, not just to converge towards the European average, but at this point in time, which is a period of 3 months, and we have one of the lowest prices all over Europe. Again, this says a lot about the way that the system works in our country. Now, when I think about the future, the graphs that concern me, or one of those that concern me, is this one. The production from solar, from wind in our country. This is the daily production last year, and you see that wind average is 28.8 gigawatt hours with a lowest point of 2.2, a maximum of 77.6, meaning that this is an important resource that does lead to cheaper energy and to exports, but there is this fluctuation moving from 2.2 to 77, a great range. The same happens with the sun, with solar energy. Sun is very reliable for 30 days over July, and generally speaking, it's not as reliable over throughout the year. There are a lot of ups and downs in solar energy, even in our country that has a lot of sun, average of 31%. But a lot of fluctuation again. This is just to open a parenthesis. If you ask why is it important for Greece to think about nuclear energy, part of the answer is that because this fluctuation is not something that we can get rid of. We're going to use storage, we're going to batteries to try to bridge this gap, but on days when you have 2.2 and 2.6, batteries are not going to do anything. Unless you had a previous great day and you were able to store some energy, a battery is not going to give you the energy security that you need. So to bridge this gap, you either need to use natural gas or have imports or something else. Therefore, to balance the system is the main concern and the main equation that we need to solve right now. And because there's an open discussion about near zero prices, negative prices, I wanted to talk about this, the percentage of hours in some markets where prices are negative or near zero. And you see to the right areas in Europe where they have 30% of the time these negative prices or net zero, which means that as soon as the sun comes out, the price goes down. Again, some areas in Australia or in California and Texas, and you see the same figures in Europe. Essentially, there are only two countries, even if there are some conditions and criteria that are being met, so it's difficult to make comparisons. But anyway, what I see if you look at the countries to the right, there are a lot of batteries, a lot of storage there, and you need a lot of effort in storage in order to be able to change the curve here and be able to reduce those cases with negative pricing. And you see that in California and maybe in Western Texas a little bit. And I'm mentioning this because there is a big discussion in Greece. As soon as we talk about curtailing and negative prices, immediately we're talking about failure, bad design, instead of just realizing that almost zero negative prices are essentially the result of any system that includes a lot of solar in the mix. And this is evident from any market in the country, in the world, excuse me. And another comment about natural gas. This is a graph that shows us production from natural gas, the production going on from the energy exchange. So it's essentially a forecast in relation to the day-ahead market price. Each cycle is one day, and I've used different colors for the months. It's something that I've talked about a lot, but I wanted to put it in a graph as well. If you ask when is electricity cheap and when it is expensive, and if you had to answer that in one word, you could say gas. When we use a lot of natural gas in the system, prices are high. When we don't use a lot of natural gas, prices are low. The curve changes somewhat. You see the case of April, where natural gas is more expensive. We move away from the curve of the first months. There are other factors as well. We're not just always following the line. But if you simplify it, it's clear that on the days when we use a lot of natural gas, prices are higher than when we don't use a lot of natural gas. And another comment about the events of the day, because again, we have questions about whether or not there are going to be subsidies. This is the wholesale price, 14 days, a rolling average, to avoid this fluctuation. We've seen an increase in wholesale price compared to the very low prices that we had at the start of March, but we are more or less at the curve of last year. The month is below 100 or close to 100. So for the time being, we don't see an increase in wholesale prices, something that would justify an alert in terms of the impact on retail prices. Of course, this is something that is changing on a day-to-day basis, but the reality is that up to now, yes, we have an increase, but this increase is within a range of prices that we've seen over the last 2.5 years. And of course, there's a difference between wholesale and retail. This is something that we always want to make clear, because there is, again, a discussion about whether or not we are paying a lot more in Greece than other countries. To the left is the price in Europe for households for the first half of 2025, 21% below the European average. In terms of purchasing power, we're much closer to the European average. That's the gray. We are just 2.7% below when we put purchasing power there. So whatever happens in wholesale prices, when you consider all the other costs paid by consumers, we arrive at a price for household consumers that is, again, below the European average. And to conclude with a graph for the industry, because, again, there's always a discussion about industrial production in our country. Yesterday, we announced some additional measures for industry, which we consider important because they address the heavy industry that are paying for carbon emissions, but we also found a way for a wider adjustment for all industries, 23,000 subsidies. So a combination of measures for the large consumers and measures also for many more industries in the country, that because now with the interconnection of grid, the Elico deficit is now changing. Unfortunately, it has not been reversed yet, but we have some margin to offer some additional relief, which at least for the low voltage industries is an important one. And it touches on many industries all over the country. So this is the condition. This is something that I'm monitoring on a monthly basis. It shows us manufacturing in our country, comparing it to big industries in Europe. And it is worth noting those numbers because, again, it shows us that despite the difficulties that we are facing as a country, despite the problems, the manufacturing sector is a dynamic one. And it is kind of different than the experience that other countries had, such as Germany or France or any other country. If you compare this graph, we are at the top 5, whether you look at added value or industrial production or the increase in employment as of 2019. And I'm mentioning all those things. I'm talking about these things because it is true that we've been talking about the many problems that we had. We are always thinking about the expensive prices and how we can lower those for consumers, whether household consumers, households or large industrial consumers. But I think it's wise sometimes to look at the big pictures. And when we look at the big picture of energy in our country, I see a reduction in emissions and reduction in the commercial deficit in energy and improvement in the balance. A refinery sector that exports and gives to our country energy security, a country that is now a transit station, transport hub for natural gas, a country that is able to export energy, actually being one of the largest electricity exporters in Europe, a country that in 2019 had the highest wholesale price in the entire European system, and now we see over the first quarter of 2026 we have one of the lowest prices in the wholesale prices in the whole of Europe. Lower prices than the European average in retail, and an industrial sector that is moving better in relation to other big industrial countries in Europe, and a sector that we are supporting and we will continue to support. So this is the big picture, and if you look at it, you can only conclude that things are going well. We're optimistic. It's good to resolve the day-to-day problems, but it is also worth being aware of where we started and where we're going. Thank you.
Minister, thank you very much for the interesting input. I guess many would have many questions about the next steps and the decisions that will be based on the data you shared. But overall, very interesting input. Thank you very much indeed. We will now open the first section of the second day of our conference concerning the Greek hydrocarbon program that is entering a phase of acceleration with or without a question mark. The developments, ambitions and the outlook will be discussed in this panel. My dear colleague Yorgos Fidikakis will talk about it with Mr. Stefatos, and a panel on the same topic will follow. Subsequent to the data being produced by Mr. Stefatos, a discussion will follow between Despina Pagliaruta, Secretary General for Energy and Mineral Raw Materials, the Ministry of Environment and Energy, Katerina Sardi, CEO and Country Manager of Energy in Greece, Tassos Vlasopoulos, CEO of Hellenic Upstream, and Kostis Stambolis, President and Executive Director. Mr. Findikakis, you have the floor. We welcome the CEO of HEREMA, that is the Hellenic Hydrocarbons and Energy Resources Management Company. I'll start with something that you're not experiencing a lot lately. Over the past weeks, given the circumstances, you have experienced two top energy class events: Houston Sarawak in Houston, and Energypress in Cairo. Everybody was there. Officials, government officials, representatives from countries, the C-level of companies, everybody was there. What was your understanding of the circumstances amidst the war and with prices spiking, and prices might even have been higher than today, the oil prices? What is the current situation in the industry? First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity to be here with you today. Another successful event in a series of conferences. I should comment that we were able to follow a very interesting presentation by the Deputy Minister, and the input is food for thought. To your question, I returned from two very important events. Sarawak in Houston is perhaps the leading event, because this is the forum where world trends are being discussed, whereas in Energypress in Cairo, we were able to look at regional issues that are of interest for the companies doing business here. If I was to encode or decode the signals, the first message would be diversification of energy carriers, diversification of supply sources, diversification of routes in a time where competition becomes even more harsh. And it is evident to all of us that energy will be a weapon used in this economic competition. Well, first of all, diversification. And second of all, there has been some frustration as to how things would evolve. One of the main supply routes, the Straits of Hormuz, are at risk. You see a calmness in the prices. Prices have risen, but not at a record high. That would be the case if the markets think that things will get even worse. Well, prices could rise, but perhaps you are talking about a time that is the first weeks, the first month of the conflict, namely March. Well, I would like to elaborate on the frustration I mentioned. Markets should adapt themselves to the new facts. We're not aware how things will evolve. One of the main differences in this crisis is that critical infrastructure is being hit. We used to have fluctuations in prices in the past, but the industry was able to respond with delay. Now, the destruction of critical infrastructure takes us to a downward spiral, and critical infrastructure will not be able to be restored over the next 5 years. We will need time, and it is technically and practically impossible to repair and restore into operation certain infrastructure components. This causes additional anxiety. Everybody is thinking about what they should do to adapt themselves to the new developments. It is a very interesting point in time. We would like to stick to this diversification. I think that Greece can do a lot towards this direction. And I also think that we have a large window of opportunity for our country here. I will follow up on that, but you said that everybody is frustrated. Does it mean that this nervousness will lead to a shift in strategy? Are they affected by this anxiety? Are there first signals of a change here? Certainly when things change, when there is volatility and uncertainty, you want to mitigate risks as much as possible. I believe that in the oil and natural gas sector, we will be witnessing a shift in mitigating and controlling risks. Large companies are already arguing that we need to reduce the time from finding a reserve to production, the time to production, generation to production time, and generation of revenue. This is a very new component. Traditionally, the industry had the luxury of designing and optimizing cash flows and would give that time in order to do that in a non-stressed manner. But we are entering a new time where things should move faster. What you mean is that we need a less time of the exploratory activities. Everybody should be done in a shorter period of time now. And you also mentioned that this diversification, this need for a new, for the new component that is not affected by the uncertainty and the war in the Middle East. Does this lead to a new momentum, to a chance we can capitalize on in the region, into the interest of an East Med hub? When I'm talking about our region, I'm talking about the Egypt reserves, the new auctions of Libya, the Greek, the Hellenic hydrocarbon program of Herema. This whole package, looking at it in terms of routing and future production, did you have any developments on that through the talks you had? I would say yes, certainly yes. This is something we discussed in Egypt, and I was able to address in the panel I participated in. In the Eastern Mediterranean region, we are witnessing that collaboration is key. The 3+1 initiative is a very strong signal as to how relationships can be bridged, as to how even traditional opponents and rivals can work towards a larger target that is to the benefit of everyone. The East Med region has left the time of no collaboration behind it. We are looking forward to working together with our partners and establish an alternative route of energy supply. And here I would like to add that, talking about the East Med, we should not only think of hydrocarbons. This is a geographical area that is that has a high wind potential, and therefore we have an advantage. Diversification of routes and energy carriers in the Eastern Mediterranean region. The opportunity lies ahead, and I think we all understand that we now need to go from design and theory to practice and see specific investments being made. There is a lot of room for discussion here in terms of what you said, that there is an era of cooperation. I think the geopolitical aspect can be addressed here as to how this can be feasible in the wider and the broader East Med region. I will keep the interest you talked about, wondering, however, whether this timing could be beneficial for a new round of open door. I mean, in the past decades, we had a series of concessions which, for certain reasons, did not bear fruit, came back to the state. Perhaps there are other regions that can be auctioned. I think we have already done our job. We have the largest corporations in the country doing business. Do we have a good momentum here? Let me just mention that we saw a chart presenting the increase of price because of natural gas. Natural gas is currently imported in Greece. Can we reduce these imports? And of course, I wonder whether we can turn it to exports, a critical energy carrier that stabilizes the energy mixes of the countries in the neighboring region. This is a critical question. And the hydrocarbon program provides an answer. The potential is high if we look at critical neighboring countries. Take Egypt, where they have an energy deficit right now. On the other hand, Egypt, same as Greece, has a high energy and wind energy potential. We need to interconnect as fast as possible. The circumstances are good now, and we all understand that cooperation is to the benefit of us all. And then we have the pressure of time. It is not a theoretical thing that we will do someday. Currently, there is a window of opportunity for the East Med countries to work together and address critical issues, namely whether we have the necessary reserves to replace previous energies and supply routes towards Europe. I think these are pressing issues that will make us work together even better. Concerning your question, we have attracted attention, of course. We have two of the largest corporations here. We are at the forefront. There are regions we can reconsider, and we are reconsidering that. I would like to to stress that. I will not become more specific here, even though you ask me to, because we are in the process of evaluation. We had meetings in Cairo with companies who are doing business in the maturation of areas, of regions that can become even more attractive for companies to operate. There is a chance to diversify both the kind of investors in Greece. We have currently large corporations, apart from the two traditional corporations that have taken this long road, Energean and Hellenic Energy. We have ExxonMobil and Chevron. I would like to see mid-size corporations operating here, because we do not encompass just world-class objectives, but other objectives as well in our program that could be attractive. Farming could be an option. Yes, you are trying to infer a news piece here, but I would just say that the Greek market is in a maturity period. In the secondary market, we might have announcements to make. We will help towards that. As far as we are concerned, we have an excellent cooperation with the ministry. We have asked and we are asked for help because we are under pressure. What do you mean by pressure? Well, you know, human resources, our resources should reflect the needs of a new era, and this should be up for discussion, is up for discussion. I think a further strengthening our organization will enable us to do even more, because this is the time to open up the market. I think there is something there. You're looking at something currently, and hopefully you will become more, you will get more resources for HEREMA to cope with a very dynamic subject matter, hydrocarbons. Even more so as the program is being finalized and the first drilling is going to take place. We shift from theory to practice. Would you like to, well, perhaps I pose the following question. What are the potential use cases of the Greek program? Would you like to touch upon certain basic components of the Greek program? Well, it is the first time since 1986 that we have an exploratory drilling at sea offshore. I always mention that we exclude the Prinos activity, which is an ongoing activity since 1973, when the reserve was discovered. Greece hasn't drilled since 1986 offshore at great depths, and the cooperation with Energean is flanked by Chevron. Within the first quarter of 2027, there will be a significant development. As Mr. Papastavros, as the minister, noted yesterday, we are increasing the pressure to start with seismic research and with seismic surveys going forward. Let me just interrupt you here. Seismic surveying in the plots during the end of the year has not been analyzed. We are reproducing it, but we have been focusing on other blocks. Seismic surveying in the new concessions within 2026. In a nutshell, what would that mean from a state perspective? We need to be extremely fast in the licensing process that will be adhered to. There is no time for delays here, and a seismic surveying process that has exceeded requirements at the European level in terms of the specifications and the environmental protection protocols during its execution. There is a lot that needs to be done in a short period of time. It has to be done in a skillful manner and carry out the calls and put up the calls for the companies to come. Seismic data in the southern Crete 1, Crete 2, 2D and 3D in Alpha Block A2 block. This is very interesting because the critical decisions on drilling will follow. We have two exceptional blocks, Block 10 and southeastern Crete. These are two blocks of extreme interest which are maturing, and the final decisions on drilling are yet to come. In the program you presented in the outlook, could you remind us, it is the 2027, and I think we'll take 2 years from decision making for design, for planning, ordering, and for the execution and evaluation. I see that we are running out of time. I would like to ask for a concise answer, looking at the broader picture. And of course, you were right to address hydrocarbons, electricity, networks, and all the components in the region. Well, looking at the broader picture, let's turn to Egypt. We're not interested just in natural gas, but also in CCS there. You had some talks there. Could you give us a insight there? Of course, since 2021, we have been present there. We had the presence also in events within Egypt, and Egypt is a strategic partner for Greece. At a synergy level, we work closely together. We met with the Under-Secretary, Mr. Mahmoud Nagy, who is also responsible for the memorandum of understanding and collaboration with Egypt as a starting point for CCS, and considering that Greece has a competitive edge, a unique edge, because we have secured funding for CO2, for carbon capture, that is in excess of the capacity in Prinos. Prinos has been permitted. There is a permit for Prinos, which is a very important field, but this is not sufficient. We will be talking with Italy, with Romania. We're talking with Egypt as well. Well, Romania will also play a role here. All countries. What we need are cheap solutions for the Greek energy. We will work towards all directions to achieve that. Egypt, rightly because of the distance and the chance to work together on various instances, green energy or fossil fuels or hydrocarbons. This is a unique opportunity. We are very cautious. We really want to drive this cooperation with Egypt forward. And as said, given that we have offshore wind farms, the current crisis reminds us that Greece is taking very well-thought steps forward. Greece has made the strategic decision to diversify its energy blend and energy mix, and I think this is really beneficial right now. Hopefully, offshore wind farms will be initiated, will get going, and hopefully all these fronts will be tackled going forward. Thank you very much for the interview. I think it was a very interesting one. Thank you, and wish everybody a good Easter, Greek Orthodox Easter.
I think that was an excellent way to finish the discussion, so we can pick up for our next panel, pick up the thread. Let us call our panelists. So, I'd like to welcome our panelists, Ms. Despina Pagliaruta, the Secretary General for Energy and Mineral Raw Materials at the Ministry of Environment and Energy, Ms. Katerina Sardi, CEO and Country Manager of Greece of Energy, and Mr. Tassos Vlasopoulos, CEO of Hellenic Upstream, and Mr. Kostis Stambolis, President and Executive Director of IENE, Institute of Energy of Southeast Europe. Secretary General, Mr. Stefatos talked about the opportunity created by the destabilization in the Persian Gulf, or rather talked about how easy it is to have such a situation, and talked about the opportunity of Greece becoming an energy hub. And indeed, the Greek hydrocarbon program is actually accelerating right now. So the question is, what does the government plan on doing to avoid the delays of the past? Things that no one can be certain we're not going to be facing again in the future. First of all, thank you for the invitation and congratulations on your conference. I do want to mention the excellent presentation by Mr. Tsafos, talking about many of the issues we are in daily discussions about at the ministry, things that we can do better for the future. We are doing this analysis, and it is important to say that in order to make political decisions, we have to be that political decisions should be based on data. So it is important to communicate with the private sector and our own organizations to get reliable data that will help us in our analysis and help us take the right decisions. Now, in terms of the natural hydrocarbon program, but also let me mention the fact that your discussion with Mr. Stefatos is highlighting the fact that we have this National Authority for Hydrocarbons with Mr. Stefatos at the head of it. We have HEREMA. They have this know-how, this expertise and professionalism and experience. And in fact, we are actually in a position where we are able to accelerate this program. And on the side of the state, we're here to simplify, streamline things, to avoid all the delays of the past. The reality is that right now, energy security is not a given. The developments in the Persian Gulf are here to remind us of that. Energy security should not be considered as a given, and our country has taken steps in order to shield itself against an adverse scenario. On the one hand, we are progressing with the hydrocarbon program, because this is important, because we do import natural gas and we see its importance in our energy mix. But the goal is to look at our ability for our country to produce natural gas. That would be a turning point for Greece and would further enhance its energy security, flexibility and autonomy, and its geopolitical position on an international level. And let us not forget other type of deals. For example, the vertical corridor. Greece has gained the trust. It can become a transit country for supplying gas to the Balkans and the rest of Europe. And at the same time, we have this large degree of penetration of renewables in our energy mix. It is important to highlight the message that we heard before: diversification of energy sources, because otherwise you cannot have a stable system, an autonomous, independent, resilient system. Now, allow me to make this question a little bit more specific. Will you have approved on time as a ministry until the end of the year the environmental impact study for having the Energean drill in the first quarter of 2027? That is a good question. We hear a lot of questions about delays, but let me tell you that we will be following all the procedures in order that all licensing is on time, according to our timeline. The environmental impact study is part of that, of course, in close collaboration with the relevant agency. So Based on our timeline, our goal is to have the study available on time. But let me also say, it is important, we are public servants, it is important to note that we cannot be sacrificing quality for speed or efficiency. Because as you understand, we have to ensure that those studies are complete, are full, and everything is done as it should be. Of course, this is a given, and it's good of you to point it out. But we are talking about the timeline. This is a crunch time. We need to start taking steps. We will be sticking to the timeline, but as public servants, we have to also adhere to the strictest rules, both in terms of quality and in terms of managing the national budget. Of course, Mrs. Pagliaruta. Now, give us, please, in brief, what is going to be the situation, what are going to be the next steps. Ms. Sardi, please tell us when we are going to start with the next drill. I believe it was announced that you will be starting in February 27. What is it that still remains to happen until that? Okay, let's go back. February 2027, that's our goal as a starting date for the Block 2 drill in Western Ionian Sea. So going backwards, at the latest by November 2026, we need to have the environmental impact study approved. Even further back, we need to have the drill leased. We've already signed a letter of intent. We are now finalizing the term, as I believe the minister has mentioned last week. The goal is to sign the agreement after Easter, within April. So you said November of 2026, you need to have the environmental terms. Yes, and all the studies that are being submitted, of course, have to meet the requirements. That goes without saying. Energean, I think, has carried out 2 or 3 environmental impact studies in Prinos, at Ioannina, at Katakola, 2 environmental impact studies at Prinos EO2, and all of that following the EBRD standards, much more strict than what are imposed by the European Union. I believe that we are very well versed in this process, and we can deliver an excellent study, as we have done so in the past. The environmental baseline survey is also underway, if I'm not mistaken. That is true. We've the first phase is over, and we're now in the second phase. We are taking samples from the sea, and we will be taking samples from Italy as well. And this is the baseline survey for the environmental impact study. Italy, maybe someone is not as familiar with the situation, with the subject. The block is close to the exclusive economic zone border. So essentially, we were not obligated to take samples from Italy, but in order to have the fullest and most complete report that we could, we are also doing that. Excellent. Mr. Vlasopoulos, first of all, let me say that Hellenic Upstream has a presence in all the concessions, all 9 concessions, if I'm not mistaken, with whatever that means for the Greek economy and for the company. But let me start by a question, the same question I asked Mr. Stefatos. This strange situation, this volatility in the geopolitical landscape, how much is it affecting your planning, if it is affecting your planning? First of all, thank you for the invitation. I think this is an excellent conference, and I'm very happy to be part of it. I will repeat what you said. It is true that we are a company with a presence in all blocks. We are by far the company with the largest portfolio in Greece. and we are working with Chevron on 4 blocks, with Exxon in 3 blocks, and with Energy and in 1 block. And we have 2 blocks that we are on our own completely, so we know every part of Greece, from Kerkyra to Lassithi. Now, to answer your question about whether or not our planning is affected by the situation in the Middle East, in the Persian Gulf, I would say that we have undertaken certain obligations to the state, and we're trying to adhere to those, to meet our obligations. It is clear that the value of hydrocarbons is not reducing. On the contrary, it's something that remains high. So, of course, we're not happy about the situation in the Persian Gulf. We're not happy about the war. We want stability. We don't want the step of instability created by those developments. But our planning is not going to be negatively affected. We will continue as we have decided. And in fact, the 4 new blocks that we've been discussing about were published in the Government Gazette on March 16. So we are just at the beginning of the plan for the 4 new blocks, and we already have the other blocks as well. So I believe this is not a parameter that concerns us. We are going to continue with our job as we should be doing. Of course, and you also mentioned to the other blocks, to the latest concessions. As Mr. Stefatos said, the CEO of Hierema, we are going to have the seismic surveys in Crete and in Peloponnese in the new concessions within the year, and perhaps seismic surveys in southwest Crete and the Parisiakos Bay at the start of the year. So the timeline for the other blocks, those specific blocks, what's the timeline on those? Well, our joint venture with Chevron has made an offer, a bid. This bid was accepted by the Greek state. We are not the contractors. We are the ones planning or executing the program. We have 4 blocks, and as Mr. Stefatos mentioned before, we're going to do 2-dimensional seismic surveys on 2 of those, and on 3 of those, and on 1 we're going to do 3D survey. So it's going to be 2 types of surveys at the same time. What is important to note is that starting from now and for the next 6 months, we cannot have any seismic surveys. It's prohibited by law. So the joint venture will work with the contractor to create the right conditions for the seismic surveys, to know exactly which are the areas covered. So the companies will work closely with the contractor to define all the parameters, the technical parameters of the survey. So when that takes place in winter of 2026, the end of the year, the start of 2027, because it's a large area that needs to be covered. It's a huge area. Let's not forget that it's about 40,000 square kilometers. It's a huge, huge area. We've almost doubled the area that was previously included in the blocks. Well, I was not actually asking about the new concessions. I was talking about the previous one. But, says Mr. Vlasopoulos, we've already carried out the seismic surveys in Block 10 and in the Ionian Sea, 3D surveys, and in southwest Crete as well. Therefore, we are within our timeline. And of course, the next steps in southwest Crete depend on Exxon, of course, and Kyparissιακός Bay is also another different case, but that we will be talking about next after we hear from Mr. Stambolis, where I understand that the stigma, the signal that you are trying to send out and the way that you are approaching hydrocarbons is mainly based on the geopolitical aspect of things. Well, first of all, let me thank the organizers for this invitation and this very topical and interesting discussion and forum. What I've seen so far is that we have many active players in the area. We have players in the Ionian Sea, on the southwest, the south of Crete, the east of Crete, and all of them are planning for explorations and drills. Right now, we are exercising our rights, our sovereign rights, and these are creating a strategic legacy for Greece. And we need to take advantage of that. And maybe afterwards I will show you some slides, a presentation, just to note that from the from the restart of the surveys, of the explorations, our country has published a map of the economic exclusive economic zone, and then a map of the concessions. So this was posed right from the start as an issue. Then we had some setbacks, but licensing did proceed. The survey started, and we now reached the point with the Turkish-Libyan memorandum. But let me also say that when Greece started this service, all this activity in 2011, 2014, there was no reaction from Turkey. The reaction was much delayed with Turkish and Libyan MOU in 2019. And as of that time, Turkey has been trying to block us. So this matter of the exclusive economic zone is very important. And if I see something positive in immediate, because I'm not seeing any oil or anything right now, but what we are seeing that is producing results is the fact that we are exercising our sovereign rights. And if you look at the south line of the areas that have been licensed, they are essentially part of the Greek exclusive economic zone. In April of this year, the country of last year, we've announced the new special plan that coincides with the exclusive economic zone. And now the next step is to actually proceed with the exploration, because these two go hand in hand. So this is the geopolitical aspect that is very important. But to go back into the day-to-day management on the side of the ministry, Ms. Pagliaruta, let me ask you this. Aside from the administrative red tape, we also have the courts red tape. And this is something that the companies active in this sector have experienced in the past for the previous blocks as well. For example, the situation in Crete, where, if I remember correctly, there were a lot of actions, environmental actions, that took quite a few years to go through the courts. So the question is, how are you planning on shielding the program now that we are actually moving forward against this type of action? First of all, let me say that we respect the rule of law, so those actions, those claims are complaints, are part of the process, and we respect them. On the other side, the expertise that we have, the know-how that we have, the quality studies, transparency, compliance with the legal framework are the things that have already been implemented in order to avoid facing the problems of the past. Because let's be clear, when you have this type of experience, you can plan better for the future. And in collaboration with all services, with the private sector, we are able to proceed with a simplified, quicker process that is shielded against complacent actions. We have the maturity that we need to avoid similar delays. And I think you're going to see all that developing shortly. Well, I asked the question because, of course, it goes without saying that we respect the rule of law, but it's a different thing to have an action filed and at one point and then actually going to court 4 years later. And if we want to meet the goals that you have, the companies have, the ministry has, if we want to meet that timeline, we have to avoid those risks and delays. Of course, we're aware of those, and proper planning is what is going to help us be protected against this type of problem. On the other side, our close collaboration with all agencies, and again, let me repeat, transparency and compliance to the legal framework. These are the things that are going to help us avoid these problems and delays. Ms. Sardi, I have to think of Energean as part of this situation. And the situation is right now that in Israel, where you have a strong presence, as of February 28, there's no production. Production has ceased. So this is a problem. On the other side, the oil prices or the energy product prices are going up. They're high. So this strange condition is not has more than one explanation. So more than one ways to look at it. Is this an incentive for companies, this high oil price, is it an incentive for companies to take action in different directions? Or is my perception wrong? I think you have posed at least 3 questions here, and I will try to address them one by one. First of all, I think we need to break down the question of the topic of the crisis in 2 parts. One is the short term. Yes, we don't have production in Israel as of February 28. Yes, it is a short-term issue that has a reason. As a company, we are ready. When the Israeli government tells us we can start production within a few hours or 36 hours or something like that, we will be ready to start up again. So this is short-term. Now, the high oil price, yes, it is really, right now, it's approximately close to $100. When we did our budgeting for 2026 and presented the results at the board of directors, our scenarios included 65 or 70 because we are looking at the long term, not the short term. Perhaps this is temporary. Temporary, exactly what it means, we're going to see. But the investments we are talking about are short term, says the speaker. No one plans the development of a hydrocarbon reserve of drilling looking at the oil price today. These are high capital intense investments. So we are looking ahead at 10 or 20 years. And then the answer is that right now we don't have anything to tell us that oil, much less natural gas, are going to disappear from the scene for over the next 10 or 15 years. EU needs approximately 10 million barrels per day. 80% of that is imports. For natural gas, that percentage of imports is 93%. So the experience from the crisis in Ukraine and the crisis right now, or those continuous crises, the experience points that we need diversity of supply, and of course security of supply is part of the European Convention. So we need our own resources, we need our own reserves.
Θα ήθελα και το δικό σας σχόλιο.
Mr. Vassopoulos, I'd like to ask for a comment on your part. As Mrs. Sadi said, it's not about whether oil is at 120 or 140. We are planning ahead in the long run. Well, instability will last 6 to 12 months. An investment in hydrocarbons will last 25, 30 years. We are looking at a long-term price, approximately $60 to $75 a barrel. This is what most companies have their eyes on, not a fluctuation that can reach 120 or 140, because it can fall to 40 as well. Well, within certain boundaries, we take average prices. I do not believe that it will affect the techno-economic analysis of the reserve. Hydrocarbons are in essence necessary in the energy mix. It's not something we will do away with going forward in 10, 20, 25 years' time. The presentation by the Deputy Minister demonstrated that we all say the same thing, and the presence of large foreign corporations is evident of this. No one would come here to work with our countries in order to produce hydrocarbons in 5 years. No, we have to prepare ourselves over the next 5 years in order to be able to earn money 25 years ahead. I think it's not affected. Mr. Sefatos has set the topic on a broader range, talking of potential announcements at some point in time, and he talked about certain announcements in the secondary market, and he told that we should attract interest in the mid-range. Could we see farming cases in existing blocks where there is no foreign presence in the Bay of Kyparissia, for example? I cannot announce something like this. As you understand, I cannot acknowledge something like that. This is speculation. What I can say, though, is that obviously we need companies in Greece who have experience in oil management at great depths. This is why we turn to Chevron and Exxon, and of course Energean, who has experience in other regions of the southeastern Mediterranean area. If there are other companies as well, I cannot tell, but the more the companies, the better for Greece. Well, this is where my question points to. Would it make sense for companies to be active in blocks if the operator is beneficial? If there are companies from abroad that have this know-how and expertise exactly at these depths, there is presence at great depths, southeastern and southwest Crete, depths up to 4,000 meters. Working together with a foreign small company for the first time at such great depths, it does make sense. If it was for a stable and constant partner, we would really look forward to that. This is where I point to, says the journalist. Mr. Stambolis, what's your take on that? You pointed to the exclusive economic zone, and then you said you have a couple of slides you would like to share. Slides can wait. What is important is the perspective of the duration of hydrocarbon demand. I see no energy transition, let's face it, in 1973, fossil fuels covered 89% of the need, and some decades later that is 86% of the total demand. This is no transition, and emissions are increasing, not decreasing, despite the effort being made. This is an energy rearrangement where hydrocarbons will go hand in hand with renewables, biomass, and a series of other energy carriers. This is a discussion of 30, 40, 50 years on, not just 15 to 20 years for hydrocarbons, because this is not the reality. And let me mention this as well. Brent has exceeded 112 euros. Saudi Aramco announced yesterday what we all know in the market, namely that oil is traded at $140, and Saudi Aramco announced a $25 to $30 premium. I come back to you, Secretary General. I have a question for you that is associated to the course of our discussion in this panel. Everything points to a dynamic, to high potential. Large players are doing business here. Smaller players might embark on this journey. And then there are local communities. From what I know, from what I've been listening, we are lagging behind in terms of awareness raising for hydrocarbon explorations. Do you intend on taking initiative to better inform local communities on hydrocarbon explorations? Well, local communities are key to the sustainability of those projects. No project will proceed if there is no consensus with the local community. This is one of the largest challenge we are tackling in these large projects, in projects that has such a great intervention and such a broad touch line with the environment. In CCS, you can tell there is a lot of reaction, a lot of discussion with the local community was necessary, and based on the large experience of all stakeholders. This is what it will take for hydrocarbons as well. As the Ministry, and in close collaboration with HEREMA and with the companies themselves, we look forward to broadening the awareness-raising program, not just awareness-raising, but also not just information communication, but also participation based on the rules of the protection of the environment and in alignment with all other regulatory instruments. Local communities have benefits. There are reciprocal charges that are being imposed, and then there are chances of development of the local community. Tourism should be on the table as well, so that both the economy and tourism can work together. We need awareness raising from on the outset, from the start of the program. Have you put forward a program, a schedule of visits to local communities in the context of an awareness-raising campaign? Talking with the local communities, you mean? Yes. Obviously, there is a schedule of visits to local communities paid by the minister or the deputy minister or officials. We will participate in those. Don't ask me about the next community. I cannot answer that. It goes without saying that open participation, open dialogue, from scratch, from day one, from the design of those projects is of paramount importance for such projects to be sustainable. Reaching the end of this panel, I would like to give the opportunity to each and every one of you for a last comment. Ms. Sadi, a question to you that is of relevance for you, Mr. Vlasopoulos. We're living the drill, baby, drill era. There is a worldwide trend favoring hydrocarbons. This is gaining traction in other countries as well, not just in Greece. I remember back in the early 2010, where there was enthusiastic and there was enthusiasm. There were stakeholders and players that were willing to do business, and then we had the energy transition. Everybody has forgotten about that. Let's assume that the US elects another president other than Donald Trump that is not in favor of hydrocarbons. What are we going to do as a country, as Greece? Are we going to change our energy policy, leave hydrocarbons a little bit aside? You do understand the sense, the meaning of the spirit of my question, right? We're talking about a business that wants to be looking ahead, to be looking forward to a long-standing planning. What's your take on that? Well, this is an opportunity for me to congratulate the Minister for an exceptional presentation. He demonstrated clearly that the fall in prices is also tied to renewables. Hopefully, what will happen going forward is not either renewables or drill baby drill, but rather it should become clear to all of us locally, at the European and at an international level, that all energy carriers are complementary to each other, not rather exclusively excluding one another. It's not either or. It's not an either or case, but rather a both and. This would enable sustainability and growth. So this is the answer in brief, and following up on my last response, well, investment in hydrocarbons, always in other energy carriers, are capital-intensive investments with a long amortization period, and hopefully in 2028, as is the case currently, hydrocarbons and renewables will thrive hand in hand. Mr. Vlasopoulos, your last comment. I can just add that certainly in 2028, everybody is going to be thinking that hydrocarbons are necessary. They're not going to be taken out of the energy mix equation. I don't believe we're going to see such a trend, nor is it a part of a certain policy. Hydrocarbons are useful worldwide. So every component is complementary to each other and not competing against each other. Hellenic Energy, a group that is integrating renewables, gas power, etc. We're very well prepared for any scenario. Mr. Stamboulis, the current circumstances enable diplomatic handling through concessionaires who have a shield based on the rights of diplomacy. At the same time, we should invite our neighboring countries for the delimitation of the exclusive economic zone. 50% of that has already been done. Second of all, the government should put the issue of hydrocarbons and drilling in its energy policy. The NECP, in which I have the honor to contribute, are neither refining nor natural gas and petroleum included. It is high chance they were included and a reconsideration on that take place. Ms. Saadi, for your last comment. No, Secretary General Pagliaruta, for your last comment. I'm being asked whether we have changed our strategy, and the answer is no. We proceed with a realistic plan. The two basic pillars, renewables and hydrocarbons are complementary to each other. The state, the Greek state, the ministry is focusing on that. We want to provide diversification of supplies. This is the only way to shield your country from an energy standpoint through a flexible system, the green transition at the same time, and the harvest of wind and solar are necessary for cheap energy. More than 55% of electricity generation in Greece comes from renewables currently. We're focusing today in this panel on hydrocarbons, but we should not forget the important role of wind, of sun, of water. Complementary to these two pillars, we will continue to implement our plan, our policies. We're here to strengthen the regulatory framework, to ensure there is continuity, and look at the NECP again, because there is room for improvement, of course. Thank you very much for your participation in the panel. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ και τον Γιώργο τον Φεντικάκη για τον...
Thank you, and thank you to Yorgos Fendikakis for moderating this panel, and of course all our panelists. And moving on with Professor Theodoris Tsakiris, the Professor of Energy Policy and Geopolitics from the University of Nicosia. Unfortunately, it was not able for him to be with us in person, but he will have the floor for 10 or 12 minutes to talk about a very hot topic, the energy implications of the war in the Middle East, alternative scenarios and long-term consequences. You have the floor, Professor. Thank you for the invitation, and apologies for not being able, due to the developments, to be there. The first thing is a comment I want to make. Europe appears to start understanding the extent of the crisis over the last 7 or 10 days. There is a delay in understanding the criticality of the situation in relation to what was generally acceptable to be talked about officially, something that was highlighted in the past also by the European Central Bank, the head of the European Central Bank. We are about perhaps facing the largest oil crisis in the history of the world in terms of the loss of the supply volume. We've never seen a similar loss and reduction because of the Hormuz Straits. So the hits on tanker ships, the hits on port facilities that are creating problems for ships approaching areas to try to bypass the straits. And the interference at the ship's navigation systems. All these are ways that are affecting the approach and navigation around the straits. The geography of the area is also not helpful. So we're talking about a blockage and exclusion that makes it impossible for the Western Fleet to pass from the straits. This is creating a shock wave in the supply. There were approximately 105 or 110 ships passing through those straits, used for supply of supply materials or oil, some fossil reserves, some metals, some critical industrial raw materials that were passing through the Hormuz Straits. Now, in terms of natural gas and oil, approximately 20% of the global production was passing through the straits. 25% of global trade going with tanker ships, approximately 85% of the global trade of oil and oil products, and 20% of LNG. Now, for the last approximately 39 days, the only factor that has really been able to limit the crisis, the price crisis, or something that we have seen in the past in similar situations. For example, during the Iranian Revolution, that was a period where the oil prices skyrocketed. We haven't seen a similar situation so far, thankfully. But the Brent prices are a forecast for the future delivery prices, and that tells us that this increase in prices might be temporary. We've seen, or we heard, the officials from the US side attempting to use different communication methods and a communication strategy to convince the markets, the future markets, that this is indeed going to be a temporary crisis. That was would have been and was successful for the first 20 or 15 days of the situation, but now we're starting seeing the effects of the shortages, because the ships that had already passed from the straits before the start of the strikes has already arrived. So the oil that was already on its way has been delivered, and now the ships cannot go back to load more oil. And secondly, there is a successful there are successful hits from the Iranian side against infrastructure. We have attacks to oil producers, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Qatar, large oil producers, and natural gas in terms of Qatar. The country that has been targeted but has not actually received bad hits were the UAE. We have damages in Saudi Arabia in storage facilities, in harbors, in petrochemical plants and refineries, especially in Kuwait. Unfortunately, a few days ago, we had a successful hit against desalination plants that are very, very critical for survival in those countries. And these are things that are unfortunately escalating the situation on a practical level, despite any comments from the officials. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be a de-escalation right now. On the contrary. And the ultimatum that Donald Trump had addressed is about to expire. And now he has threatened to hit, to damage the electrical system, bridges, other infrastructure for very important for the country. It's going to be a huge hit for the Iranian economy and its ability to recover from this. But that will also lead the war to take a more risky turn. Perhaps the Iranians are going to also escalate their own offenses to hit the only system that is still restraining prices at the level of $150, $160 at the spot markets. The infrastructure in Saudi Arabia and that port, the Red Sea, connecting the large production units on the side of the Gulf with the export port. That there's a pipe there that covers approximately 1/3 of the losses that we see right now through the Hormuz Straits. Approximately 7 million barrels are going through that pipe. It is operating at its capacity right now. Approximately 5 million is being exported. So as long as this pipe is open and operating, as though that's essentially Houthi are not part of the wall and are not trying to block this area or hit this pipe, we have a degree of flexibility in the system, and things are not degrading. So what would make things worse right now? What would make things worse is the scenario of actually damaging that pipe that will lead to an escalation in the entire area, and it's something that we don't want to happen. For the other scenario where such an attack does not take place and there is an extension in the current situation, this is also not very attractive because we are actually losing supply that cannot be offset with the use of strategic reserves that we have. If we see an extension to the situation over May, we're going to have to mobilize other strategic reserves, and at that point, as Mr. Jorgensen mentioned, the member states will need to start talking about drastic decisions to lower demand, to cut down demand. This is maybe not likely right now, but if the situation continues like that for 50 or 60 days, it could be a possibility. So that is the situation. Now, in terms of natural gas, the loss of LNG, there was a gap, obviously. Unfortunately, the heat in Ras Laffan has taken out of the equation 70% of the production of Qatar. That is approximately 4% loss in global supply for quite a few years in the future, and also created the conditions that may lead to a loss in the supply and demand balance a deficit of approximately 7% within 2026 if the situation continues for 30 to 6 more days. The problem with gas exports is that we don't have alternatives, as we have an alternative for the Hormuz Straits. We don't have alternative routes, and that becomes even worse because we don't have large strategic reserves for natural gas. And this is why many of the countries that accepted a big part of that gas have already taken measures to lower demand, to curtail demand, and also this will lead to an attempt to replace gas, what is already with other sources, what is already happening in India and in China, or countries such as Philippines or Malaysia or Bangladesh that have taken measures to curtail demand. And a positive thing is that Iran has decided to allow exports of oil, Iraqi oil, that will increase the production by 3 million barrels. It's not clear right now whether or not this can happen because the largest part of the Iraqi fleet that transported this oil was private. Therefore, the system is facing a lot of pressure and uncertainty. But if the U.S. ultimatum, the president does not act on the ultimatum, things might have a chance of de-escalating. Otherwise, we will definitely need to mobilize strategic reserves in collaboration with China, that has right now the largest strategic reserves on the planet. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tsakiris. It was truly a very enlightening analysis and presentation, very useful. You have a global view and understanding. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Hello, everyone. After hearing about the global current affairs, let's proceed with discussing our situation here with the retail electricity and gas market. With the main question of the panel is how far are we from a fully liberalized and competitive market? The point is to discuss about the progress that we've made over the last years in terms of the vulnerabilities of the retail markets, and also talk about the pain points that are still there. Already, yesterday, with the first day of the conference, we talked about the electricity theft, the losses, and the liquidity problems due to unpaid debts. We are going to discuss with Ms. Irini Iakovidou, the Director of Retail Market Regulation and Supervision and Consumer Production of RAE, Mr. Vasilis Zouvias, Director of Regulatory Affairs of Energy, Mr. Giorgos Panagiotis, the Director of Energy Production and Management of Volta, and Ms. Zaira Trivisa, Energy Supply and Regulatory Affairs Director, Φυσικό Αέριο Hellenic Energy. Thank you all for being here with us. I want to start with an introduction, a comment from each of you. But to start you off, would you say that the developments in the Middle East have highlighted again how important it is to have electricity markets that are resilient to global crisis? So comparing the local domestic supply sector with the situation that was the case in 2022 and the energy shock there, do we see defenses being created in the meantime? And on the other side, do we have regulatory issues that are still undermining its resilience? Ms. Iakovidou, you have the floor. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. Both you and Mr. Panagoulis and the entire Energypress team. In relation to your question, 2022, we were unprepared. Now, the market is not invincible, but it is definitely more shielded, more protected. So if we compare the situation of the supply market today with the situation in 2022, it is clear that we have a lot more defense mechanisms in place. The energy shock of the time highlighted the fact that the retail market was exposed to price vulnerability from the wholesale market, and also the fact that it was difficult for suppliers and for consumers to handle this risk. The situation today is, of course, improved as the result of important effort being made to enhance transparency and improve consumer trust in the retail market. RAE has established the color code, those transparency signs, and right now, looking at the situation today, I cannot even imagine how things were back in 2022. The improvement is very significant. The other thing that we established were standards for the consumption bills and for contracts. So essentially, all the information is presented in a unified manner, in a single manner, from all suppliers. We've also developed a price comparison tool, a tool that essentially enhances knowledge and understanding of pricing and tariffs and gives consumers an actual option to ability to choose. All those interventions are fully aligned with the European requirements in relation to empowering consumers. So we do see a meaningful change in consumer practice. They are more informed, better informed, and more demanding. Also, RAE right now has complete and updated archive of all supply products. We have audited all contracts, and right now we are what we would call at the stage of preventive supervision, so oversight. So we are providing guidelines and directions to suppliers in relation to the features of their products and in how they adhere to the contracts. So resilience is not built with last-minute interventions, but It's built on rules and oversight and improving trust. And in this regard, we have taken important steps forward. But what has already occurred do not eliminate the impact of global developments. So in reality, we need to work more in market strength, market resilience. And we need to look at the new interventions included in the European directive. New directions open a new chapter, and I'm talking about the hedging obligation, something that we have not touched upon yet, that I believe would further shield the retail market. But what I need to point out is that the current regulatory framework and the RAI supervision, the oversight, underlines the fact that the existing contracts will not be unilaterally modified, amended by suppliers. The current contracts are not going to change, so any changes in prices, changes that we are already seeing, have to do with new contracts, new contract signings. The existing ones will stay as they are. So suppliers are going to honor those contracts. Thank you very much.
I've noted what you said, that there is better transparency and better consumer protection, as well as that there's currently no room for a unilateral contract amendment. Mr. Zouvias, good morning. I would like to thank Thodoris Panagoulis and all contributors to this year's forum, starting with the market. I think there are reasons why we should be optimistic. These are linked to the state, to the market, and to consumers. As far as the state is concerned, based on the experience drawn from 2022, and by that I mean that the regulatory instruments are there, the Energy Transition Fund is there, resources and the funds are also there that can be funneled to end consumers. The expertise on the side of the suppliers is there as well. We should not forget that in 2021-2022, through the suppliers, billions of euros have been channeled to the end consumers. Consequently, the state is shielded, and the market in itself has changed. The previous crisis has helped transform the business to where we stand today in terms of consolidation. There are fewer players among us doing business, but those that are there are companies that are well established. They have the capital adequacy, some degree of vertical integration. They have know-how of 2021, 2022, and therefore better prepared to manage this crisis and any coming crisis. And a third component of this jigsaw puzzle, are the consumers. The experience of the previous energy crisis has also shifted their needs and their options. Nearly 30% of end consumers are currently in fixed tariffs, as we said yesterday. And by choosing fixed tariffs, consumers are better prepared and shielded ahead of any changes in the wholesale market. Most of those, actually, without knowing that, help the Greek state. The more consumers are under fixed tariff, the less are the funds that the state needs to mobilize in order to re-channel it through the Energy Transition Fund to end consumers. So far concerning the resilience of the market, in terms of the regulatory issues that are still open. I would like to keep it short. It has been addressed yesterday by previous speakers. I would just note that there is a shade of optimism on the regulatory aspect. The Ministry is working together with the competent bodies of the European Commission and the European organizations and institutions. When I say we, I'm talking about the public utilities and the ETMEA, the special levy. I think there is room there for improvement. Truth be told, there hasn't been much progress there. This is not anything new. We're talking about it every year. Let me just add here just another factor. In summer, the RRF will expire. The RRF milestones were a last external pressure put on the country from the European Commission in order to move forward with any reforms. And Greece has problems in maturing. The European Commission has come up with memoranda first and then with the enhanced oversight and now through the RRF to put pressure on Greece. After the RRF expires, I see no further push for the market to progress in terms of the implementing reforms. Even when reforms are being implemented, because things are happening, they do not pass from regulation, institutionalization to the market and to the end consumer. Let me name an example. There has been a provision being passed 2 years ago for HEDNO and our suppliers to have access to to the independent public revenue authority, so that we can cross-check the consumers' tax data. This was a first instance opportunity for us to update the data of our consumers in the general service being provided. We have been having a collaboration with the Minister of Digital Transformation as a Hellenic Association of Energy Suppliers, but still we're back to zero, to ground zero. This is not a case where there is a hidden agenda on the side of the Ministry of Digital Transformation insinuating they should leave us aside. It is extremely difficult to bring about change from an institutional level to the practice. If it is this difficult to implement reforms at this level, imagine what happens at the level discussed yesterday about renewables, on batteries, on the balancing market, or issues and topics that are very difficult and complex, requiring the state to have a policy as to where you want to take the market going forward. On a positive note, the crisis has bring maturity to the market and to consumers as well. Useful remark that after, in the post-RRF era, that we see no other incentives for the market. What are any other pain points on your side, Mr. Panayotou? Well, good morning, and thank you for the invitation as well. I think we are at a very different point currently in this point in time compared to the previous crisis we were faced with. Although we're 1 month in concerning the war and the conflict in the Middle East, there have been advancements, developments that are of concern for us as to whether we will go back to the previous state and situation. There has been critical infrastructure hit. It's going to take a lot of time for that to recover. Nevertheless, at the retail level in Greece, and I'm referring to electricity, natural gas, radical changes have not been perceived yet. We have changes in programs being made available right now for the coming period. All the more in periods of crisis where producer prices go up, the wholesale market of natural gas has increased, and as a result, the electricity prices went up as well. It remains to be seen here how long this crisis will last and whether, preferably soon, de-escalation will come for other more serious reasons, but also for the reasons we are discussing here in this panel today. As Vasilis Zouvias said, the state is mature, the market and the participants in the market are well prepared, the consumers are well prepared compared to the previous crisis. This, in turn, compared to the situation 3 years ago, does not necessarily mean that we're thriving, as was very well put previously. And this is the other part of the question, if I understand it rightly and correctly, based on the issues we're discussing. We had been having issues, we still have issues that make it difficult for market to operate in a transparent and competitive manner. The issues of non-performing loans, of unpaid debt of consumers has been addressed. This can be regulated through an amendment of the code. How this can be handled, because it has become evident that this cost is shouldered by the end consumers, the off-takers first, and the well-behaving consumers at last. We have already talked about the power theft issue or the issue of the final settlement of accounts. This is a decisive issue that is of concern in the sector, and actions should be taken that can bring about changes in the retail market. And we can come back to that concerning the actions of the system operator. It has been an open stance using smart meters, and then there is the huge issue of its basic responsibility, that is the power loss management. This is a sole responsibility of the operator, and the suppliers are bear the burden of this risk. And then another topic is the ELICO deficit, the special account on the public utility charges. Several millions will be funneled there to support the industry. This is a positive measure, but needs to happen. Needs to be well thought, based on planning. Nevertheless, together with the deficit, last year's deficit and the money that has been paid, necessary action should be taken to resolve this matter. It is said that through the interconnection with Crete, this issue can be resolved. We should not leave it for 5 years' time in order to resolve it. It is money that the operator owes to suppliers and needs to be paid back. Then there is a series of minor issues, but for the time being, we can just leave it there, and then we can look at further points of discussion, pain points. Power theft, ELICO deficit, and other issues have been addressed last year and the years before, of course, and it's high time we moved forward. And the update each year is to the worse. Concerning what you said about the public utility charges, 500 million of debt to suppliers, and the suppliers do not know when they will get the money back. Mr. Trefisa, well, thank you for the invitation. I would rather agree with the previous speakers in terms of the strength of the system. We're doing better there. The levels are better compared to the previous crisis. All the more in the electricity market, where there is a progressive market. In natural gas as well, we have access to futures. And through that, consumers have access to fixed and stable products, and therefore are not affected by price fluctuations. Two key points in my understanding are, first of all, liquidity and the 3-year debt and the public utility charges, and then energy switching, that is energy supplier shopping, so to speak, which creates additional burden for consumers. We look forward to seeing an improvement there. Now, as far as the operator's standpoint is concerned, I would add the medium-term resolution of power theft issues to bring it to the EU average, close to the EU average, and in the short run, I would add the need for solutions in the problems of consumers faced with special issues. I read on Energypress yesterday that HEDNO has committed themselves to installing smart meters in supply lines where they have difficult access. These are consumers where actually metering is not possible. These put additional burden to the market overall. I would like to reprioritize this issue. There are consumers where power consumption has not been calculated for years, and they have to be prioritized. And then there is a number of electricity supplies, electricity lines, where there are industrial and commercial uses where fraud is being done. They use some loopholes in the system to benefit from it. And this would be a request towards the natural gas operator as well, who have a plan concerning the installation of smart meters. The rollout of smart meters could be used to tackle a series of practical problems in the retail market for you suppliers as well, right? We believe it would be more efficient, even compared to the plan of 1 million smart meters being installed. I think prioritizing this issue would be more beneficial. Thank you very much. Ms. Iacovidou, the regulatory authority has a decision in the pipeline to about the tariffs and the color-coded tariffs. Are there going to be any changes compared to the text put up for consultation? And are there any changes expected in the fixed tariffs? This decision indeed is up for legal scrutiny and is going to be finalized. This is a regulatory authority decision, an umbrella decision, updating and actualizing and encoding all regulatory authority decisions on the tariffs in a unified and single document. Such an upgrade, such an update was necessary because the current supply code dating back to 2013 has not been updated to reflect the reality of the market. It does not include the difference between fixed, dynamic and flexible tariffs. This decision updates all supply contracts, all products available, and encompasses other regulations such as the establishment of the color coding, provisions on the on contract amendments, on the commercial name of such products, on advertisement, the provision of additional information about the bundled products, and in addition, the standards on the consumption bill are updated. As far as public consultation is concerned, there are no major changes in essence. There is a change in the color of flexible tariffs, not red, but rather light blue in the new amendment. We took all comments during the public consultation into consideration. The red color was not to the liking of consumers. In our understanding, it was just yet another color, but for consumers, it was something more than that. We wouldn't want to cause a problem to the market. This is why what we always say is that you need to take part in the public consultations of the regulatory authority. This is the very reason of the public consultation, taking your input into consideration. As far as flexible tariffs are concerned, this is a matter of discussion at the working group level of the European Commission and the ACER. We already expect the European Commission to provide guidance in terms of the flexibility component. We have put together a decision until we receive feedback from the European Commission and input from them. Flexible tariffs are fixed tariffs whose price is not tied to the wholesale market. They do have a fixed component, price component, but within that there is a flexible component that the consumer is aware of when signing the contract. Should we expect radical changes in the flexible tariff category based on the findings of the Commission working group? The retail market, based on my experience in this office, shows that especially in the product market, things are perhaps a little bit complex. It will be put up for consultation. If the European Commission provides different guidance, to be honest, I don't know what this guiding principle will be. There is much discussion about the flexibility component, but we're not aware of any document being communicated, published, or a working paper being made public for us to understand what this flexibility component is all about. In the regulatory authority discussions, there are aspects that are being discussed by suppliers, for example, balancing. Other suppliers say such issues are wholesale related issues, are already taken into consideration in the fixed tariff supply energy, should already been hedged, or such costs should already have been evaluated and considered. For such costs to be passed on to the retail market in Greece, substantial changes in the regulatory framework should occur. We're expecting the European Commission guidelines. For the time being, we're looking at the retail, peak of peak, and other components. Mr. Zouvias. In the plan, the European Commission proposes measures to bring down the costs for the end consumers, either through tax cuts or through taking off the burden from third parties. Would that be an option for the Greek market? And then the Ministry of Environment plans on introducing the bill on financing and the cost-saving measures through the bills. Does this new finance tool create opportunities for the sector? What are the risks linked to on-bill financing? Thank you for the question, Kostas. A first comment starting with the on-bill financing. And since the draft law, the NECP draft law, has been put up for consultation. We've witnessed that last year as well. We suppliers are interested in broadening our business. We would like to wait and see how this will be transposed into national law. I'm talking about the national climate plans and how our involvement will be regulated. I have seen the on-bill financing provision. I cannot imagine how this will work in practice if the energy supply switching issue is not resolved in advance. How should we as suppliers agree on additional provisions to sell additional products to end consumers? The amount which will be collected through the bills if the energy supplier switching and shopping issue has not been resolved. We are currently struggling with collecting the bill money on the conventional supply of energy. It is a wait-and-see situation for us. Now, in terms of the balance between the suggestion of the European Commission and the need for cuts in the bills, since we're in Greece, I'd say that there is no such a balance. Let me name a recent example. Last November, the draft bill for the functioning of the Greek television and radio has been passed. During the consultation, we as suppliers have taken a stance, saying this is the end of the state-owned television, and a charge that has nothing to do with energy supply should be taken off the electricity bills. The duty and the tax on the television system. The regulatory authority has not listened to our suggestions, are the ones suggested by the European Commission as well. Based on the previous regime, the television duty was in the bills, and the current was actually a matter of debate in the bills, and the new decision establishes them, we are obligated to collect the duty for television. We have a monthly and an annual reporting obligation, as well as a public accountant reporting obligation for this special television duty. This is yet another illustrative example of the red tape and the dissonance between the European Commission, between our proposal suggestions and what the Greek state does. And this is a segmentation of decision making and a fragmentation in terms of the understanding of electricity bills. When you have cost centers being added to the bills, without taking other measures, without taking other cost centers out of that, or have other measures being introduced to reach a balance and make electricity bills cheaper for consumers, how would the state expect for that to play out? What is the expectations in reality as to the collectibility of duties through the bills, since we're struggling on a day-to-day basis? To summarize, I think there is no problem of balance. Rather, there is no mindset from the from the side of the state to approach this issue, because they see electricity bills as another indirect tax mechanism.
We see this used as a tax policy. Has it been a way to tackle those unpaid bills and the collection? This discount for consistent consumers. Well, this discount does give an incentive to consumers to pay on time, but for those who systematically choose not to pay their bills and just get 2 or 3 bills and then switch providers, this discount hasn't had an effect in that behavior, and it was expected. But as we've seen in the past, a lot of those unpaid bills come from 2022, and of course, if we see an increase of prices and the prices stay high for a long time, that is expected to have an effect on the amounts due, the unpaid dues to providers, to suppliers. So the major concern here is the duration of the crisis. Yes, the duration, and then when the conflict ends, the degree to which the prices recover and return to previous levels. And secondly, let's not forget that the war in Ukraine is still not over. We continue with life as usual, same as in previous months, but the situation goes on. Whereas in the past, when it started, we were talking about when the war is going to end so that the markets would return to previous state. So these are stages that affect prices. Ms. Divisa, are the components in the provider's costs, the supplier's costs, aside from the day-ahead market price, that affect the charges on the tariffs and could affect the final consumer cost if there was a way to have an impact on them? And what is the most important component out of those for you? And how could you actually prioritize a rationalization of those components? Main additional costs are those other surcharges, additional surcharges, aside from the amount, which is an important one, a significant one. They are fluctuating a lot. Another issue with those additional surcharges is that when we design fixed products, we don't have a market for hedging those, so the supplier's risk is a significant one. This have to be passed on somehow, or in some cases it is impossible for a supplier to offer a fixed price. Other costs that are affecting the price, the final price, are the losses, the electricity theft, for example, that could theoretically be cut down in half if we look at other markets. And the energy switching cost, the supplier switching cost, which again passes on to those consumers that are paying on time. Thank you all. Thank you for your participation. The takeaway for me is the fact that the market has matured significantly, and the consumers as well, since 2022, but there are still vulnerabilities and pain points that are actually going on and on. Thank you very much. So we are a little bit behind time, so we are skipping our break and continue with the next session. We're talking about natural gas in the context of energy transition, and we have with us Michalis Mastorakis to moderate the panel.
Συνεχίζουμε με το επόμενο πάνελ.
Moving on with our next panel. The pivotal role of natural gas in the context of energy transition, infrastructure, and the need to meet end consumer demands. With us is Mr. Claudio Gibaudo, Head of Asset Technology, Innovation and Metering Division from ENAON EEDA, Mr. Alexandros Lagakos, General Director for Eastern Europe, MOGAS, and Mr. Dimitris Sarandopoulos, Natural Gas Trading Director from Iran. Thank you all. As an introductory comment, let me say that it is true, as we see from the title of the panel, the natural gas is part of the energy transition. If you remember, that was up for debate in the past, but now the answer is a resounding yes. And I think at the same time, questions are rolled to the part of infrastructure, with Europe on the one side not having enough capital to further develop infrastructure, but at the same time, the share of the natural gas is still an important component of the energy mix, and therefore the cost increases. Therefore, what we're looking for is a balance between infrastructure and meeting the needs of the end consumer, the demand, and always keeping in mind that we need access to affordable gas, both from sources and in terms of routes, as we see with the vertical corridor. But let's start with you, Mr. Gibaudo.
And its gas distribution networks play in Greece's energy transition. And how do you see the role of distribution networks evolving in the new energy landscape? Please.
Okay, thank you. Kalimera Sasa, thank you for the invitation. There were many interesting discussions this morning, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. I will try to explain our strategy for the energy transition and give some concrete examples of what we are doing. First of all, we are managing just one number, more than 9,000 kilometers of gas distribution network. And our strategy is based on what we call the energy trilemma, which means that we must balance always the environmental sustainability, energy security and safety, and economic equity and affordability for all our final customers. Based on this trilemma, our strategy is to try to build a bridge between the actual fossil fuel towards green gas, the green gas of tomorrow. We know that already natural gas reduces carbon dioxide emission compared to the fossil fuels, but however, we must look beyond. And regarding biomethane, our network is already ready to distribute biomethane. This is why the quality of the technical specification, the quality technical specification is the same of the gas natural, so then the network is fully available. We are working also to have hydrogen, better blend hydrogen, gas natural in our network, and we already finished a complete assessment of our network, 9,000 kilometers, and we understood that there are no big obstacles to put in percentage between 5 and 10% of hydrogen in our network. But the most important thing we are working on in this moment regarding the bridge is to have a more and more digital network, because from our point of view, it's easier and also safer in order to connect local biomethane plant and in the future hydrogen plants with a smart network. In order to manage multiple points. In this way, we can also think not to have only gas flowing from the transportation network to the distribution network, but in the future to increase the point of injection and also have a reverse flow in order to have flow in the opposite direction. So this is the way, in this moment, we are working to promote the renewable gases.
Thank you very much for your answer. Κύριε Λαγάκο, ο λόγος σας, έχετε μια παρουσίαση.
Mr. Lagakos, I think you have a presentation. The floor is yours. Good morning, and thank you for the invitation. I have a couple of slides I want to share with you just to introduce the MOLGAS group to you, something that I feel is necessary for two main reasons. First of all, I understand that the name MOLGAS is not quite as recognizable in Greece, not as known, maybe because we known as Blueprint, but in any case, this our object, the smalls and the LNG, is not as known in our part of the world. So I want to show you what we are doing as a group and explain why our presence in this panel is very relevant, because we are based on smaller scale infrastructure, as our title says, small scale LNG, but we are also based on third-party infrastructure and the infrastructure that we create for our customers. And I think the best introduction is to show you a video that shows what we do as a group.
Energy moves it forward. At MOLGAS, we deliver cleaner energy solutions like LNG and bio-LNG for industry, mobility, and marine. Our commitment is simple, yet profound: cleaner fuels for a better world. We lead the transition through operational excellence and uncompromising safety. As specialists, we deliver end-to-end solutions, from supply and logistics to infrastructure, bringing energy where it is needed. With a consolidated network across Europe, with over 30 years of experience and presence in more than 16 countries, we serve over 5,500 customers.
Decarbonizing transport is no longer optional. It is a priority.
Through our mobility unit, we supply LNG and bio-LNG to heavy-duty vehicles across our network of service stations, reducing costs and significantly lowering emissions. In the industrial sector, efficiency defines competitiveness. We provide LNG solutions for industrial users and energy-intensive processes, delivering energy directly on-site through virtual pipelines, even where no gas grid is available. In the marine sector, transformation is accelerating. Through the integration of Titan Clean Fuels, Molgas expands its global reach, delivering LNG bunkering solutions through ship-to-ship, truck-to-ship, and terminal-to-ship operations, ensuring safe and efficient marine logistics.
Sustainability guides our path. Safety defines everything we do. At Molgas, our commitment remains constant. Driven by excellence, moving energy forward, cleaner fuels, better world.
So, to clarify, our group is active in this last part of the LNG supply chain, serving mainly three categories of customers. The first one are industries that are outside the pipe network. They don't have access to an LNG network. So through our virtual pipeline services, we provide the infrastructure for them to get the gas and start using natural gas instead of oil. The second axis are the fuel stations, where we supply heavy vehicles that are using LNG and bio-LNG, and shipping. We have 8 ships in order to deliver LNG as a shipping fuel all over Europe. So we use more than 22 terminals throughout Europe, and Revithousa being one of them. And you see some of the details for our customers, a lot of facilities and customers all over Europe, and some statistics for the group. Keep 2 of those numbers on an annual basis, even though this figure is not as big for companies that are on a large scale in LNG. For our market, it's an important 12 terawatt hours per year, 12 large energy carriers per year, which makes us the largest downstream LNG supplier in Europe right now, active in more than 17 countries. And the second figure I want you to keep in mind is that on any day of the year, more than 60 cargoes of LNG end up at our tankers to be delivered to the end consumer. And as I mentioned at the beginning, you see that in 2022, the Blue Grid Greek company became part of the Molgas group. So we are now part of that bigger group. And this last slide with the applications of the LNG in Greece, mainly we're addressing industries that need energy, or individual consumers that need cooling, such as data centers. We have countries that are cities that have LNG facilities, or tractors, fuel stations that need LNG supply. The shipping applications and biomethane applications are also underway. These are some pictures of some national firsts. The first vehicle supply station for LNG in Greece. The first industry that started to use LNG for its needs is Kollios. The first delivery of Greek energy in the Balkans at the NAUF factory, and the first bunker loading at Revithousa. at our own vehicle. That was an introduction. Thank you. Now, Mr. Saradopoulos, you have the floor, and please stick to your time, 5 minutes for your first comments. First of all, I also want to thank the Energypress, Theodoros Panagoulis, and the entire team for this excellent, for holding this 7th forum, an exceptional forum. And I'm very happy to hear all those great presentations from our speakers that have a deep understanding of the energy sector. Now, every couple of years, it seems that we are faced with an energy crisis, and now we're going to look at this current crisis from a different point of view. You can listen to a different perspective, maybe, because we're talking about a new architecture in Europe following the attack in Ukraine. Now, LNG is going to be cornerstone for the energy strategy of Europe. Greece recently, we've all seen the effort to turn it into an energy hub, also, well, at least a part of this new architecture. We've seen a bit taken last November. Therefore, I'd like to talk about how we can combine and make this vertical corridor more efficient in this new architecture with LNG, American LNG, but also taking into account long-term storage and the value that it brings to the equation as a complement to the vertical corridor. Over the last month, we are experiencing yet another energy crisis. After the attack in Russia, we see prices skyrocketing, natural gas prices and oil gases, and hopefully the war will not continue, because there is a particularity about it, that it affects energy markets in two ways. The supply of natural gas aside from the oil price, and this is very dangerous, both risky, both for prices and for security of supply. It's one thing to have high prices in natural gas or high prices for oil, and a different thing to not have oil or natural gas. Therefore, in this new architecture, European architecture, we started with a war in Ukraine, and out of those 400 billion that Europe needs, BCM, half of that was coming from Russia. That is to end by 2028, according to the European Union. So we need to find about 150 to 200 BCM. American suppliers and other suppliers are going to bridge to fill this gap that will not come from Russia. Also, recently we have the problems with the conflict in the Gulf area. 22% of global LNG trade goes through the Hormuz Straits, as you know, and you know that this has consequences. For example, you heard that there have been damage to Qatar gas facilities, one of the largest suppliers of natural gas. So that creates another degree of uncertainty for the supply of natural gas. And another thing is the development of the vertical corridor, something that we, of course, welcome. We are the second largest supply of natural gas, 15 terawatt hours, 1.5 BCM of natural gas. And of course, we want Greece to be a gate, an entry gate for natural gas into Europe, since we want to reduce the price of natural gas. So there's a lot that remains to be done. We need to have better conditions with a vertical corridor, long-term products, and other things. The vertical corridor is essentially a route that could help with energy security. But on the other hand, it's not a cure-all. There are other routes that could bring natural gas to Europe or in Ukraine, which has suffered from damage at its infrastructure. So we need to combine this corridor with infrastructure, long-term storage facilities that we don't have. Otherwise, the corridor will not be sustainable and competitive against other routes that might lead to Ukraine. Over the last year, we've seen 7 LNG cargoes going into Ukraine. Some came from the vertical corridor, but most from the northern routes. So we need to do something. Greece needs to do something. Important steps have been taken to turn us into an entry gate, but we need to combine that with long-term storage. And we only talk about storage when there is a problem. When we have a problem, European Union, the different countries are talking about the value of storage, same as they did in 2022. We don't have storage facilities in Greece. We rely on facilities in other countries. But this critical infrastructure is very important to energy security or to price stability. Therefore, it is something that is necessary. Already since 2017, as the Terna Group, along with other companies, tried to develop underground natural gas storage, and this is why we bring it up to public discussion again. So what do other countries do? We know that 27% of the annual demand for Germany is kept in underground storages, 24% for Italy, 35% for the Netherlands, 30% for France. Austria has storage facilities that can actually hold 100% of its needs in natural gas, and Greece at the bottom with 0. And why is this risky or dangerous? Because if we have a crisis that is no longer a crisis, and it's something that affects security of supply, and we have actual shortage, then we will be faced with a problem. And this is a map of all the countries that have storage facilities sites. All countries have many underground storage sites in Europe. The benefits are many. We have an exhausted reserve site in Kavala that could be used for underground facilities, and that needs to be taken into account. We need to do what the other countries are doing in Europe. Thank you very much.
What are Renault's main priorities when it comes to reducing emissions and supporting more sustainable energy solutions in the coming years?
Yes, also here, I mentioned it at the beginning that the energy trilemma is our strategy, and the first pillar of the energy trilemma is the environmental sustainability. Here, smart networks are not enough, and we need to introduce the best technologies in order to reduce our emission. We are talking about fugitive emission, for example, very, very small leaks through pipe fittings or in the pressure gas station. And our strategic plan here are set important target. We want to reduce by 34% by 2028 our direct carbon footprint, and by 42% by 2030 to reach by 2050 the net zero. And in this moment we are very close to the target is here that we set for 2028. Also, we track and certify all these emissions, considering that we joined in 2023 the OGMP, which is a very important framework for all the operators in the gas sector, and it requires to certify all the data and also to implement direct measurement. Here we are using different technologies, for example Picarro, but not only Picarro. Picarro is up to 1,000 more sensitive than other technologies, and it helps to find faster and repair faster, also because it's correlated to a data-driven approach, so we can have all the data regarding the leakages, where they are, and using also GIS platform. Not only Picarro, we are also working with some local partners in order to introduce drones technology, and also here we are leveraging the technology in order to achieve the target that we set.
Thank you very much. Κύριε Λαγάκο, αναφερθήκατε στο...
Mr. Lagakos, you talked about using bio-LNG as one of the sectors that you are working on. In terms of infrastructure, in order to make this into practice, do you believe that you need to develop further infrastructure, steps you need to take, both in Greece and in general in the area, since markets are not so much separated based on national borders anymore, cross-trading? Thank you for the question. The main piece of infrastructure that unlocked this ability was a second use of the LNG that arrives in our country, and I'm talking about the infrastructure that allows LNG as liquefied gas to be truck-loaded. This unlocked the market for these applications that I mentioned before. That was the start. But what we need to do now in order to go into the bio-LNG phase in Greece, because just to give you an example, every month in the other countries when we are active, we're selling more and more bio-LNG. So in order for that to happen in Greece as well, I would say that we have more issues with the software than the hardware. The hardware are for the ministerial decisions to be taken in order to finalize the industrial frame. So we need to know exactly what's going to be the aid, the support for those investing in the sector. If that happens, then we will have FIDs and therefore investments in this. And then we need the investment in the facility in Revithousa for virtual liquefaction. That will allow ships and vehicles to use this fuel. And why would they do that? Because it is a cheaper option and a greener option. TTF today for this month is approximately 52 euro, where gas is at 25 ex-refinery. Mazout, if you also consider the environmental fines, is close to 70 per megawatt hour. Or a tractor moving using LNG saves approximately 40% even at the period of a crisis. And in shipping, the cost of not doing something in order to be in line with the environmental restrictions is approximately 120 euro per megawatt hour. So the number speaks for themselves. Mr. Saradopoulos, a quick question. You talked about the vertical corridor, and there was a new agreement announced. But what do we need to do more in order to actually use the corridor commercially for Ukraine and for the other countries that will seek to replace Russian gas? First of all, the vertical corridor is a strategic piece of infrastructure for our country and for Eastern Europe, of course. We need to do some improvements, because we obviously need to do that since the auctions in that corridor are not successful. Second is we need to change the duration of those products. We need to talk about longer duration products in order to plan better. Traders, suppliers can be able to have visibility, cost visibility on an annual basis, because the point is to bring cheap gas, and American LNG is cheap, and we combine that with storage sites and with capacity products for the vertical corridor. We will be able that have a visibility of a year. It will be possible to have better planning. No company, either electricity producer or large gas supplier, cannot program on a month-by-month basis. It happens on an annual basis. So this could be something that will help us to actually increase the usage of the corridor, because we need it to be sustainable and cost-effective. So to conclude, we've talked about the LNG market and the distribution network, and the critical point is natural gas is a sustainable alternative, but infrastructure is important to make that product sustainable for end consumers as well. And especially with the distribution network, digitization and alignment with environmental restrictions is critical. And you're going to be taking steps in that direction, all of you. Thank you very much.
Ωραία, να προχωρήσουμε στο επόμενο πάνελ.
Excellent. Let's move on with our next panel about the Recovery and Resilience and the Development Fund and the priorities of European funding resources in the energy sector. Our panelists. Mr. Vasilis Nikitas, the Economic Analyst from Directorate General for Economic and Financial Affairs, Ms. Nektaria Karakatsani, Advisor to the Hellenic Parliament on Energy Economics, Regulation and Strategy, and Ms. Antonis Papavasiliou, Associate Professor, School of Electrical and Computer Engineering at the National Technical University of Athens. Hello. In our panel, what we want to discuss, the time that we have, is the importance of the Recovery Fund, the RRF, where we are now close to its end. And if we were to look at the entire RRF program, we would find truly landmark investments. This is important in terms of the financial resources to consider what the next day is going to be, and also in line of the additional measures that were announced to see what the next steps are going to be in order to start including green transition technologies in our day-to-day use, but also look how this transition discussion relates to energy cost and how or why or how or if we need to redesign our tools considering that parameter. But let's start with you, Mr. Nikitas. My question is, the Greek RRF is at its final stretch, and an important part of funding in Greece has gone to support the lowering of greenhouse emissions. And can you tell us how this whole effort went? Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. I think your introduction was excellent. I will try to be brief, but I want to talk a little bit about this important tool that, as you all know, started as the main response of the European Union for the restart of the economy following the pandemic. And as you say, we are at the final stretch. We started in 2021 with an horizon to 2026. Till the September of 2026, all member states like Greece need to submit their final request for funding. A few numbers that are important for the EU. We're talking about total of the RRF is 577 billion. 360 of those are for subsidies. I will also talk about Greece in a while, but I also wanted to mention two innovative elements that this tool had, this facility had, that are important to note, because it's possible that in the next round of discussions for the next such scheme, we believe these are going to be part of the discussion. One of them is that at least 37% of the funds that has to go to green measures. So the EU is actively supporting the member states in their efforts to move away from fossil fuels. Second, the marriage of reforms and investments. As you know, with the NSRF was mainly focused on investments, but the RRF has turned those challenges to propose the reforms and turn them into landmarks. So we have reforms and landmarks together, and investments together. Two things about the footprint of the RRF on the EU. 1/3 of the income from renewable energy sources in 21 to 24, approximately 61 gigawatts, is supported by the RRF. 61 gigawatt. This will allow an important reduction in natural gas equal to approximately 16% of import of Russian gas as of 2021. Again, just to show you the footprint. Now, for the Greek scheme, the total budget is approximately 36 billion euro. That makes the Greek plan the largest per capita. Out of this 36 billion, approximately half, 18.2, are subsidies. The rest are loans. So, the impact of the RRF, starting with renewables through the support of the special account, we have approximately 5 gigawatt supported. With storage, there was a discussion yesterday on the topic, and we are very happy of the fact that the RRF is the facility that had supported the first large-scale development of storage in Greece, CCS in Greece, and the goal is 700 megawatts to be completed within 2026. Also, RRF supports the hydropower storage in Amphilochia, which will be finished within the next 2 years. Energy efficiency, the main tool, Exekonomo program, where we see renovations, the goal being approximately 100,000 houses. That is translated to more than 10 million square meters of housing areas, approximately 1/3 of the residential area in Greece, so in Athens. So a huge number. And we expect that the applications for the Exekonomo program will be approximately 400 megawatt hours per year. And a couple of words about reforms. Another important aspect. Already, we've seen a lot of recovery. We've seen the streamlining of the permitting procedure that reduced time. We understand that the implementation or the application might be problematic to an extent, but I think everyone agrees that there's been a lot of reduction in the time needed for licensing and permitting. We have 3 legal frameworks adopted for hydrogen, biomethane, and carbon capture. And also, over the next months, we expect developments in terms of offshore wind power. And let me also note, an advantage, at least when it comes to reforms, is the time frame posed by the RRF, which is generally quite strict. And we know that the regulatory framework may not be perfect, but the RRF, I think, by setting this very strict time frame, sets you off with a good start. All those regulatory frameworks can be improved, updated. Some gaps may be discovered along the way, but I think that by placing the reform in this timeline, this kind of pressure, I think, is helpful and was used by the Greek state and the Ministry of the Environment. And for the final stretch, Greece has received 23.45 billion, approximately 65% of the total budget. If we have the 7th application that Greece is going to send in April, Greece will have received close to 70% of its allotted budget. But we're still missing approximately half of the landmarks. Therefore, the next months are going to be very important, not only for the ministries and the agencies, for private companies as well, because a lot of private companies need to complete significant investments. That's it for the time being. That was a very complete presentation. Now, the next day, Ms. Karakatsani, what is the next day after the RRF?
Thank you so much. I would say that we are now close to the 4th year of the RRF payments. It was April 2022 that we started getting funding from the RRF. And of course, we had a lot of changes, a lot of reforms in the scheme of payments. I believe that this is an important instrument. It has helped a lot, both in the energy and the competitiveness sector. And of course, in the case of nowadays geopolitical conflicts, it is very important that when we have this backup, we have succeeded already 7 out of the 10 milestones, and we still have 32 important interventions. All the bodies are committed to reach the milestones on time. According to recent computations, the RRF has provided 80% of direct foreign investments in Greece in the last 7 years. So this is an unprecedented dynamics for development and cohesion. So in 2022, I was asked to present in Moody's, before Moody's, some things about Greece, and they said that our actions were very well planned. Of course, they didn't know whether, and they asked me whether we would be able to absorb these monies, because this is a risk with every country. But we won this bet because we are ranking now 3rd or 4th in absorption of funds from RRF. If we merge all the European funds, we are in the 1st position in Europe. This means that the energy mix has been upgraded, and also the understanding of public administration has changed, and the mindset of the state has changed, because it's a very strict process with very strict milestones, and this way of work that we have learned is going to help us in the next day. 36% of loans have been given to companies in the energy sector, and this is going to be very important after the end of the RRF, especially energy, electricity, natural gas. They have received 1.4 billions. Thus, we won't see any asymmetrical increase of charges, so nothing was accidental. The fund has been very smoothly deployed in order to enhance the green transition companies and help assist the social impact. And also it creates the circumstances for a more friendly environment for investments. So this is something that we have learned, and we will keep on working based on the knowledge that we have. Thank you so much. Mr. Papavasiliou, based on the aforementioned outcomes, considering also the energy market, because we very well know that it is the players of the market that are the protagonists in these fundings. What about efficiency in achieving the goals set? Could you give us your view or your comment?
Καλησπέρα. Με ακούτε καλά?
Thank you, Mr. Mastorakis, for the invitation and congratulations for the organization of this event. I'm here for a presentation to present the interaction with the technical committee of the EU. This is our research team here, and this is the industry engagement. As you see, we cooperate with various institutions in the European Union. So I would say that what we bring to the conversation today is our contacts with other partners in the EU. This is important for planning the electricity market and its future. We have close cooperation with ACE in designing the electricity market, also JRC from the Commission as regards the long-term design of tenders for renewables and the analysis of competitiveness of the European electricity market. I believe the second thing is closely connected to the discussion here in the panel. Also, DG Energy is important for the change of the GFIN algorithms for clearing, for market clearance, which can influence accuracy and fees. I am not going to speak about the IRF, but I can speak about the synergies on technical issues. Most of you already know what I'm going to speak about, but I'm going to focus on several things. What is important is to see how the European exchange corrects the billings. There are many factors. One is focusing on local pricing. So we want to see which are the local alerts for planning the overall price. If a natural gas station alone in Germany, for example, sets the ceiling for the whole country, this is wrong. We need to further distribution so as to be more reflective of the reality. Also, Acer contributes to the computations, and this is the outcome of the pressures put so as to have a group of experts to assess whether the networks were efficiently used in the summer of 2024, when we had a breakdown of charges due to the operations in the Central Europe, Hungary, for example, and then we would have higher prices and different usage of networks. So Acer said that we could have 580 million euros more if 70% of the network would be given to the market according to the law, and we would have avoided the extreme prices in the Central and Eastern Europe. And bad management of network showed us that now we're paying 4.3 million in relocation clauses. So probably we all understand that we are doing a wrong management with networks and grids. Another important thing that the Commission commented would be the planning of the design. When we have to deal with design, we consulted Acer in November 2025 to see how prices go up during a crisis and whether this could be explained by perfectly competitive markets or not. Also considering East European markets, we have to see which is the formula to follow. Last comment regarding the trends to the future is the letter by Ursula von der Leyen in March 16th this year, last March. There is a very important declaration there saying that we agree that marginal pricing in a market system gives benefits clearly, and the changes are necessary to follow this new design. Furthermore, we have some short-term measures, CCAF, for example, ceilings in offers of natural gas, better relation in between kinds, electricity, and some middle-term measures is renewables integrating in such a way so as to constrain the fees, etc. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Papavasiliou, for this very concise presentation. So we have painted actually the picture of the area, and I would say that now we can speak about the challenges. In your opinion, which are the challenges and how shall we get out of them? Thank you. We have three main challenges. I believe that yesterday you mentioned many things about the first challenge. This is electrification, where Greece, in relation to the EU, has fossil fuels up to 50%, while in the EU the average is 30. So in Greece, 2/3 of the year of the time unit, the main pricer is fossil fuel, while in the European Union the average is half the time. So this is a major challenge for Europe. For sure, storage and good usage of storage during the peak hours mainly could realistically contribute to the lowering of prices. So this will be our first challenge. The second challenge would be storage of energy, which is a connected matter. It has started being introduced, but we see Romania or other countries that have developed a lot, and Greece has to follow this development curve. And the last, third challenge are the smart meters. As we see in the invoices, we'll have margin for dynamic tariffs. We believe that this is a challenge because we have to reach out to the households and educate the consumers so that they can understand how to adjust their consumption based on such pricing profiles. Mrs. Karakatsani, the new European strategy for clean investments, what does it mean in practice? As we saw in yesterday's measures, this might be a tool to lower cost. Of course, the industry has to follow. But what does it mean? Is how the practice reflects the strategy. As regards financing, we are reaching a record point. Public investments program this year is approximately 17 billion. We have in progress many works in progress. Also, we have the delignitization fund and the development fund, which give 18 more millions. So a smooth development, a smooth continuation seems to be supported. This is important because, as I said before, the fund has a very strong social dimension. We have 425 electrical buses in Athens and Thessaloniki. We have smart meters. We have 52 urban reforms. We have green neighborhoods. We have a technical program for reforestation, so important in the climate crisis go through. So many more things than just financial support, which is given to the major companies. And sometimes this is a criticism against the funding. However, the environmental footprint shows that this coherent plan will continue in the future. Also, both public administration and the enterprise, the business world, have changed their mindset and have learned how to use EU instruments. This is important. Some weeks ago, we heard the announcement of the new strategy for green investments. So within the next 3 months, for the first time, a new fund will convene along with the Strategic Investments Council. The European Investment Bank plays a strategic role there because it will provide a lot of funding for the next 3 years. Greece has very good cooperations from the EIB throughout the green transition period. So we see that grids and networks are heavily supported. This is well understood with the growth of curtailments. So this is the demands in networks are huge to become sustainable, and we cannot have any asymmetrical charges. So we have the operations facilities. This is an instrument, a financial instrument, can be used outside the balance sheet, and this is important. Also, the banks will be motivated to support financing of operators. Also, Solvency II has included several clauses with 4 billion of managed mainly by main investors. So this will be given to the energy networks as incentives for a seed capital, so that the state is not the premium investor. Starting from 2026, public investments are now 39%, while 61% are private investments. So the projection of the Ministry of Economy says that in 2029, we're going to have 78% of private investments. This means less state participation, better leverage, and more efficient synergies, PPPs. So a new platform is going to be launched to motivate funding and activate synergies. These are very important instruments, and we believe that in a very cohesive manner we'll see outcomes that will help both synergies and a smoothing of the energy cost, so that the consumers will have a better everyday life, because this is these are the end users which are important. Mr. Papavasiliou, what about the technical characteristics? Does the Commission try to see how to better absorb funding into the market operation? Are there any measures towards this direction? Indeed, the letter of von der Leyen shows exactly that there is a goal to lower energy cost based on energy resources which are cheaper, meaning renewables. The studies that we did for Jersey shows that the continent can absorb a lot of energy from renewables, wind and solar, and this also needs to be designed in terms of allocation in countries, considering, of course, the budgeting and scheduling, strategic scheduling of each national country to see how the networks will be optimal in operation. But curtailments is not just a matter of networks. In pan-European wise, it is important to allocate renewables properly so that they are close to consumption centers. So we don't have any more time. If there is any urgent last comment. An important thing for all, which is a new prerequisite for the European funding, cybersecurity. So the new instruments, financial instruments, say that renewables production mainly, but any energy production should include the clauses regarding cybersecurity and the relevant measures. We're going to see this more in the next 2 years, so let's start working towards this. Very quickly. In the next months, we're going to have a lot of announcements. Maybe after today's conference, we'll have announcements. This reform thing that we mentioned is an important tool for all countries, national countries, to reschedule their investments. We have a lot of investments within 5 years. We have some state contributions which need to be approved. Also, we need to conclude contracts, which also need some time. So, review might be necessary to all these contractual and documents, to all the paperwork actually, and this means that we have to consider the value of the procedure and the value of the outcome in terms of the works installed. Thank you so much. So, you mentioned a lot of numbers, but I think that it is important to say that we keep cooperations that Mr. Papavasiliou mentioned within the EU. This is important to see how every country drafts its national plan. At the same time, we understand that we need to act collectively, yet we do not know exactly what will be this scheme of collective action. We have differentiations in different countries. Problem solving is different in every strategy, national strategy. So we need to find the terms to introduce everything into the public debate. So despite any national differences, we shall consider fossil fuels and storage collectively in EU, and we shall see how the RRF gap, now that it is finishing, how it will be filled by means of other instruments. As Ms. Karagatsani said, that the trends show that the provisions the forecasts are good, the projections are good. We're here, we'll see whether this will happen in a smooth way. Thank you so much.
Ο ΔΔΕ εξυγχρονίζεται με έξυπνα δίκτυα, με αυτοματοποιημένα συστήματα, με αναβαθμισμένη εξυπηρέτηση, με σύγχρονες λειτουργίες, με ψηφιοποιημένες εργασίες, με σεβασμό για το περιβάλλον, για να έχετε καλύτερη τηλεφωνική εξυπηρέτηση, για να μπορείτε να δηλώνετε τη βλάβη σας online ή μέσω του κινητού σας. Για να εξυπηρετήσετε άμεσα και online για τα περισσότερα από τα αιτήματά σας. Για να κάνετε online αίτηση για τη σύνδεση της υποδομής φόρτισης του ηλεκτρικού οχήματός σας στο δίκτυο. Για να παίρνετε άμεσες και γρήγορες απαντήσεις μέσω ψηφιακού βοηθού. Ένα δίκτυο καινοτομίας. Ένα δίκτυο καλύτερης εξυπηρέτησης. Ένα δίκτυο ενέργειας για όλους. ΔΔΕ.
Λοιπόν, συνεχίζουμε. Παίρνω εγώ τη σειρά από τον Μιχάλη τον Μαστοράκη για να...
So, I will take the floor after Mr. Mastarakis to discuss with our highly specialized and exceptional guests on a topic that's just is being discussed recently, especially for the last 2 weeks, since we heard from the Prime Minister that it can be part of the Greek reality. The question of the feasibility or the possibility of using nuclear technology in our country's energy mix. As you know, it's a very controversial issue, something that also in the past especially, or less so recently, but it's been part of serious debate. Both the feasibility and the use of the way nuclear technology can be used. I think 2 years ago, an investor in the sector, not one of the largest ones, but an investor in the energy sector, had told me his view that the matter of nuclear technology and nuclear reactors is going to be an object of investment activity quite soon. And I had told him that, okay, you are crazy. I don't think this will ever happen in Greece. And definitely not soon. I was proven no, because right now this is a very hot topic, at least in the public debate. So I have with me people that have a very concrete view on the matter. First of all, Mr. Kostas Mathiodakis, a professor at the National Technical University and a former Secretary General for Energy. Very successful term. Mr. Dionysis Hionis is a nuclear engineer and co-founder of Athlos Energy that has in fact mobilized this issue. And also with us, he's not part of the agenda, but talking to him, I understood that he's very specialized in the area, former member of the Nuclear Energy Association, Mr. Kostas Kavadias, that you heard from him yesterday with his presentation. Now, let's give the floor to Mr. Hionis first, to give him the opportunity to present what has been, what the part that you have introduced in the public debate, the ability and the usefulness of having nuclear reactors in Greece as well. The floor is yours. Thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be able to have with me my professor from the Mechanical Engineering Department with me. I'm a nuclear engineer now working abroad, and with Stathis Vlasopoulos, also a nuclear engineer from National Technical University, a mechanical engineer. We decided to establish Athlos Energy, the first company in Greece specializing in nuclear technology. We have this crazy idea to be the company that will do the legwork for having the first nuclear reactor installed in Greece. We know it is a difficult task, hence the Greek name Athlos, this difficult feat. we heard from the Minister and the Secretary General that we need to include nuclear power in the discussion. We're not talking about having a nuclear reactor tomorrow. There are many challenges that we need to address first. But what we have accomplished over the last months is having nuclear energy as part of the discussion, something that a year and a half ago sounded crazy. We only talked about renewables, about bundle storage, about energy batteries. But now it is clear that all forms of energy have their benefits and their disadvantages, their advantages, and they should be part of the discussion. Of course, nuclear energy is a form of energy used in many countries for many decades. It's a successful energy source. A lot of countries base their energy security and stability to nuclear energy as well. Even in our region of the world, in the Balkans, we see that many countries want to turn to nuclear reaction. Turkey is doing it. Bulgaria had reactors, and others are turning towards that solution. So we as a country, do we only want to have all the negative aspects of nuclear energy in our region without benefiting from its advantages? As I said, there are challenges, but at least it is now part of the discussion. This is true. And in fact, not only, in fact, we heard so from the Prime Minister itself. But is the technology that you are talking about mature enough, those SMRs, the small modular reactors? Is this technology mature? SMRs in the Western world are now being developed. The first project being developed is in Canada. It's not in a commercial phase yet. At the same time, the nuclear industry has 440 reactors in operation right now. So you cannot claim that nuclear energy is not a mature form of energy that with which we have experience. Of course, but this has another side. It's the nuclear energy that we already knew about and we were against. It's not something new. It's the same technology, just a size difference. Yes, the SMR are of the size of 300 megawatts instead of 1,000 megawatts, as were the previous reactors. But the technology is the same as with the large nuclear reactors. Yes, but with also security systems. Mr. Mathiodakis, well, allow me to bring my cheat sheet here. That will help me be on time as well, because I have a lot to say. So there are many different forms of energy when it comes to nuclear technology. We have the fuel that goes for production of electricity and for nuclear weapons. It is tied to the radiation risks that are invisible and last for a long time. It's very complex, and this technology is possessed by just a few countries, not only the reactor, but the whole system, the uranium, the enhancement, and the whole process. So the decision for a nuclear technology is a decision that commits many generations to it. It's not something that you do now and then you get rid of it later. In Greece, is it now? No. The discussion started in 1950. In 1961, in Demokritos, we had the first nuclear reactor, which was in operation until 2004. What happened in 2004? It stopped. You can find this information on the website of Demokritos as well. It stopped for security reasons, for the Olympic Games. So what was the threat for the safety of the Olympic Games? You can find the answer if you want. So The Democritus returned the nuclear fuel to the US in 2019. Democritus is still there. And just a few months ago, they extended the shutdown of the operation for another 5 years. And I'm mentioning all these things because they relate to what we already mentioned. We need to be part of the discussion for nuclear technology, and I'm happy that we have young people involved in this. The NTUA has a nuclear technology chair for quite a few years now, many decades. But after 1975, we had the National Council of Energy with Ilias Yiftopoulos at the head, who was a professor of nuclear technology. And then we had Mr. Angelopoulos, a professor of nuclear technology. We were heading very fast for nuclear use of nuclear. It was announced that in 1995 we would have a nuclear plant. That was the history. So the question was always there on the table. In 1965, the heads of the Energy Council were changed because they were not aligned with nuclear energy, and they wanted to promote lignite. Now, nuclear technology is not just nuclear energy is not just about the technology. It's an entire ecosystem about the fuel, about the waste products, what to do with them. There are a lot of uncertainties in nuclear energy. For conventional nuclear energy, those uncertainties have to do, first of all, with costs. On the one side, we have specific examples of recent examples. In the UK, they've still not finished with the reactor. The last reactors, the Finnish one and the French one, had 10 years of delay, and the cost had doubled and tripled. And this is not by accident. It relates to the technology, to the needs for continuous audits and inspections of the work, etc., etc. SMRs. I'm not. I wasn't happy by the word, by the use of the present tense when it comes to SMRs. We still don't have SMRs in the world. The first one in Canada will be the first to be constructed, but we have the reactor in Utah that was cancelled in 2023. So the first SMR failed, and it was shut down in 2023. So this is not the Canadian one. It's not the first one. It's the second attempt following a failed one. SMRs we have in Russia and in China. And in order to build them, it took 10 years longer than the original planning. And we all know how fast China is with implementing new technologies. The cost is very high. There are predictions, estimates. We don't know exactly what the situation is for SMR, of course, but we know with conventional reactors that between 2010 and 2025, the actual cost and the weighted electricity price increased by 50% for nuclear reactors between 2010 and 2025. I have the figures that I wanted to show. Over the same time, PVs, the cost dropped by 85%. The cost of electricity generation from solar systems. Now, if I show you all the numbers, conventional reactors are more expensive than renewables, and they still are when you include storage in the mix, which makes them distributed systems. So studies by the International Energy Organization, very detailed studies, prove this. So in Greece, we have a surplus of renewables. We need storage to make them distributed. They continue to develop. We have renewables that we have still not used. We have geothermal energy. Let me say that in Turkey, neighboring Turkey, there's 2 gigawatts of geothermal energy, quite close to our borders, and we've still not done anything. Controlled renewable production. Batteries. A couple of days ago, we introduced in the system the first 16 megawatts. In Bulgaria, they've introduced 2,500 megawatts in their system. They are doing it. Our neighbors are doing it. And one last thing, and I'm reminded of another quote that, a Greek quote that says that this is not the right option for us. I mean, when we have to handle all the other problems. We are a country that has a regulatory authority, the Energy and Water Authority, that is understaffed, and it's crazy to think that we are going to make the right regulatory framework to introduce nuclear energy. But we do need to have the know-how in Greece. It's good for the young people that are working on it. We do have the know-how with other types of technologies and offer our expertise in other parts of the country. And it's when the timing is right, maybe we can bring nuclear energy in Greece as well. Thank you, Mr. Mathiodakis. I think you've raised all the important issues about security and everything. Now, let me give the floor first to Mr. Kavadias for a short comment. A short introduction. I'm a chemical engineer, and I first started dealing with nuclear energy, and I was very excited. I believe in this type of technology, but I came here to become the devil's advocate, but I think that we already have that. I'm happy that the discussion has opened on nuclear energy. I'm going to talk about the challenges in nuclear energy worldwide. First of all, the political dimension. We see what is happening in France and in Germany. The political parties are taking a position, and there's a strong debate going on. So this is the most important challenge, not the technical or security challenges. This is the political aspect of it. Already in France, with a strong nuclear industry, Macron and Le Pen were fighting about whether or not they want or they don't want nuclear energy. Germany took the decision and moved away from nuclear, but again, that might reverse their decision. It was a mistake, in my view, but they did it. Now, in Greece, public acceptance is difficult, problematic. I was reading recently articles about talking about a recent case of an accident at a cookie factory, and say where you have problems at cookie factories, you should not be looking at nuclear energy. But this is an important discussion to have. If we want to have grow the capacity, to grow our industry, it is something that needs to be put on the table. So this is the first challenge, the political challenge. Then the technical challenge. We have an electricity production system that moves, that has a lot of renewables in the mix, 50% and more over the next years. The question is, we know that nuclear energy is based on generation, but we've seen it as load following in France as well. There are some technical issues there. Maybe it's not right to go into the detail. But let's say that technical issues can be resolved. What is difficult is the financial aspect, meaning that, let's say that technically they can follow the drops with renewables, but a reactor that is not always in operation is similar to financial suicide. It's very difficult to keep up with the overhead costs if you don't operate at capacity. There are solutions to that. Perhaps not just producing electricity, but also producing other products such as pink hydrogen, steam for industrial use, desalination, what other countries are discussing. There are solutions, but there has to be a very detailed feasibility study to look at all those options and to look if there is a potential for that in Greece. I agree with the concern about costs. Already in the Western world and in scenarios that we have been examining for the European Commission, there have been forecasts for costs that are very, very high. Unfortunately, the West has not been able to produce a reactor on time and on budget in recent years. In recent experience is showing us that, it's proving that. And that is the case anywhere in the world. Only in Asia they are able to do it rightly. But with SMRs, it's true, we have not yet seen them. I'm hesitant, even if they meet the promises per unit of power, they will be more expensive than conventional in terms of their installation cost. They will be more expensive than conventional nuclear reactors that are already expensive. So that is a big challenge for the nuclear industry. The NuScale reactor, if you look at the share, it goes up and down depending on the promises and the expectations of the market. If you look at what was happening in the morning, it was at $50 and has now dropped at 10. So there's still distrust in the market. They're working on the project, they cancelled it and they're working again. It's still not mature as a technology. I'm happy that it's part of the public debate. We should be part of the effort, but we should not be the pilot or the experiment and pay the price for everything. And it is also a decision that even if we were to take it tomorrow, that yes, we want nuclear energy, it will take at least 10 to 15 years to start implementing. I don't think we have the time right now to, even if we start tomorrow, it's impossible to see anything complete before 2040. So, since we heard about the negative aspects, let's give Mr. Hionis the opportunity to answer a few things. I think the question of the cost and the management of nuclear waste are two important things that need to be considered, and also the electricity that is being generated. If you can answer that, where to start from? As your student, allow me to be the optimistic one. If we didn't have this optimism, we wouldn't have started this effort. Of course, what you mentioned are concerns that are there, are valid, and this is the case with the nuclear industry. Let me start by saying that nuclear energy is not one reactor. It's not that a few people came together and say, we have this field, let's build a nuclear reactor. We are always talking about a nuclear program. A nuclear program is something bigger, is a strategy by a nation. A company does not decide to build a nuclear reactor. A state decides to enter a nuclear era, and that has implications at the level of its relationships with neighboring countries. It has implications in how it can affect the industry. For the moment, Poland is the country that until 2050 will be the largest industrial country. Why? Because it invests right now in decarbonization and the construction of 3 large reactors, 1.3 gigawatt each, and 24 SMRs by General Electric in 16 areas. It's what they have announced. They have started with the large reactors. They've taken the licensing to construct them. I agree that they won't be on time, they won't be on budget, because these are large projects. You also said, Mr. Kavadias, if we start today, we will be ready in 2040 or 2050, I would say. But what is our country's energy strategy? Energy transition by 2050. If you want to reach that point, you can use nuclear energy starting today. All those questions, all those concerns that I also share is as if you're asking today to provide an answer for something that will come in 10 years. The reason why we completely agree with the Prime Minister's decision to create this commission, that what was announced in March 10 in Paris, is that is because institutionally speaking, this is the first step. Any country that has no experience in nuclear energy must take first in order to enter this nuclear era. They must form this committee using the experience of other countries that have started from zero and created nuclear programs. Follow this milestone approach. The Organization of Nuclear Energy will take you by the hand and tell you what are the steps that must be taken, and you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Yes, there will be challenges and problems, but there are also opportunities. Let's not forget about the opportunities, because nuclear energy is not only generation of electricity, it's desalination, it's support for data centers. There are discussions about the shipping industry. There are many applications. Let's not only look at the bad. There are options, and we need to consider them. What we tried to do a few years back is to not just wait for this to be like a godsend. We started an effort also having the concerns that we have, and we are doing our own legwork, we are doing our own analysis and studies, and we will be ready to present some detailed figures over the summer. What would a nuclear plant mean for Greece in terms of energy, in terms of jobs? This analysis, this work might show that a nuclear plant is not a viable option for Greece, but at least we would have crunched the numbers by then. We would not have been just left it to know it's bad, it's risky, it's whatever. There are problems with everything, but we need to examine them. What you say is very clear, and I understand that you have a very clear and technical view on this, in that everyone understands the extent of the issue, even those who support it and those who are against it. But some say, okay, let's be part of the discussion, and others say, even if we are part of the discussion, that doesn't mean that we will end up with something that is positive. This is how I see it, and it's a good thing that we have clarified it.
A last comment before we close, because we don't have much time. The food is waiting for us. Indeed, what Dionysus mentioned about the milestones is a very good solution. We would first need to see which would be the political discussions so that ideas mature. Second, we should see the best procedure to recommend. We could break down the plan. Poland is an example that we could learn from. Also, we should see our human resources, labor framework. We have a lot of things to think about before we start the way to success. So let's start, and we are optimistic, and we will find the best goal. Also, we could have a very detailed study for the energy system of the country to see whether a nuclear plant could fit within this plan. Mr. Mathiodakis, last comment. I'm happy because we all agree. I like technology.
Και δεν θα μπορούσε να μην μου αρέσει, γιατί είναι πραγματικά κάτι μαγευτικό, αν θέλετε, όλος αυτός ο κόσμος. Αλλά ως εκεί. Εγώ θέλω να πω δύο πράγματα. Το ένα πράγμα είναι ότι...
We spoke about strategy. The country does have a strategy, which is a formal law of the country. A SEC. We have been trying to draft this law for 5 years. So we have to abide by it. This is my opinion. We shouldn't change it. Of course, we can see whether nuclear power would be a solution, and we have seen this in the past, but when we speak about strategy can't change every 2 years. This is not the strategy, it's tactics. Second, you spoke about the PM's decision. I have some questions here because I wonder whether this decision by the Prime Minister will last for long, because 2 years ago he had a different view. Nevertheless, we'll see what the future will bring. I do not know whether we are going to commit. And finally, since we spoke about the risks, I would say that we might go after imported energy, imported technology. There are many risks in this type of reach out, while at the same time we have many other technologies which produce energy, clean energy. We have renewables, we throw them away because we don't have strategy. So let's not start experimenting with new things. Let's see which are the successful examples of the past and enhance them. So my final comment is that I believe that at the moment we should be careful about nuclear energy. Greece doesn't want nuclear energy today. I think that you were very clear in what you said. Thank you so much. That you shed light on this new type of discussion. Thank you so much.
Ο ΔΔΕ εξυγχρονίζεται με έξυπνα δίκτυα, με αυτοματοποιημένα συστήματα, με αναβαθμισμένη εξυπηρέτηση, με σύγχρονες λειτουργίες, με ψηφιοποιημένες εργασίες, με σεβασμό για το περιβάλλον. Για να έχετε καλύτερη τηλεφωνική εξυπηρέτηση. Για να μπορείτε να δηλώνετε τη βλάβη σας online ή μέσω του κινητού σας. Για να εξυπηρετήσετε άμεσα και online για τα περισσότερα από τα αιτήματά σας. Για να κάνετε online αίτηση για τη σύνδεση της υποδομής φόρτισης του ηλεκτρικού οχήματός σας στο δίκτυο. Για να παίρνετε άμεσες και γρήγορες απαντήσεις μέσω ψηφιακού βοηθού. Ένα δίκτυο καινοτομίας. Ένα δίκτυο καλύτερης εξυπηρέτησης. Ένα δίκτυο ενέργειας για όλους. ΔΔΕ.
Η Ελλάδα μετατρέπεται σε ενεργειακή πύλη, σε έναν κόμβο σταθερότητας, καινοτομίας και διασυνδεσιμότητας. Στην καρδιά αυτής της εξέλιξης βρίσκεται ο νέος σταθμός συμπίεσης του ΔΕΣΦΑ στην Κομοτηνή. Μία επένδυση ύψους 134 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ με κινητήριο δύναμη την καινοτομία ενισχύει την ανθεκτικότητα και την ευελιξία του συστήματος, εξασφαλίζοντας αδιάλειπτη ροή ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα και την ευρύτερη περιοχή. Πρόκειται για τον πρώτο σταθμό συμπίεσης αερίου στη χώρα που λειτουργεί με ηλεκτρική ενέργεια, προσφέροντας μηδενικές εκπομπές ρήπων, χαμηλό κόστος συντήρησης, κορυφαία ακρίβεια και έλεγχο στη λειτουργία. Μία καινοτομία που ανοίγει το δρόμο για ένα μέλλον πιο καθαρό, πιο βιώσιμο. Ένα έργο υψηλής τεχνικής πολυπλοκότητας και άρτιας εκτέλεσης, με την υγεία και την ασφάλεια να αποτελούν αδιαπραγμάτευτες αξίες. Ο σταθμός συμπίεσης Κομοτηνής αναδεικνύει τον ρόλο της Ελλάδας ως πυλώνα σταθερότητας και γέφυρα περιφερειακής συνεργασίας στην νοτιοανατολική και κεντρική Ανατολική Ευρώπη, καθώς επιτρέπει την αύξηση των ενεργειακών ροών και ενδυναμώνει την εξαγωγική δυνατότητα της χώρας. Σε πλήρη συνέργεια με τις κύριες ενεργειακές υποδομές της Ελλάδας, διευκολύνει τη συνεχή και ασφαλή μεταφορά ενέργειας από διαφορετικές πηγές σε όλη τη χώρα και προς την Ευρώπη. Μια κομβική ενεργειακή υποδομή για τον κάθετο διάδρομο φυσικού αερίου. Ο σταθμός συμπίεσης Κομοτηνής συμβάλλει στη βελτίωση της ευελιξίας του συστήματος, στη διαφοροποίηση των πηγών εφοδιασμού και στην ενίσχυση της ενεργειακής ασφάλειας της νοτιοανατολικής και κεντρικής Ανατολικής Ευρώπης, προωθώντας τη συνεργασία και την κοινή ανάπτυξη. Από την Ελλάδα στην Ευρώπη μεταφέρουμε ενέργεια όπου και όταν χρειάζεται, διαμορφώνοντας ένα ανθεκτικό, διασυνδεδεμένο και βιώσιμο ενεργειακό μέλλον. Η καρδιά της ενέργειας χτυπάει στην Κομοτηνή, στην Ελλάδα, στην Ευρώπη.
The world is evolving. The world is changing with energy from nature, and the need for a cleaner environment is changing rapidly and urgently. Imagine an economy, a society where organic waste from agricultural, livestock, and industrial activities is converted into clean energy, helping to reduce waste and strengthening the country's circular economy. At the same time, through the use of photovoltaic systems and energy storage units, Greece is reducing its dependence on fossil fuels and achieving energy independence. EcoElas contributes to building a better and cleaner future by applying technologies that benefit the economy and future generations. With innovative solutions, it not only protects the environment, but helps Greece lead the way in green growth and economic prosperity, making it one of the greenest regions in Europe. EcoElas, green present, clean future.
Η ενέργεια είναι στην καρδιά των πάντων. Γι' αυτό και η ΔΕΠΑ είναι σήμερα παντού. Από το φυσικό αέριο μέχρι όλη την αλυσίδα της ενέργειας. Από τα μεγάλα έργα και τις στρατηγικές υποδομές μέχρι την επιχείρηση και το σπίτι. Με εξωστρέφεια και διεθνείς συνεργασίες εγγυάται την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Συμμετέχοντας σε νέες, σύγχρονες μονάδες παραγωγής ενέργειας, διασφαλίζει την σταθερότητα του συστήματος και ενισχύει τον ανταγωνισμό με επενδύσεις στην καθαρή ενέργεια. Τα ανανεώσιμα καύσιμα και τις νέες τεχνολογίες δημιουργεί σήμερα ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον για όλους. Και επειδή στην καρδιά της βιώσιμης στρατηγικής είναι ο άνθρωπος, είμαστε δίπλα στον καταναλωτή, στους εργαζόμενούς μας και στις τοπικές κοινωνίες. Με εθνική ευθύνη, περιφερειακή ισχύ και το βλέμμα στραμμένο στο μέλλον, Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ, στην καρδιά της ενέργειας.
Ο ΔΔΕ εξυγχρονίζεται με έξυπνα δίκτυα, με αυτοματοποιημένα συστήματα, με αναβαθμισμένη εξυπηρέτηση, με σύγχρονες λειτουργίες, με ψηφιοποιημένες εργασίες, με σεβασμό για το περιβάλλον. Για να έχετε καλύτερη τηλεφωνική εξυπηρέτηση. Για να μπορείτε να δηλώνετε τη βλάβη σας online ή μέσω του κινητού σας. Για να εξυπηρετήσετε άμεσα και online για τα περισσότερα από τα αιτήματά σας. Για να κάνετε online αίτηση για τη σύνδεση της υποδομής φόρτισης του ηλεκτρικού οχήματός σας στο δίκτυο. Για να παίρνετε άμεσες και γρήγορες απαντήσεις μέσω ψηφιακού βοηθού. Ένα δίκτυο καινοτομίας. Ένα δίκτυο καλύτερης εξυπηρέτησης. Ένα δίκτυο ενέργειας για όλους. ΔΔΕ.
Η Ελλάδα μετατρέπεται σε ενεργειακή πύλη, σε έναν κόμβο σταθερότητας, καινοτομίας και διασυνδεσιμότητας. Στην καρδιά αυτής της εξέλιξης βρίσκεται ο νέος σταθμός συμπίεσης του Δέσφα στην Κομοτηνή. Μία επένδυση ύψους 134 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ με κινητήριο δύναμη την καινοτομία, ενισχύει την ανθεκτικότητα και την ευελιξία του συστήματος, εξασφαλίζοντας αδιάλειπτη ροή ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα και την ευρύτερη περιοχή. Πρόκειται για τον πρώτο σταθμό συμπίεσης αερίου στη χώρα, που λειτουργεί με ηλεκτρική ενέργεια, προσφέροντας μηδενικές εκπομπές ρήπων, χαμηλό κόστος συντήρησης, κορυφαία ακρίβεια και έλεγχο στη λειτουργία. Μία καινοτομία που ανοίγει το δρόμο για ένα μέλλον πιο καθαρό, πιο βιώσιμο. Ένα έργο υψηλής τεχνικής πολυπλοκότητας και άρτιας εκτέλεσης, με την υγεία και την ασφάλεια να αποτελούν αδιαπραγμάτευτες αξίες. Ο σταθμός συμπίεσης Κομοτηνής αναδεικνύει τον ρόλο της Ελλάδας ως πυλώνα σταθερότητας και γέφυρα περιφερειακής συνεργασίας στην νοτιοανατολική και κεντρική Ανατολική Ευρώπη, καθώς επιτρέπει την αύξηση των ενεργειακών ροών και ενδυναμώνει την εξαγωγική δυνατότητα της χώρας. Σε πλήρη συνέργεια με τις κύριες ενεργειακές υποδομές της Ελλάδας, διευκολύνει τη συνεχή και ασφαλή μεταφορά ενέργειας από διαφορετικές πηγές σε όλη τη χώρα και προς την Ευρώπη. Μια κομβική ενεργειακή υποδομή για τον κάθετο διάδρομο φυσικού αερίου. Ο σταθμός συμπίεσης Κομοτηνής συμβάλλει στη βελτίωση της ευελιξίας του συστήματος, στη διαφοροποίηση των πηγών εφοδιασμού και στην ενίσχυση της ενεργειακής ασφάλειας της νοτιοανατολικής και κεντρικής Ανατολικής Ευρώπης, προωθώντας τη συνεργασία και την κοινή ανάπτυξη. Από την Ελλάδα στην Ευρώπη μεταφέρουμε ενέργεια όπου και όταν χρειάζεται, διαμορφώνοντας ένα ανθεκτικό, διασυνδεδεμένο και βιώσιμο ενεργειακό μέλλον. Η καρδιά της ενέργειας χτυπάει στην Κομοτηνή, στην Ελλάδα, στην Ευρώπη.
The world is evolving. The world is changing with energy from nature, and the need for a cleaner environment is changing rapidly and urgently. Imagine an economy, a society where organic waste from agricultural, livestock, and industrial activities is converted into clean energy, helping to reduce waste and strengthening the country's circular economy. At the same time, through the use of photovoltaic systems and energy storage units, Greece is reducing its dependence on fossil fuels and achieving energy independence. Ekoelas contributes to building a better and cleaner future by applying technologies that benefit the economy and future generations. With innovative solutions, it not only protects the environment, but helps Greece lead the way in green growth and economic prosperity, making it one of the greenest regions in Europe. Ekoelas, green present, clean future.
Η ενέργεια είναι στην καρδιά των πάντων. Γι' αυτό και η ΔΕΠΑ είναι σήμερα παντού. Από το φυσικό αέριο μέχρι όλη την αλυσίδα της ενέργειας. Από τα μεγάλα έργα και τις στρατηγικές υποδομές μέχρι την επιχείρηση και το σπίτι. Με εξωστρέφεια και διεθνείς συνεργασίες εγγυάται την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Συμμετέχοντας σε νέες, σύγχρονες μονάδες παραγωγής ενέργειας, διασφαλίζει την σταθερότητα του συστήματος και ενισχύει τον ανταγωνισμό με επενδύσεις στην καθαρή ενέργεια. Τα ανανεώσιμα καύσιμα και τις νέες τεχνολογίες δημιουργεί σήμερα ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον για όλους. Και επειδή στην καρδιά της βιώσιμης στρατηγικής είναι ο άνθρωπος, είμαστε δίπλα στον καταναλωτή, στους εργαζόμενούς μας και στις τοπικές κοινωνίες. Με εθνική ευθύνη, περιφερειακή ισχύ και το βλέμμα στραμμένο στο μέλλον, Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ, στην καρδιά της ενέργειας.
The world is evolving. The world is changing with energy from nature, and the need for a cleaner environment is changing rapidly and urgently. Imagine an economy, a society where organic waste from agricultural, livestock, and industrial activities is converted into clean energy, helping to reduce waste and strengthening the country's circular economy. At the same time, through the use of photovoltaic systems and energy storage units, Greece is reducing its dependence on fossil fuels and achieving energy independence. Ekoelas contributes to building a better and cleaner future by applying technologies that benefit the economy and future generations. With innovative solutions, it not only protects the environment, but helps Greece lead the way in green growth and economic prosperity, making it one of the greenest regions in Europe. Ekoelas, green present, clean future.
Για να ακούγεται, να ακούσουμε ότι... Λοιπόν, αγαπητές φίλες...
Dear friends, welcome back from lunch. I trust you enjoyed the break, you enjoyed the lunch. You could grab a bite of some sweets and cakes. This is the first section of the afternoon session. We have 3 sections. The first one will start in a couple of minutes, concerning the role of green gases and hydrogen. There is news here. Our esteemed speakers will discuss that. A CCS technology and decarbonization approach in the Greek industry will follow as a panel. And the third, very hot section is associated with effects and pressing matters being currently discussed by the people of the market concerning renewables, less so concerning curtailment, and more so about the loss of revenue and the bewilderment as to what we will do with renewables and battery storage in the future. I would like to invite people outside the room to join us, to take their seats. I would like to invite Mr. Christos Papaleonidas on stage to moderate this section. Mr. Papaleonidas from WMG, consultant with long experience in the subject matter. He will be speaking with Mr. Kardomateas, Mr. Triantafylopoulos and Ms. Bayrami. Mr. Kardomateas is very knowledgeable in this area. He has been a negotiator at the institutional level. And then we have Mr. Hydrogen in Greece, that is Mr. Triantafylopoulos, and Ms. Biogas in Greece, that is Ms. Bayrami. Mr. Papaleonidas, you have the floor. Thank you for the introduction. I would like to thank the organizers for this thematic focus of this year's interest. We would be wishing to encompass the point of view of our speakers concerning the current circumstances and the role that hydrogen and other green gases can play within the current geopolitical and economic setting. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Dimitris Kardomateas, General Director of the Center for Renewable Energy Sources, Mr. Dimitris Triantafylopoulos, CEO of Hellenic Hydrogen, and Ms. Eleni Bayrami, President and CEO of ECO Hellas.
Τέλεια. Τέλεια, ναι. Θα ξεκινήσουμε το πάνελ, το οποίο...
We'll begin this discussion. Hopefully, we will we will attract your interest following the hot topic discussed before the break. And I guess there is not much we can argue about on this panel, but rather discuss the fundamental issues concerning the development of the regulatory framework and the issues of the market concerning green gases and hydrogen. I would like to invite our speakers, Ms. Bayrami first, Mr. Kardomateas then, and Mr. Triantafylopoulos, last but not least, for a brief comment. Well, thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to thank Mr. Panagoulis, who is at the core of this organization, of this conference. This is a very concurrent discussion. Everybody is looking at the Middle East and hydrocarbons. This changes the setting, broadly speaking, as well as in Greece. Green gases, I represent biogas and biomethane. Mr. Triantafylopoulos, on his part, hydrogen. We know what a pivotal role they have played at the European Union level. We see how RED III attaches importance to green gases. This scope falls within the circular economy, as we all know, and contributes to reducing CO2 emissions, and therefore it is a matter, green gases is a matter very important concerning the energy mix in Greece as well as in Europe. Mr. Kardomateas, good afternoon and thank you for having me. I'm delighted about the initiative that Energypress takes every year to monitor the green transition in essence. As far as I'm concerned, I would like to pick up on where we stand, particularly with regard to the National Energy Climate Plan, the strategic plan in Greece. The NECP provides for the production of biogas and biomethane. Biomethane until 2030 shall point to a generation of 2.4 terawatt hours, that is 0.19 BCMs, nearly 2 BCMs. If we reach that, we will have restored 20% of the distribution network linked to retail. We will have replaced the energy carrier with green gases. Where do we currently stand concerning biomethane? There are 7 biomethane plants waiting for licensing. That is 5 repurposed biogas biomethane, 1 unit that has already been completed and awaiting permitting, and then a new plant. 7 units, 7 plants waiting for the permitting process to be completed. They will cover 0.25 terawatt hours per year. And this is a starting point. And moving forward, there is room for improvement, of course. I don't know whether I have there is time to further address the delays in permitting. Licensing lasts more than a year, although the regulatory framework was passed last August, and regulations are already introduced. There is more than a year of delay, and based on the ministries, departments and agencies, they're lacking stuff. A proposal on my side from this panel would be to hand over the files, the application files, to external assessors. Since we're lacking personnel, we should use the pool of experts, highly skilled experts from the academia as well as from the business world, Greek experts that can play this role, issue an opinion to the competent bodies to facilitate the permitting process. As far as hydrogen is concerned, NECP provides for 1.2 terawatt hours until 2030. By 2030, actually. And, well, currently there is a 50 megawatt plant being built in the Corinthos refinery by Motor Oil. CRES will certify this investment project. And Ελληνικά Πετρέλαια are preparing for similar investments. There is a pilot project regarding the installation of a 10-megawatt plant at the LFCs to promote the generation of sink gas. CRES is involved here as well. There are other plants as well being being reviewed in Western Macedonia, etc. Such initiatives will help achieve the NECP objective. Allow me at this point to add that the NECP should not be judged on the basis of short-term developments. Delays might be due to the normal regulatory process, namely permitting. This does not mean that the objectives would not be achieved. By nature, it simulates a situation based on certain hypotheses so as to achieve objectives. It cannot simulate the public administration nor the court activities that can influence the investment projects nor the funding and financing schemes. The NECP has included mature technologies at the minimum cost where alternatives are available. This is where one could stand critically. We helped the NECP, well, the ministry was in charge, but CRES helped to choose the technologies that are the best, but optimal in terms of cost and efficiency among other alternatives. Although targets are ambitious, no one could argue that they are not feasible. Without taking any more time out of my fellow speakers, I would like to say that in biomethane, a permitting process should be completed, and the incentivization scheme should be completed for the investment decisions to be made in hydrogen. We have similar issues, perhaps the major one being the uptake of the energy carrier of the product by the market. And obviously, at a rate that is technically and economically feasible and possible. Where alternatives are available, the market will opt in for them. In mobility, the market has chosen e-mobility for road transport because of financial, technical, thermodynamic and safety reasons. In other applications in the industry, for example, where no alternative is present, hydrogen could step in. And all the more in sink gas, where no alternative is available, and there's no other reason to decarbonize the shipping business and shipping and the aviation sectors. Aviation will be the first sector, and the shipping industry will follow. And I will leave it there. Well, this is a very good deep pass. I'd like to give the floor to Triantafylopoulos, asking him whether he agrees or not, and invite him to share his perspective. since he is working together with off-takers. And I would like to invite him to describe the challenges. Thank you. Good afternoon, and congratulations to the Energypress team. We are improving ourselves every year. This is very important. Let me start by that. The target should be every year to become better. Truth be told, in hydrogen, at least when it comes to private initiatives, this is what it's all about. Mistakes have been made at a European level since 2022 when the hydrogen narrative has picked up. We have talked about that. I think a major problem are the delegated act rules concerning what green hydrogen is, what's the definition of it, and what the conditions are for this part of the electricity consumed to be considered green. This was a terrible mistake at the regulation level. In the European Union, many countries have expressed their willingness to reconsider it. This is a good development. Mr. Kadramateas, we agree on many issues, not on all, argued that demand is the biggest problem in hydrogen. I would say that demand is one of the issues. It's not the major one. For us, the hydrogen production cost, that is 80% electricity cost, is actually the major thing, the major issue. This is what I have been arguing for last year and the year before. If the Greek state fails to understand that the issue is not linked to whether the industrial production, as the Deputy Minister said this morning, has improved compared to other countries. It all boils down to demand. Industrial demand might go up, but the industrial production might go up, but demand stays the same. The issue in Greece is that demand is not improving, and I'm talking about electricity demand. Many of the participants of this specialized forum are well aware of the fact that 30 gigawatts of renewables are in the pipeline to be built. Theorizing about shipping energy from the one end of Europe to the other end of Europe, allow me to say, is going to be a theory. It is 3 times cheaper to transport molecules rather than atoms in the same, considering the same distance. Our problem is that we do not have cheap green energy to produce a product that is competitive compared to other EU countries, such as Spain or North Africa countries or Asian countries. At the end of the day, what we will be producing is a commodity being sold worldwide. With respect to our business activities, we consider the maturity to be such that investment decision can be made. We are in discussions with our 2 shareholders, PPC and Motor Oil. There are investment issues we need to tackle, but these issues will be addressed by building synergies with synthetic gases and biogas, where our stakeholders, our customers participate. I would agree also that aviation and shipping and maritime industry are the basic drivers for the hydrogen project to be successful. Unfortunately, we do not have good hydrogen off-takers and consumers, such as the steel industry or or other intensive industries. But we do have aviation, we do have maritime business, who could be among the first consumers, off-takers, and producers of synthetic methanol and synthetic aviation fuel. And let me close by let me leave it here, and then we can follow up on that later.
After our first questions, we would like to ask the following. This morning, we read an announcement related to the contemporary situation and whether specific interventions could, like for example, hydro mobility or nuclear mobility, could bring a solution to certain challenges. What about hydrogen? Does it have any role to play in this framework in relation to energy autonomy, energy security, etc.? Indeed, it's true that we saw that from the beginning. We didn't need the crisis to understand that. The narrative of green hydrogen in Europe has been supported by the narrative of green transition, especially in Europe. But energy security was always present as a pending issue in our minds, and it seems that now that there is a European recognition of that. In any place in the world where if we can have energy and water, then if we can create a condition where hydrogen could be used to produce fuel, even at the current state of machines, maybe on ships or on in the aviation sector, then this could provide some energy security for Europe. There are already European discussions with major European companies so that we can have an ecosystem in Europe related to how hydrogen could increase this energy sufficiency in Europe. So the answer is yes. On the other hand, though, we shouldn't forget that an energy factor like hydrogen would need heavy infrastructures. In our current narrative, these infrastructures need to start from scratch. However, there is another view. We could follow a combinatory view with natural gas, so we could have premises that would be used, facilities that could be used for hydrogen as well, not only natural gas, so that we could have a horizon of 5-7 years ahead and be ready with the facilities to hold hydrogen. This is feasible. We have in the German example where several kilometers of pipelines have been repurposed for hydrogen. In Greece, however, we do not have the network to carry the supply from the supply center, which is the south, to the demand center, which is the north. Mrs. Bayrani, on this same issue, do you believe that there are any technical challenges? And how could the state support such an initiative for the market to function smoothly? Biomethane can utilize the current natural gas infrastructure without serious, severe changes, while biogas needs a co-production of electrical and thermal energy. This can be installed in near the borders where we do have the raw materials and we do have a natural gas network. As regards the legal framework, I can say that we have already made some steps. However, not all phases are complete. And what's even more important is that we don't have the context for functional support. Now we have a bill under consultation, and we expect that an integration of a similar clause. There are a lot of comments in the electronic consultation, so we are waiting for this period to conclude, to finish. So we'll see whether we could have some eligibility criteria or some algorithms or some guarantees even. Implementation is much more difficult sometimes than theory. We have heard of, we know that we have 7 units where biomethane could be transformed, but we need to see whether these can continue and whether this could be a plausible and a feasible investment, and whether we could find banks to support it. So the framework is critical, as I understand, and the law under consultation will give some basis for a decision, for several decisions. Indeed, and when we speak about the vertical corridor and the energy hub, biomethane goes down to the natural gas pipeline, and it could be sold cross-border or for maritime purposes. But before these steps to be taken, we need to wait for the law to be voted. What about the ESEC framework? Your co-panelists, all panelists mentioned several challenges in the legal framework. Do you believe that it is high time to continue with this ESEC framework, NECP framework, where we could see which is the realistic implementation of this design, always under the contemporary conditions, but with a view to a long-term installation. This ESEC framework is a dynamic tool for Greece, and it has to be reviewed ordinarily. In 2027, we expect a first amendment to this regulatory framework. For example, costs have fallen, both for solar and batteries, and this should be reflected on the law. Moreover, we have some new principles. For example, we have many PV gigawatts, and this has to be taken into consideration as a starting point for the new ESEC development. Of course, the law for now does not provide for obligatory use of storage of battery with every PV installation. However, this is the trend for the future. Also, we have the data centers that enter the equation very dynamically, but we want to find the best way to manage this. In California, for example, data centers are it is compulsory for data centers to bear battery also, because, of course, as we understand, they do not function only during the midday where the solar energy is abundant, but we need to find a formula to normalize usage via NX. So we need this routine to feed them smoothly throughout the 24 hours. Also, as regards the green gases, maybe we should expect a realistic schedule towards this development. For the moment, we don't have any radical development so that we could proceed to some deep changes. But we should consider the future tactics of the country. I think that all other issues have been already considered within the law. It is early, though, to evaluate the legal framework. And of course, there is no commitment to what we say here, to what we discuss, because it's early on and the developments are very fast. Another important amendment should regard the offshore wind farms. Personally, I'm very optimistic. Rather, the ESEC had too optimistic forecasts that were not realized. And also, we see a bottleneck in delivering the wind parks. For example, if you want to ship properly equipped so that it can establish an offshore wind farm, you need to work for years in order to make it ready, to prepare it. Another reason is the following. In the European Union, there are discussions that they may change the goal of 2040 at 90%, 90. In my opinion, this is a non-realistic target, and it cannot be achieved. We need to be rational. In goal setting, and also we should not undermine the sectors, the industrial sectors that are already operating in the country. Neither should we burden the consumers more. I think that this discussion should open at some point. What are we able to do until 2040? My opinion is that 90% is totally unrealistic, except we exclude some sectors. Rural sector, for example, contributes to gas emissions, which is mainly methane, not CO2, by 17%, 17%, 18 maybe, regarding waste management. How can we reach 90%? Shall we cut off rural production? We cannot just set a number before we consider all the sectors in an economy. I believe that the organizers are recording these proposals so that we can reflect all this thinking. Any final comments, because we need to finish with this panel? Yes, regarding the legal framework, I should say the following. As regards hydrogen, we need to remember the basic principles that the market already represents. A hydrogen production asset should be seen, in my opinion, as the production of a product and the production of an asset, and at the same time offering, contributing to the energy security of a country. This asset could be used as a flexibility tool as a battery, for example, which participates in ancillary response markets, or it would be used for synthetic fuel. So if we see all these, if we consider all these dimensions, no matter whether the product is now expensive, just because we're focusing on green transition. So if we adopt this view, I believe that we can attract more people, more investments, because we cannot just start running before we crawl or we walk. So let's crawl first, let's walk then, and after that we'll be able to run. We've been trying to introduce these concepts in the legal framework by the Ministry of Energy. We've heard a lot about hydrogen. Biomethane is a similar category. Biogas and biomethane are multifaceted gases. We have LNG, CNG, energy production. So we have very important, all green gases are very important, or biofuels, as they are called. They're very important for the energy mix. We are speaking about gas, not necessarily electricity production, because they can be used in another form. And also they can be very easily stored, and this is important. Thank you, Mr. Karamateas. I think that I have said everything that I was thinking about the matter. I believe that the energy transition cannot be doubted as a goal because it is related to the survival of the humankind. So we should not be approaching the topics in an absolute view or with extreme proposals. Rather, we should be realistic in our comments, because only this way the citizens will come with us. We need to reach out to the people with optimal technologies, but realistic solutions. This way, we're going to reach energy transition. So the point is not to see the Greek industry vanishing under very heavy goal setting. So we need to be very cautious. So we expect that your center is going to contribute to the various discussions for the legal framework on energy and climate. Thank you so much.
Energy is an ever-evolving force, timeless, ever-changing. Our story began in 1972. Ever since, we have been fueling countless of your moments every single day. We support the Greek economy from the very start. Our investment plan aims at a better future for all. We continuously contribute to the energy stability of Greece. We stand by the Greek society. We rise to the challenge of the constantly growing energy needs of our times. We care about the environment, and we are focusing on people's needs. We combine knowledge and growth. We lead the way with new, innovative solutions. We invest in new, environmentally friendly forms of energy. We provide more options, more alternatives. Energy is ever evolving. With the driving force of energy, we move forward into the future.
Θα καλέσω τώρα στο...
I would like to call Professor Andonis Metaxas to moderate the next panel, along with his panelists, Mr. Tartaras, Mr. Thomadakis, Mr. Rigas, Mr. Daskalakis, and Ms. Asimakopoulou. There are actually two ladies participating in a panel. This has not been the case with the previous panels. We will assign 50 minutes to this panel discussion under the title CCS Technologies, Carbon Capture and Storage Technologies, and their relations to the decarbonization of Greek industry. Professor Metaxas, please.
Ο κύριος Βογιατζής νομίζω θα συνδεθεί.
I think Mr. Voyadzis will be joining us online through Zoom. Thank you, Thodori. This is the 10th year in a row? 7th, right. Nevertheless, it feels like 10 years. Anyway, this is the 7th forum, having participated in all the previous forums based on this good initiative of Energypress and its team, the team of Mr. Panagoulis. I have an overview of the issues, and what I see is concerns. There's always been a sense of concern in the energy market, but what I grasp, what I feel from the discussions I had, didn't have the chance to follow the discussions yesterday, but today the greatest part, from what I've heard, there are pending issues, and perhaps there is also a backlog, perhaps the times are hard, difficult, or new access codes should be unlocked. Nevertheless, this is a very interesting and well-staffed panel on the CCS issue and the decarbonization of the Greek industry. We will be talking about this, starting with each and every one of our speakers, giving them the floor to talk a little bit. We are representing it is the tie that is causing a problem. Okay, this is not the major part of our discussion, but nevertheless, we have major stakeholders of the market, major bodies participating, starting with Ms. Cleopatra Avram, who is the Senior Director of DESFA. DESFA, within the CCS broader spectrum, has a significant role to play through the Apollo project. But also considering that we are, and we're also looking forward to your input. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to the 7th successive event. The times are difficult, as you rightly said. We are going to talk about the CCS technologies in this panel. At the European level, one could argue that the CCS chain has been used as a simple, ready and quick solution to decarbonize industries and the energy sector as a whole. the math does not add up. It doesn't add up, and it is difficult, even more so, because the price of emissions is unknown in the years to come. Greece and Europe have taken quick steps through the industries who have been able to designate projects and let them become mature. Also through funding from the EU, Greece has and will receive for CCS technologies approximately 900 million in the years to come. And within this context, DESFA, together with Ecolog, are developing Apollo CO2 project. It has two distinct streams, so to speak. On the one hand, the creation and development of CO2 pipelines that will be transmitting the CO2 in gaseous form from large industries, that is the cement industry, refineries, and at the next step, the electricity plants, power plants. Through this pipeline system, CO2 gas will be liquefied in Revithousa. The infrastructure that is being developed and will become mature aims at 3 million tons by 2030 and will be topped with 2 million tons and could reach 9 million tons in the broader Attica region, Athens region, and in Boeotia. The Apollo CO2 project we are developing is considered a pivotal project. DESFA and Ecolog regards it this way. We can build on the expertise and the experience we have in network development and in cryogenic facilities, whereas Ecolog adds considerable value to the project through its expertise in the shipping and shipping transfer business. The importance of our project lies in that it can reduce the cost by 8 times, and the reason is that it minimizes the OPEX, because the liquefaction terminal is co-located, so to speak, with the gasification, LNG gasification facility in Elefthousa, using an array of transceivers and transducers. We can use the LNG on the island during its gasification and the low temperatures there. The Apollo 2 project has already secured funding under the project of common interest. It is one of the first interests to be included in the PCI and the list announced last month, and then it will be funded under the Innovation Fund. The contract has been signed was signed last month. 180 million euros. We are fully committed to this project. We develop it. We are maturing it from a technical and commercial perspective. Our objective is to develop a central CO2 hub that will be useful for Greece as well as for the southeast European part and region. I hope it was brief but concise. You talked about the operational benefits based on the participation of both companies, both stakeholders in the Apollo CO2 project. I would like to start with 2 questions and will then give the floor to the other speakers. You presented the positive trends and the Innovation Fund outlook, etc. Are there regulatory or legislative or other issues, matters that could be accelerated? Have you identified any such issues? Well, Greece has taken steps at the regulatory level. Already, the law has been introduced for the CO2 market principles. It has already been approved, endorsed by the regulatory authority, the secondary legislation on Prinos. What remains to be concluded is the pricing and management code for pipelines, infrastructure for CO2 management. This is something that will mature within this year. It is a prerequisite that it happens until the end of the year. Well, asking me about risks, perhaps incentives could be provided, and the CFD's context could be shaped. Incentives should be given to all participants along this chain, financial incentives, because the CO2 price is the unknown factor. Companies have received funding from the European Union, but the cost is immense. We will come back to that later on, because without targeted incentivizing measures, parts of this chain would be confronted with this containment I talked about, with these issues. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Tataras, who is the head of Geosciences and Management Consultant with HEREMA, with the Hellenic Hydrocarbon and Energy Resources Management Company. We had the pleasure to work together on the framework that established the responsibility within HEREMA, and I'm looking forward to your input on this perspective, on the role of HEREMA and challenges that should be addressed.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here in this very interesting panel. I'm going to start with a comment on your initiative topic, because we're speaking about the prices of energy, etc., which is very important. As regards CCS in specific, I would say that we are rather satisfied and optimistic.
Ότι είμαστε, και ας ακούγεται λίγο παράδοξο, από τις πρωτοπόρες χώρες.
We are one of the more advanced countries in Europe and in the European Union. At the moment, Greece has issued for Prinos, and I believe that we're going to discuss this further, the third license in the European Union after Porthos in the Netherlands and Green Sun in Denmark. It's a huge development, it's a huge achievement after a hard work by everyone. And I believe that it is very important to consider this. All the companies, as Cleopatra mentioned, many companies in Greece have ensured funding for CCS, transportation, liquefaction, and of course storage. And at this moment, we are the second country after Germany in total funding for this type of works in the European Union. It is very important. And as we said in the beginning, we also had the vote for CCS legal framework, which is more detailed than the one we had before. And of course, we have already voted the secondary legislation for Prinos, which is indeed very important. Of course, this doesn't solve everything. This is a very new, a very innovative market. But we are starting from a very good starting point, and I believe that all stakeholders should be proud of what they have achieved. Now, regarding the next steps, in summary, I believe that we have to, the stakeholders in the Prinos project, they should consent on the objective and scope of the project, and also capacity, so as to conclude the FIDs and be ready for the foundation of the CCS in Greece to start from Prinos onwards. Of course, a challenge both in Greece and in other countries is that we have many more capturing projects with higher CO2 volumes in relation to what Prinos can absorb. We are going to see 2.8 million tons. We have already funding for 3.4 millions, and we might reach 4 with 4.3 even with some additional funding that we're thinking of. And I can also see what happened in nearby countries within or outside the European Union. So we do have some options. It would be more challenging legally wise to partner with non-EU countries, but nevertheless, Prinos is here already, and we have some options, and we'll see how it goes. Now we're going to have Mr. Pantelis Voyagis, Head of Business Development and Earth, via Zoom. His company is at the focus of a very important sector in the market. Thank you, Mr. Metaxas, for this invitation. I'm very happy to participate in this panel with very important co-panelists, even online. As my co-panelist said, our country nowadays is at a very challenging point as regards the CCS development. For the first time, we have an integrated regulatory and legal framework that gives us the opportunity to pass from design to implementing a large-scale project. The storage fields of CO2 in Prinos is the largest project in the southern Eastern Europe and one of the more advanced in Europe. As Mr. Tataras said, the storing license is a very important recent milestone, the first in Southern Europe and the third in the EU. So we are ready to pass from the phase of design to the phase of implementation. Prinos is indeed a very important project. This has been recognized in a European level, pan-European level. Also via significant EU and national funds. Prinos is not just a national project, but a very critical facility to develop the CO2 market at a regional level. Now, regarding licensing, the project is already at the FEED phase, and we are now entering the phase of licensing for full capacity of 2.8 million tons per year. Also, we expect the first drillings to start within 2026, thus introducing the construction phase. At the same time, we see that we do have a market already. The industry are interested, nationally and internationally. Already there are some memoranda, 15 memoranda standing with quantities which are double the existing capacity. So this shows that CCS is not a theoretical solution anymore, but a realistic need for the industry. The next critical step would be the market test commencement within the current quarter, so that we can pass from the to commitments in the long term and investment decisions within the first quarter of the next year. So to conclude, it is evident that the challenge is that all the chains, all the parts in this chain will mature timely and in synchronization of all types of projects, storage, production, and delivery. We do understand that it is a very critical infrastructure for the competitiveness of Greece, of our country, in an environment where the carbon prices are increasing. At the same time, commitments for decreasing emissions are a legal obligation. So CCS, in my opinion, is an important tool for development. Thank you, Mr. Voyagis. You mentioned some very important topics. I'm glad that you are so optimistic, but I believe that we still have some work to do, which is significant, and we need to see a convergence of views and prospects so that we can implement the schedules on time. But of course, we have taken the very serious first steps. We heard your views about Prinos as a strategic infrastructure. And now I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Daskalakis, Head of Technology and Management Strategy Division of Motor Oil, on the same topic. Thank you for the invitation. You always have very interesting conferences. Since 2023, Greece has had 3 projects, capture projects that have already signed with Innovation Fund at very critical sectors of our industry. In this particular case, speaking about motor oil, we have 500,000 tons project, while the full cycle management storage plus methanol production, synthetic methanol production. These projects are in progress. Actually, we have 2 paths here. The one is in an engineering part of the development, and we are doing progress here. We are analyzing solutions. We see whether how to cover any gaps if they emerge. On the other hand, we also have the regulatory part of the project. Regulation is a full chain, starting from emission to transport to the temporary hub, then to storage. The legal framework set in December, plus 3 secondary legislative documents after 3 weeks from its announcement. These are the important context now, and we want to see how we can adjust our progress in engineering within this framework. so that we can adjust our work within this this regulation. We have three main challenges. The first, as already mentioned, is that demand is higher than offer. We are speaking about projects of 3.4 or even 4.2 carbon injection production, while the offer for the moment is 2.8. This creates uncertainty as regards the allocation of capacity, and we do not know how we could have more than Prinos, more projects than just Prinos. So it seems that we need a secondary process that needs to start. So I should say that all projects should be coordinated in order to cover needs for participation and for innovation. The second major part regards the ATS. ATS for the moment is under pressure, the emission trading system. The revenue for these projects comes from there, so it is a project that needs to be developed. It doesn't have its final form yet, but at that point, we see that functional support is even more important via contract for differences, carbon contract for differences, so as to cover the difference in between what you believe that you need and the real ATS prices. So these are two major challenges. And we also have some minor challenges, as for example, those that regard matters related to our specific sector. Thank you so much.
Mr. Panagoulis, the supervisor, is not here. We are on time. Just a brief question, since the Ravenna filled its capacity, and if you'd like, the rules for access to this strategic infrastructure, because there is a discussion at the European level regarding the legal formalities about that. I think there have been specific activities on your side as to whether capacity can be stored in Prinos. There have been preparatory steps already. Well, you have to look at that. If you don't look at the assumptions then and the premises there, then you cannot do your job correctly. We have started with the prep work before the Prinos. There's a contact we had long ago. The structure has changed. They look at the issue in a different way than some years ago, but they have a road in front of them which we had to go through pretty fast. In the second will end by the end of 2026 or the first half of 2027. They will have to look at the legal framework. And Italy, of course, has a very strong and robust industrial sector that would like to have a say in these projects. It remains to be seen. An index could be how many projects were included in the PCI. Ravenna has a broad, strong interest around it. It is interesting to see how this will play out. Thank you, Mr. Daskalakis. We'll come back to you if there is sufficient time later on. I would like to give the floor to Ms. Asimakopoulou. who is the Director of Energy Regulatory Affairs and CCUS at the Heracles Group. I guess my presentation will reinforce what you say. This value chain is really aligned. Let them envy us. The CCS technologies and the decarbonization of Greek industry, and in specific in the cement industry. I would like to start my speech with a couple of words about how the Heracles Group works and give you an idea why the CCS technologies are important in the decarbonization of the global cement industry. A modern cement industry does not cover just the trading of clinker and cement, but rather strives to contribute to the circular economy and to the reduction of its energy footprint. 8% of global emissions nowadays come from the cement industry. Based on what I read lately, the cement industry is the third strongest pollutant after China and the US as a sector. Let's have a look at how the Heracles Group tries to reduce its carbon footprint. The Heracles Group has 6 companies, 12 ports, 2 cement plants, 18 quarries, 4 PVs, 6 cement storage and distribution centers, 32 ready-mix concrete plants, 2 recyclable materials plants, and 6 waste management facilities. All these facilities and this activity is put on a map here across Greece, aside from the standard companies Heracles and Lafarge, who produce cement, clinker, gravel and concrete. You have companies that are Lava and Geocycle, who apart from their primary focus provide cement, alternative fuels, alternative raw materials to enable their cement industry to reduce its footprint. The Heracles Group is a 100% subsidiary of Holcim. Holcim is the global leader in the provision of innovative solutions. It employs 64,000 employees with 2,742 sites around the world, with a strategic objective to become a net zero company certified by SBTi, validated by SBTi until 2030 and 2050. The Holcim Group has set itself the global objective of reducing CO2 emissions by 2030 per produced ton of cement by 475 tons. The 3C strategy, that is less carbon and clinker, less clinker in cement and less cement in construction, these 3 Cs, reaches a 40% decrease in the emissions. 60% of emissions directed to the production of cement originate from the cement production process in itself. The reduction of CO2 when you have this 60% of emissions, the only way to do away with that is through the CCS technologies, carbon capture and structure. This is why the Net Zero Industry Act considered the cement industry a strategic industry where CCS should be introduced for decarbonization. This is also why the Innovation Fund call for interests included 20% of projects for which funding has been secured from the cement industry. That is 1.2 billion out of 4.8 billion in total funding have been funneled in the cement industry. Out of the 14 projects, of the 17 cement projects approved, 14 concerned exclusively installation of full-scale CCS technologies, carbon capture and storage, and only 3 involved radical fuel switch and electric kilns. On these grounds, Holcim has set itself the ambition of introducing CCS. Holcim has received funding for 8 CCUS projects, carbon capture projects, and aims at capturing 5 million tons of CO2 per year and for the production of 8 million tons of near zero CO2 of cement per year by 2030. Holcim has committed itself to investing 2 billion Swiss francs in these technologies by 2030. And here on the map you can look at the 8 grants secured. Germany, Belgium, France, 2 in France, 1 in Croatia, and our project in Greece. And there are 10 additional projects for which they will submit a proposal, an application for funding. Holcim aims at producing 8 million tons of near zero CO2 by 2030, as said. And recently, the CO2 of the group has set our project as a priority, recognizing that Greece is a central part of the implementation of the CCS value chain. How things stand in Greece, this has been addressed by the previous speakers. We have 4 capture projects, 4.3 million tons of CO2 per year. Most of them has already obtained funding under the Innovation Fund. Prinos is the storage field, ready to accommodate 2.8 million. There you have a scarcity, storage scarcity. The legal framework has already addressed this problem. Before I come to that, let me briefly present our Olympus project based on the timelines that are common with that are shared with the co-emitters, as we call each other. We're set to start up in Q2 2030. We are ready to capture 1 million tons of CO2 based on the technology we have and produce 2 million tons per annum of near zero cement. In our case, the circumstances are ideal, and this is what our Holcimian shareholders have acknowledged, because we have the value chain established in Greece. In Melaki, we have a port facility that allows us to export green cement throughout the world and be able to accommodate CO2 storage in Prinos from our facilities. At the same time, all parts of the value chain have secured funding, and therefore we are standing at a better position compared to our competitors in Europe. In Southeastern Europe, there is a scarcity in storage facilities. Compared to Ravenna, we are doing better so far, thanks to the Resilience and Recovery Fund, as the previous speakers already stressed. Reforms and the pressure for reforms under the RRF has helped us mature. in the value chain. The law number 5261 was established in 2025. The Prinos storage site was designated as a regulated energy infrastructure, and this is a unique opportunity in southeastern Mediterranean. There are two ways of capacity allocation. One through an open international competitive process, exactly because this is a PCI facility, and therefore you should facilitate third-party access. And then there is a way of administrative allocation in equal shares to eligible users. The allocation criterion for the competitive process component is price, qualitative criteria, or a combination of both. And what is very important in our understanding is that it provided for a mechanism of state aid through CCFDs, carbon contracts for difference, to address the volatility of prices. At the same time, part of the secondary framework was established in February 2026, namely the guidelines to initiate the non-binding phase of the market test that would enable the regulator to assess the interest and collect the necessary input for synchronizing the development of the CCS value chain, since the key part in the success process is that we all are aligned in our projects. This is a very important step. And then the capacity allocation code gave visibility to the administrative allocation and the criteria that will be set in order to establish eligibility, whereas the pricing regulation established two tariffs and provided for the revisions that regulatory authorities are well acquainted with. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Ms. Asimakopoulou. I noted that there is a notification stage of state aid that needs to take place. The context, the framework should be specialized also in relation to the CCFDs. A consultation step with the European Commission should take place, and a state aid measure should be introduced that is in alignment with the European Union law. This is another challenge for the market to address. We have 5 minutes time. And I would like to give the opportunity to all of you for a last comment, and then we can stick to the time as Mr. Panagoulis wishes so. Ms. Avramis, I think much has been said by the other speakers. We talked about the risks, the challenges, and the work that has been done, and the work that needs to be done going forward to achieve the value chain. We need to congratulate Greece for its efforts. We touched upon the legal framework and the funding that has been secured. Nevertheless, a central coordination is necessary, and this is where we see the main value of Apollo 2 project, a one-stop shop that can assist in reducing the value chain cost, as well as the acceleration of time lines, since aggregation, the central solution, can speed up the permitting process across the storage facilities and will give a solution for a faster implementation throughout the value chain. Certainly, the availability of the Apollo project helps have an overview of the market benefits. Mr. Tartaras, let me briefly comment on the limited supply. That is a pressing issue, and HEREMA is taking parallel paths here to find a solution, one of them being within Greece, together with the National Technical University of Athens and other research institutions, have put together a proposal under Horizon that will enable the maturation of a second area for storage, where storage ways could be developed. We also work together under the CCS expert group, where all CCS authorities participate. We work together with the authorities of other countries. More specifically, we have developed a very close cooperation with the Romanian CCS authority. We will organize a meeting next week to consider ways of cooperation. Romania is within the European Union, and this has regulatory benefits and is close to Greece. And then there is the case of Egypt, which is nearby. We have signed a memorandum of understanding on CCS. As you obviously understand, there are regulatory issues that need to be addressed. Most recently, in the Energy Conference in Cairo, we had a workshop with the Egyptian authorities to find ways to move forward. The modus operandi in resolving this issue might be a roadmap, might become a roadmap for other EU countries, because they will also face similar issues, similar challenges in the near future. We are early movers. This means we are confronted with these issues early on, and we might have good solutions for the European Union as a whole. Thank you. Mr. Voyatsis, would you like to add anything based on what you've heard already? Very briefly, starting from what the previous speakers have said, I think it is clear that the CCS sector in Greece is in a transitory phase from implementation towards, from design toward implementation. This is also accompanied by challenges. You have the financial part, the CCS projects. It goes without saying they are capital-intensive projects that require a long-term visibility of revenues. CCS investments are not based on the current emission allowance prices, but rather on the expected variation of the expected price 10 years later, 20 years later, based on the CIBA allowances. And the fact that the prices are going down and will be eliminated by 2034. Therefore, CCFD is the only way to go if we want to tackle any uncertainties considering the price fluctuation. And the second part we need to address is the legal and regulatory framework. Much progress has been made in Greece. We have a thorough legal framework. Nevertheless, the permitting process should be expedited. This is critical. And the third and last but not least, the coordination across the value chain. You need the capture, storage and transport projects to mature concurrently. If one is in delay, the entire value chain is affected. Consequently, there is an alignment, there is a understanding, a common pacing under the stakeholders, and we move from if one to how fast. You are highlighting the issue of the necessity of CCFDs. Therefore, making the case for what you say will be critical for the establishment of the CCFDs framework for what we hear is a diagnosis for a necessity across the market. Mr. Daskalakis, would you like to close this panel with a comment? We are part of the value chain. There are requirements we need to meet across the value. One of us serves the other one, upstream and downstream. On the emitter side, there is a high risk we might be faced with a double penalty if one part of the value chain downstream the requirement is broken. We have to give the allowances and pay the cost for the carbon allowances. And therefore, we are burdened with the transport and storage component. This is the one part, and at least as regarding our sector, we should not disregard that through the Prinos funding scheme under the RRF, refineries have no access to funds across this entire cycle of this complex value chain. You have there also an internal problem of allocation. You have parallel by-products within the offered storage product we need to manage in a special way. And that's all about it. This is a valuable perspective. Ms. Asimakopoulou, very briefly, I think we should communicate the CCFD's mechanism right away. This mechanism should also designate the allocation method in Prinos and specify the call for interest in order for the competitive projects to move forward, to come to the forefront and to call for the required space, storage space. We're at the initial step of this debate. Thank you very much and wish you all great Greek Orthodox Easter.
Λοιπόν, ναι, ανέβα, Παντελή. Λοιπόν, μπαίνουμε στην τελευταία ενότητα του...
Now we're ready for the last panel, the last section of this conference. You know very well that the renewables have been at the center of all discussions in the recent years. We are following the developments. We are discussing. We are going to give the floor first to Mr. Pantelis Biskas for a presentation. So, Mr. Biskas, you have the floor. I think that you have up to 15 minutes. Good afternoon. Thank you for this invitation. It is important that we discuss the matters of these matters. They are very important, and we're going to try to approach them. Today, the status is that the energy portfolio, as shown in this table, was similar to 2024 and 25. However, renewables have increased a lot because they are entered into the system fastly. Also, we had stable natural gas consumption. This is the load, which a little bit fell in relation to the previous year. So the load is an important factor. As we see, it is not increasing, at least not significantly. So this wouldn't give, while we would need that to give a boost to these new types of energy. Nevertheless, we do have an increase of exports, showing the importance of the energy balance, for January 2026. You see the exports in the system during January. I did not have February, but it seems that January had increased imports. More than 1 terawatt hour of exports, which is a huge quantity actually. Furthermore, in a study that took place recently, we ran several scripts, scenarios in the South and Eastern Europe. You see with green the countries. So we can see which is the adequacy of the system for 2030, 2034, 5. We wanted to see which are the flexibility, which is the flexibility in the system and adjustability of the system, and whether we could have financial sustainability, both at spot market and balancing market. Extracting the non-sustainable units, we want to see which would be the load expectation of the system and the expected uncertain energy considering the backups, of course, as well. So I cannot show quantitative results, but I can show you some quality results. So the results show a very important outcome, conclusion of this study, showing that the competitive nature in between natural gas and storage. We expected this to happen, but the study showed that this is indeed insignificant. In all our runs, we saw that storage units had a great penetration based on installed capacity and storage capacity. We saw that the natural gas seemed to have sustainability challenge with the introduction of batteries, considering the current situation. So as regards the other scenarios where we had a smaller capacity, the sustainability of natural gas units was okay. This was eminent in all scenarios. Also, the level of flexibility. We quantified the adjustability, flexibility capacities of all scenarios, and we saw that the main needs are during the midday hours. You see with orange and blue. These colors, these demands rather, are covered by the flexible resources of the system, which are production units, storage units, and demand exposed as well. And in some cases, in some scenarios, we saw flexibility gaps. This flexibility is important for the system, but it cannot be covered. So we need to start discussing how to cover these gaps. We also thought that the upward flexibility of the system shows the decrease of consumption, and if this is not verified due to the contributions to the system, then we expect to have higher flexibility gaps for the next years. Now, let's meditate a bit. Let's say that we want to see which is the optimal energy portfolio in the system. Usually, we use the LCOE, levelized cost of energy. Levelized cost of energy is a tool that compares operation cost of different technologies. So here, at the lower part of this graph, you will see that solar and wind, yellow and blue, PVs plus storage with orange, they have the lowest LCOE. We can see at the right side of the graph, other technologies have obviously higher cost. So the energy plan of the country is correctly based on these two technologies. It is correct that the incentives are given for these technologies, and we still provide connections for these shares, but it is also evident that these technologies, especially solar, cannot stand without storage. In other words, the combination of these two new technologies, PVs plus storage and wind, give us the lowest cost in our portfolio. Of course, we can have a system without conventional units, hydroelectric, for example. The next graph shows us the expected development of FCO as years go by. This is 2024 to 2035, 2045. We'll see that these specific technologies are not expected to increase FCOE, but they will seem to be stable in relation to other technologies which fluctuate according to the conditions. This graph here answers to the question, can we have only solar plus storage and cover the whole system? The answer is obviously not. In specific, you can see on this graph the costs. The PV is the cheapest source, and COE under 40 euros, 35 euros megawatt hour. Today even lower, but the PV can cover 20-30% of consumption due to its profile. If the second dot shows solar plus storage, which can cover up to 60% with LCOE, 65 euros per megawatt hour. So this logic gives us similar costs for the wind, which is approximately 65 today. To reach that, we need approximately double storage capacity in relation to the PVs. If we have 3 gigawatts for the photovoltaic, we need 7 gigawatt hour storage capacity. Batteries, hydroelectric, everything. So if we add more storage capacity, we reach the third dot from the left, showing that if we want to cover 97% of the load, we need triple storage capacity. So if the PV is 6 gigawatt here, we need 18 gigawatt hour capacity. If we reach that though, due to capital intensity for storage, our ECOE is $104, 95 euros per megawatt hour. This is the cost of natural gas without the Iran war. With fuel fee, 30 euros. So this is conventional production. And of course, the graph says that if we want to cover a higher percentage, then we should reach 150 euros per megawatt hour, which is not economically efficient. So which is the best efficiency of our system? My opinion, between the second and third dot. So at a level that in between double and triple storage capacity in relation to the capacity of the solar, so it will be comparable to the wind, but we will not reach the levels of the conventional station. In other words, for Greece, this means if we have 15 PVs in 2030, then the average in between these two, we need 37.5 megawatt hours in all storage units. Hydroelectric plus batteries. So the question is, how do we get there? The other thing to discuss, and this is related to the previous discussion, how the PV plus storage plus battery in this case cover fixed share of load. The graph says that if we have a fixed slice of load, 1 kilowatt hour, we need 17 kilowatt hours of storage. So we have a 5 kilowatt PV plus 17 storage. Is this efficient cost-wise? No, as we said before, this is not efficient. The combination of technologies is the most efficient one. This graph shows the condition in several cities. Triple PVs plus 17 storage, how it covers a horizontal load share. It seems that in most cases, the blue vertical line shows that this slice can be covered fully by such combination of technologies. The closest case is Madrid, the closest case to Greece, where dots are at 16 to 18 kilowatt hours. So this means that this storage capacity can cover the load we need. How can we decrease curtailments? We have discussed a lot on that without difference at the ministry as for how to decrease curtailments and have a better management of energy portfolio in Greece. We have many solutions, but mainly we have two which are more significant. Fast penetration of LCOE, which can absorb surplus and inject during the night. This hedging is the best. We have a decrease from imported fuel and imported energy, and of course we can achieve the carbon emission goals. Incentives for industrial production is another important measure. The ministry has started with that already, but I believe that it can be improved. And number three, smart meters on the final consumers. The different consuming profiles with increased consumption during the midday offers incentives for the final users, for the end users. I'm going to show you in 30 seconds an example. We have an average household consumer, 15 megawatt hours per year, daily consumption 13.7 kilowatt hours average, and a peak during the winter 15 kilowatt hours. So if this consumer adds a 3-hour storage, 12 kilowatt hours, 35 kilowatt hours in his house, in their house, and then if they get a program of a provider that gives a happy hour during this period, then they can use the stored energy during these 3 happy hours of the provider. And of course, they will pay for the use of the network, use of the grid, but all the other costs will be lower. So, of course, this is a very extreme scenario, but it's not very far from reality. We have already seen this happening in other countries, like Germany. In Germany, we have many home batteries which are inside the house, and they can get the arbitrage in between day peaks and decrease the electricity cost. Another example with a car charger with the same outcomes, same conclusions. So we believe that the consumers will have the opportunity to decrease their consumption this way. And this is an important instrument, not only to decrease the cost, but also to decrease curtailments of renewables. Thank you so much.
Εμείς να ευχαριστήσουμε πολύ τον καθηγητή, τον κύριο Μπίσκα. Νομίζω πραγματικά...
would like to thank Professor Bispas. This is a very good starting point for the discussion, an interesting parameter, Professor, what you said about the management of the problem with household batteries, an issue that those being subject to the effects are very well of. It is a multifaceted matter. We will try to describe the problem on the one hand and primarily find solutions. I haven't introduced my fellow speakers. Demosthenis Voivodas, CEO of DAPEP, is here with us. Ioannis Margaris, Vice Chairman and General Director of Technology, System Development and Strategy at IPTO. Stavros Papathanasiou, Professor, School of Electrical and Computer Engineering at the National Technical University of Athens and Head of the PEN Project Team for the Energy Storage Regulatory Framework. Panagiotis Papastamatiu, General Director of the Hellenic Wind Energy Association. Apostolos Panos, who is the Chairman of Board of the Hellenic Association of Electrical Energy Storage Systems. It is the association intervening in the market in the last 2 years. It is the first time we have a representative of the SIA. And Stelios Loumakis, who is the chairman of the board of SPEF. SPEF is the Hellenic Association of Photovoltaic Energy Producers. I would like to thank you all for being here today in this last panel of the conference. I will try to sketch, rather than the details of a multifaceted and complex issue, the basic axis of this issue. We have huge curtailments, renewable curtailments, and huge loss of revenue due to near zero negative prices and curtailments, as well as existing producers. We have lagging behind the development of battery systems. We started early. We're moving slowly with relatively small battery systems, and no action in the behind-the-meter installation of batteries. At the same time, we have new renewables PV projects being injected, being in the pipeline. We have huge problems due to the excessive installation of PVs. At the same time, we have new PVs being rapidly installed. This coupled, Mr. Margaris, with a stagnation in terms of the offer of connection terms. The question is whether this equation allows for solutions and in what direction should we move. I would like to start with Mr. Voivodas. What's the case with ELAPE, Mr. Voivodas, with the RES special account? Will the RES special account pay the producers, even if at a later point in time? Assuming the ELAPE special account had liquidity problems, where are we standing right now? And what's going to happen going forward? First of all, thank you for the invitation and this very interesting conference and this very interesting panel. Before answering your question, I would like to touch upon what has been said today and yesterday. I'm very delighted to represent the renewables operator here. Renewables shield the electricity system in Greece from rapid fluctuations in the natural gas prices we observe. This demonstrates and showcases their value in the network and the need to support them in every way. In order to be injected into the system and provide benefits to the end consumer at the end of the day. We're focusing on the RES special account, the so-called ELAPE. Allow me to elaborate on the development of the market. In January, average price 108 euros. In January 2025, 138 euros. Year on year, February, 78 euros. Year on year, 2025, 158 euros. This was due to the increased renewables injected into the system. It was also circumstantial. What the radical drop in prices has shown, though, is that if this trend continued, we would soon have negative outflows from the ELAPE scenarios of the negative prices, estimated 85 euros. And this means ELAPE would be faced with a huge deficits. You had already described that, right? Yes, the ELAPE revenue is affected by the prices, the market revenues affected also by emissions. Depending on the rate of earnings channeled to ELAPE, the deficits could reach even more than 100 million euros. Or can be even higher. In March, the price reached 92 euros, the price last year, because of the natural gas prices. Currently, the price development going forward are accompanied by estimates of more than 100 euros because of the war. Yes, primarily because of the war. This means that ELAPE apparently has no deficit, and perhaps there might be a small surplus by the end of 2026. What is important to note here is that ELAPE, the RES special account, is sensitive to the price fluctuations. And we therefore have to support ELAPE through funds that are stable and secure, such as the emission allowances. A rate should be set that is high enough to ensure the sustainability of the RES special account, of the ELAPE account, that would facilitate reductions in the prices for the end consumers. If I get that right, because of the war and the price surges, the price spikes, ELAPE is affected. And I guess what Trump had in mind was not to support the ELAPE account when he went into war. We will come back later on in the battery discussion as to whether the operator is ready to accommodate batteries as well. Mr. Margaris, I think enough has been said by way of introduction. I would like to give you the floor for a brief assessment on the part of the operator of the existing problem and the future problems. Thank you for yet another year for this invitation, Mr. Panagoulis. You know, it is bewildering because we find ourselves speaking in such panels as we were discussing among us. Sometimes it seems as if we're repeating ourselves. Well, one comment I could share here is, since all problems have been said, curtailments, the delay in the introduction of storage, the energy mix in favor of renewables in a drastic way. Well, what we as the operator of the system see is that we're at a pivotal point in the transition, leaving aside the war and the circumstances, a point that was that would be difficult, and each next transition point would be difficult. Taking a 15% increase to 30% would be a struggle. Taking 50% RES uptake to 80% would be a struggle as well. There are specificities in Greece and particularities as to how the different schemes have matured over time, but I will stick to an issue that is of concern to the investors and to the operator. The cost of connection projects for new projects, be it batteries or renewables, increases, and this increases also the time of implementation of projects. During the last 2 years in an overbooking environment, as we say, it has become extremely difficult to find ways to connect projects that is accepted both by the investors and the operator. I would like to use the chance to urge the market, kindly urge the market, when we try to optimize our work, our project, being batteries or renewables, namely shorter connection period. Well, at the end of this path, the operator would eventually step back and accept a project at less favorable terms for them. If everybody wins, then at the end of the day we will all lose as the electricity market, namely in terms of the system safety, because it is our role to ensure that no matter how much renewables or batteries are injected, the system operates safely. At the same time, at this current energy transition stage, the state could restart the energy transition, because I feel that we went through exponential increase in renewables. We have seen phenomenal increase and steps taken. Currently, we're at a certain point on the curve where problems arise, problems cause pessimism, not just uncertainty, pessimism in the market. This is what we take from our discussions with market stakeholders. It's high time, exactly because of the war, which has shown that renewables is a strong tool in our hands. It's high time we restart it. A restart means, on the basis, of course, of the studies as those presented by Mr. Biskas on the cost-benefit of each solution, the state should decide whether we would like to keep the energy transition going, based on the targets and objectives we've set ourselves, or perhaps amend them. The state should decide what incentives should be given for new renewables and batteries to be connected to the system, be it cost-wise or time-wise. In terms of the implementation of the projects, deadlines have been set that are impossible to meet. My invitation, a known philosopher has said, if you win too much, then at the end you will lose. You should not excessively be winning. You should not be winning excessively. We need to keep the system safe for projects to be successful. Now, in terms of the access to the system and connection terms offering, we have carried out the preliminary studies to assess the curtailments that we will need based on the projects that have already and secured connection terms, and then together with the Ministry of Environment and the regulatory authority, wait for them to shape the legislative and the legal framework and the regulatory framework in order to be able to put out flexible offers. The designs, the studies are in the hands of the ministry and the regulator, I guess you say, which is the first step. Exactly, this is the first step to transpose the European directive into the Greek law, a law that will be providing the basic guidelines. You know, the directive sets guidelines, and this is what a directive is all about. Together with regulatory authority for energy, which ultimately shows how law will be materialized in terms of connection offers, we can then start issuing new connection term offers. We have completed, based on the priorities currently existing under Group A and the PPA projects, we have completed the connection terms block. And we are at a point in time where a decision should be made as to whether we can provide issue terms, what priorities should be given to other energy carriers, be it PVs or batteries, even more so. In any case, it's not about continuing to provide access to the system. Of course, you cannot wake up and market or put it to bed whenever you want. You want to have a stable continuity. The battery or renewable projects should be indeed sustainable. The operator, we are not those that can judge whether an investment is sustainable. What we do is provide a technical solution that is safe for us and the investor. Whether such a project is sustainable or not, it's up for the state to decide. It's high time. We come back to that. It's high time the state took decisions on matters as those you described. Let me now turn to Mr. Papathanasiou, who is head of the management unit established by the Ministry of Environment on the project on the energy storage and regulatory framework. Mr. Papathanasiou, we do not have to make a tragedy out of this situation, of the current situation. It is clear that renewable generation, primarily PV energy generation, small and medium investments that are actually bleeding right now. This is not up for discussion. Banks are already sending alarm signals. Investors are well aware of the fact that month goes in, month goes out. You don't know whether you have a loan secured. Let's take a step forward. Of course, battery installation is in delay. What could provide solutions, not just the solutions to this formula?
Thank you for the invitation. Good afternoon. What you just described, along with many other things, is a set of challenges that we face in our sector of rights and storage. We do have investments, but as we all understand, in a couple of years from today, the pool is going to be decreased. The investments taking place nowadays are not the ones that we want. We see PVs without storage, which are problematic for the remaining projects. We don't see wind farms. We don't have clean storage quickly. We don't have major energy investments, as for example, pumping storage, offshore wind farms. And there are many reasons for not having these investments. So we do have a sustainability gap. The operating projects, especially smaller ones, have various problems like negative prices or curtailments, and the renewables industry doesn't have the appeal that it had to the investors. It is attractive only for major big players, and this sustainability gap in investing, coupled with lack of prospect and accessibility difficulties, create a bottleneck. I think that we need to give solutions to this sustainability gap, considering also the fluctuations in the market in the long term and mainly. I believe that the projects that we would like to see cannot take place. And also we have to rationalize the accessibility challenge. For the moment we have depleted, we have finished with the electrical space, and we cannot give any more licenses. At the same time, we need to decrease emissions. So in the short term, we have very finite solutions. We need storage. We need the projects in progress have to operate. They have to be accessible, plus standalone storage. But these LCOEs are not a panacea. We have to go behind the meter. We are promoting storage behind the meter. So we won't have all these problems in within the various entities in the market. Nevertheless, negative prices and curtailments will remain at a great extent. And of course, we should see them symmetrically allocated among the projects. So we have to reconfigure the allocation mechanism and the offsetting mechanisms as for more than 1 year as it is foreseen in the ministerial decision. So we have to expand this. Is this a huge, a big volume that we're speaking about? Who are the ones who pay? It is thought that as if that these mechanisms in the ministerial decision will solve all the problems and will reallocate revenues to all the players. Some who do not pay enough will be obliged to pay. Others who pay more will be relieved. But this is not the case. The allocation should become smoother, and this will happen if this law is implemented. A second thing, though, would be to find a solution for curtailments, because these curtailments that happen at the level of allocation will not be remunerated, so we won't have a solution there. We cannot manage traffic jam or bottlenecks with this legislation. And thirdly, we do have risk exposure to projects, to many projects, and the question is, can we protect new or existing investments from this uncertainty? We do not have the answer. The answer should come from support systems well designed that will pay the investment and not the produced energy. But of course, the support should not be given at the level of by a tariff instrument, but based on specific criteria of competitiveness, flexibility, innovative technology offered in the sector, etc. Another important challenge is accessibility. The fact that the electrical space has been consumed practically, and sometimes it is bound by weak investments with weak horizon, then we have for this reason we have a problem, and that's not a Greek problem; it's a European and international problem. The logic first come first served is not an operational one. We have to change towards a more selective accessibility method assessing technology, contribution to resources, position in terms of geography, the flexibility of the project, its capacity to unjam the traffic, the flexibility and efficient utilization of all the megawatts produced, and of course the speed and employability of these productions. Any production in any project will not be necessarily the same when we project to the future. We have to consider what the projections will be. The working teams on this matter cannot work very easily. I believe that the solution would be that only sustainable investments could have an access to the network. The PPAs, I believe, do not work, but we still have the tenders, which are a viable model. If we can provide competitive procedures so that we could assess sustainability and give accordingly accessibility, then we would have a better model. So we want to be sure that we can employ the product for the consumption. The second thing would be how we book the pool of energy that we aggregate. There we have to see how we can solve jams or congestion. Congestion management is important. It is also important to see how we can provide flexible solutions. We need to outsource management to the individual, because a single point of contact can manage congestion in a better way than an aggregated model. So we need to have centralized plus decentralized cooperation. And also we need to have complementarity at the profiles. We do have several solutions. So we believe that this would be the work of the committee of the Ministry of Energy, but unfortunately they do not work anymore. You gave us very concrete ideas, and this is important for all those who wish to find solutions. Just one question. This fee you propose to the renewables based on certain guarantees, would you suggest that this will be implemented in the future, or should this create, should this be instilled in the management of the current projects? As regards the new projects, I don't see any other solution than the one that I described. Accessibility plus only on the basis of sustainability. As for the current projects, we have to think about them. We might have some subsidies, but a cleaner solution would be a scheme that will decrease risk but provide the best cost based on certain guarantees. Mr. Papastamatiou from HWE. I will try to be brief. Let me give you some numbers, some figures. At the moment, renewables, the electricity sector is 55%, while the target is 80% for the year 2030. In 2025, Greece deviated from the carbon emission target by 55%, emissions from electricity. So we had 16 millions of carbon instead of 10, or approximately. Electron storage also is another matter, another challenge. Thirdly, the new green electrons have to be of high value. In practical terms, this means that we have more wind farms and storage. Now, in political terms, how do we implement such schemes? Connections should be given only to technologies that can cover the scenario which is included in the law, the SEC law. Second, we have to prioritize the best sustainable wind projects. We need wind parks where we have wind. So allocation of these investments is important. Horizontal constraints in the new urban planning regulation is not an optimal solution. On the contrary, it might nullify some projects that could be beneficial. So this will have an impact on the consumption, thus households. In relation to your question and the comment by Mr. Voivodas in the beginning, I would like to say something more. Renewable pools would be based on the current contracts in order to offer a stable fee, a fixed price for the consumers. At the same time, though, it can hedge the PEP, the operator of renewables. The management of prices needs a very good design. So very quickly, we should design this model, as Mr. Aslanoglu said today, Mr. Dakalakos yesterday. We are in delay because we want to protect consumers, but we also want to protect the cost of our investments. So in parallel, we should see an interim temporary model where suppliers could provide fixed prices, a CFD model, for example, where the operator plus all stakeholders could give a fixed price that will ensure sustainability of the operator. Given the funds that exist for these projects, I believe that the 10, 11 to 12 megawatt hours winds plus electrical, this would be the optimal solution. The renewable pools and the cooperator would be triple. The current contracts are not harmed. The consumers are protected, small and big ones, and the operator is also protected. Thank you for your contribution. And now the floor to Mr. Panos. I believe that it is high time to speak about batteries. Mr. Panos from the Hellenian Association of Electric and Energy Storage Systems.
Thank you for the invitation. It is the first time I represent the association that was established in 2022. 4 companies had the initiative. It now has 14 members. Many more members would like to join us. This is very interesting and important. Over the recent period, investors have been facing common problems. Investors that have won auctions and tenders. Through the association, we have been able to address many issues in time some other issues could be resolved later, but then again there was an alignment among investors, and I guess the association, I'm certain that the association will represent and promote the interests of the members, striking also a balance. The interests of the investors should go hand in hand with a benefit for the community, be it standalone or behind the meter batteries being installed, and have a benefit for the end consumer. On a very positive note, the first battery has been connected to the system. In the coming weeks, we are expecting other batteries to be injected into the system, and then we can understand how these work in our system. We have the experience of other countries, but we need to look at our own picture, and then we will deal with their integration and correct operation. I'm trying to sum up what has been said and build on the comments of the previous speakers personally, and the association as well. We have observed that we are a body, human body. The brain thinks of ideas and would like to implement things faster than in other countries, in other bodies, so to speak, but the rest of the body does not follow suit. We cannot coordinate our actions. We are faced with a lot of problems in the implementation of projects. This is not associated. Does not only goes toward IPTO, but it is a problem for many and an issue for many bodies as well, other bodies as well. What we need to tackle is, since we have acknowledged storage to be part of a solution to the curtailment issue that is increasing, all stakeholders, all bodies should work in alignment with the central administration that aspires battery systems being connected to the system and put an end to the delays in investment, because this causes a risk for future endeavors in battery and storages. The first two tenders have been completed. The last tender is pending. Our association has argued repeatedly that the deadlines, the timeline was unrealistic from on the outset. We need to look for the next day. The next day would mean connection terms through the merchant call, as it has as the call from the Ministry for Connection Terms to Energy Systems has been coined, or through connection terms to integrate batteries and storage systems to existing renewables. This is an alternative that has lagged behind. This is primarily focusing on PVs that can incorporate batteries behind the meter in the own projects, or together with a common point of connection storage system. Eventually, a clear decision should be taken. Trying to step into the shoes of IPTO, they have 15 priorities. Everybody is a top priority. Everybody. We need to fully grasp who is really a top priority. Do you have any insight into the sustainability of the storage facilities over time? Many of those participating in the market via first application, I'm referring to the declaration, the ministry declaration. So they entered the market, and then they're looking together with banks as to whether these projects are bankable. Many are concerned as to whether we'll have the same issue as with the batteries. There will be a ridge, there will be a small hole that will become a window and then a great door. I think this is the Hedgehog Day. I agree to what has been said already, and let me just add briefly that clearly project sustainability is key, is critical. We do agree that projects tied with a compensation mechanism are very important. This is for standalone behind-the-meter storage systems really important. But there will be a market share that will be merchant. This is not a bad idea. We shouldn't rule out one of the two pathways. We can leave it up to the market to regulate itself, provided we have secured the necessary investment. If you ask me about the 4.7 megawatts in the pipeline, unfortunately, I must admit, it's not going to be 4.7. It's not going to be realized. No one is that aggressive to carry out investments, such a huge volume of merchant investments. A hedging, a compensation will be necessary here. And then there is the anti-concentration criterion that sets specific limits to investors, both domestic and from abroad, who, since they're vertically integrated, are in position to invest heavily and offer PPAs and tolling agreements to third companies in order for the third companies to invest. This is not sustainable. Some projects will be included, but not to the extent preferable. We should move on in parallel. There should be parallel ways. Aid schemes should be put in place that would provide premiums for the electrical space. We are competing for grid space, as was the case with the first ministry call. And then there is another pathway for companies that can opt in for merchant solutions. We will now give the mic to Mr. Loumakis. You, as the representative of the investors with the Hellenic Association of Photovoltaic Energy Producers, we would like your take. Thank you for your question. Thank you for the invitation. I would like to comment on Professor Kapros' input, on Mr. Ladakakos' input yesterday, and Panagiotis' input today. It covers a large part. We live in a country where the OPEC affairs is something that we should not avail ourselves to. We should not get to a time where renewables will be paid in order to not produce. Let me remind you that there has been, we have bent the law for renewables that produced energy. This is not linked to any government at all. There has been a long-term bullying for fixed long-term prices. Producers who believe that the state will pay them for a project that is not necessary to produce anymore should take the risk to build it. Greece should not become another failure of meritocracy. Producers that have failed in investing thoroughly and who are not willing to add a behind-the-meter battery. And since we have concluded our report on the behind-the-meter batteries introduced into the PV, this was concluded yesterday. If they fail to do so, those that opted in for large-scale investments and are not willing to invest in behind-the-meter batteries and rather opt in for a mechanism that, theoretically speaking, will be announced by the ministry, if at all, that would subsidize them at a lower price to that if they were producing at near zero or negative prices. If anyone thinks that they will be paid for projects that are idle, they better not do that. And they should build on the experience. They should draw the lessons of the experience of the past. Perhaps we should not elaborate on that. Well, this money, if such a mechanism is put in place, cannot be channeled to the ELAPE special account, a special account that compensates for kilowatt hours that have been produced and injected based on agreements, cannot be in alignment with a new scheme that compensates for projects that are not generating power. So, as to the idea of having a hedging of ELAPE with suppliers, I do not think they are naive to pay for energy if they can get the energy at zero prices. The solar project is another exercise. The wind project is another exercise. You can have up to 80 euros as a price. I know no supplier that will be contracted with committed to ELAPE to pay more than that. I think we will end up in a bottleneck as the PPOs for the industry. The industry, as soon as it saw that prices were collapsing, they fell back. Consequently, PVs are a victim of their own success. The message should be that no further renewables, no further PVs should be connected to the system. There is a case for batteries in systems without a PV. Forget the discussion about whether the demand will increase. We need the battery at home, not the PV. The battery cannot compensate, clearly cannot compensate the problem caused by the PV connection. Nor is it sustainable for an investor to exceed the 4-hour timeline. I think we should wait and see in terms of PVs. Secondly, people should not expect a silver bullet. Third, we do not agree with a scenario where the state will promise anything and everything to the producers. Once a new government comes, they will change it. And then we should use the opportunity to install batteries behind the meter, staying vigilant for two challenges. A battery behind the meter and a PV is not manageable in the same way as a standalone battery by aggregators. Aggregators can manage batteries on their own. A battery behind the meter battery, because the PV is tied to a stochasticity that the battery tries to compensate an increase, is due to the shift from zero prices to high prices. This is why you use the battery. The battery saves energy, and if it's a small capacity battery, charged very quickly, when prices go to zero, they will not be able to inject power into the system, and the capacity will be lost. Some argue that AI will resolve the problem. You know, the wholesale market is a series of auctions. Aggregators are not aware of the result, and they cannot use AI to read the stations. They use simulations, they use estimates, and this is why during the first days of operation of the batteries, the spread injected, the range of hours injected and absorbed is rather very long. You have 5 hours, 4 hours of time to be able to cover the high and the low prices. Last but not least, aggregators should not manage PVs on their own. thousands of PV parks. Even if an aggregator would like to focus on a PV park and implement a exceptional project, they will have the risk of deviating from the weather forecasting if they want a better price in the wholesale as to how many hours a battery and when the battery will be charging and discharging. They will pay dear for what they will try to save. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lumakis. Now, Mr. Georgasopoulos, you have the floor to give us the overall position of what goes on in the market and your own observations. Thank you for the invitation. Indeed, it is a great challenge to speak last after these exquisite panelists. And we have heard so many interesting things, and it is not easy not to comment. What I want to stress is that somehow the state needs to give to this system speed and flexibility. I haven't heard anything about licenses within this chaotic system of licenses today for the solars maybe. We have to find a solution here, because no matter how much we discuss, if we have 10 conflicts in our region in 1 year, maybe all these plans are obsolete. So flexibility is a must. So speed, flexibility in terms of licensing, in terms of regulation, and common sense. Not the common best practices, but the common sense. So we have one single connection point. We have an access through a solar, through a wind. There is a law in EU member states, like in Portugal, for example, on the single connection point. The investor decides whether they would risk to install a PV or a battery or a wind, so as to inject their own connection, their own energy, with a certain ceiling, 24 hours per day. We're speaking about green legislation by the EU, which have been adopted by the national legislations in Greece also. But the industry in Greece is at the risk of collapse due to the pushes for greening the sector, and while there is a solution for the off-grid connections, any industrialist, independent of capacity, it doesn't matter whether it is going to be 1, 2, or 200, 300 megawatts, they can implement what they believe that will be sustainable, a sustainable business, and they should consider how they will give a solution to this chaos in the imminent future, not in 2030 or 2050, but tomorrow. It is important to have constraints in how to deploy the energy systems, but the system is very rigid. It's hostile against renewables. And I'm speaking about all the stakeholders that need to give an opinion, put their signature. There are laws that say that within 40 days, an opinion should be made and a decision should be made. While we might need years to do that. In EU, in 2026, when we have gov.gr, we can't not give flexibility to the energy sector. We do have best practices in other sectors, so let's transfer them to the energy sector. Flexibility is the key word. Let the investor take their own risk, not the funding. If my license today is going to be implemented in 5 years from today, then the world will be different then. So we have to act What do you mean by flexibility? You cannot license, for example, a storage system and a PV because they have a single point of connection and relicense them because the law does not foresee for a single connection point with different types of technology behind it. So this is not common sense. This is absurd. So this absurdity should be deleted and replaced by common sense. Thank you so much. We have a few minutes before we finish. So a last comment by every person. We heard a lot of interesting comments. We are in the Holy Week, so we can't keep people because they want to go to church, maybe. So let's just have a quick round of one comment each. Please, Mr. Voivodas. Is the PEP ready to carry out what has been described, to cover the needs of the market? Thank you for the question. We've heard a lot of things. Indeed. Let me note the following. The full institutional framework for batteries was finished at the end of February. Within 1 month later, the PEP already had included in its registry 16 megawatts of batteries. And it also had functional support contracts of 500 megawatts. On the one hand, we can say that, yes, we were late to implement the law. We've been discussing batteries for long, but we finished the framework in February 26. On the other hand, we didn't have any further applications. I want to stress that the PEP has the flexibility and the capacity to act quickly, and this is important for batteries because this is the starting point for all the processes. So to conclude, let me repeat something that Mr. Papastamatiu mentioned. The PEP nowadays cannot sign contracts with consumers. But it can plan and implement new solutions. But of course, we need a legislative shield of the organization before we do that. Mr. Margaris from IPTO. The question is, there are some technical solutions. Are there any technical solutions to support, to lead us towards where we want to go? Obviously, we do have the solutions. And the fact that we are trying to expand the network, which is a presupposition for everything else, I think that what Mr. Andriasopoulos said, licensing, as we said, for networks, Europe tries to facilitate this via certain directives. In Greece, in 2026, a mayor, for example, can go we can see a protest of the people headed by the mayor saying that PVs or wind farms create cancer or whatever. We have seen that in the past, and maybe we can see it now. So I'm speaking about a restart, a reboot of the system. We have benefited from our options, and of course we also had some losses.
And
of course the solution goes through society. So if as a state we want to continue towards energy transition, we should have a very dynamic change and amend the licensing legal framework. Second, we should incentivize for more networks, either the operators or the private bodies, investors. 3, we should be more serious for and meticulous for batteries. Not all batteries are the same, not equally beneficial, not of the same profile. We are delayed, and we have not yet decided which are the best technologies to introduce. What are the specifications for from a battery? Sometimes we see some investors who say that I want to go to location X. If this is not possible, then the investors should not insist, as they do today. So we need to find a balance. There are solutions for the network that do not demand major projects. For example, minor imports could facilitate the situation for the time being. We do not have any magical solutions to triple the capacity of a network, for example, but at some points where we have challenges, we can upgrade and replace equipment. But we have to remain cool, patient. We have to be patient so that both the investors and we will know how we will be integrated into the system. According to the kind, we have 4 kinds, if I'm not mistaken, of technologies, which are not the same. And last point.
Δεν είναι όλοι με την ενεργειακή μετάβαση. Δεν είναι όλοι, λέω, με την ενεργειακή μετάβαση.
And green transition is not a panacea. However, green transition is not yet fully served. In every society, we have interest, we have differences of opinion, we have disagreements. We saw that batteries and natural gas units are a bit competitive. This is the core for a strategy in a country. And we have to answer these technical questions before we draft a logical and rational national strategy. I believe that nowadays we are not well documented in our decisions, but nevertheless, I hope that this will not last for long. Soon we'll have a new strategy. Thank you, Mr. Margaris. Mr. Papathanasiou, I can't say anything more than what I have already said. We speak much, we act little. Our problems do not have single answers, but it's important to do something. It's important to act whatever we do. We get lost in details while we have to sit down and think which are the major problems. and not get lost in details. The challenges are very specific. What do we want to do? What technologies do we need? What's the problem that they have? Is it accessibility? Is it sustainability? We tend to forget very basic things. Here we are, hundreds of people in this conference, and we are speaking about soft topics. Licenses, framework, markets, etc. But we forget that the system to operate, the system is a technical organism that has to be secure, and it is secure when it has a robust technical base and a proper engineering. We have started losing the art of engineering, and engineering is not anymore a prerequisite for a good, robust system. For all the successful projects, we had good engineers behind, not bankers, not politicians. We have lost the value of engineers. We are consumers of a technology that we cannot understand, that we cannot specify, we cannot set user specifications in what we do. So if we continue this way, the luxury of time will be depleted. We were here before we had the verticalized markets, and we had simpler procedures for deploying a new technology. So we have to remember the basics and not get lost in details. Licensing is delayed in some technologies, but it is too speedy in some other technologies. For example, we have hundreds of gigawatts with PVs without having designed how to deploy such a system. It is a matter of technologies. Not all technologies have the same problems. We have the flexible contracts, which could be the last line of defense. So we have to protect this last line of defense. Accessibility is the key. If you do not have accessibility, no matter whether you have the best solution whatsoever, you cannot implement it. So we need politicians with a clear mind that can take a distance from what goes on. We have too many voices out there. Each one might sound logical, but they have different views. We need to be able to look from above and see which are the major things, and so this demands education and maturity on behalf of the politicians. I will close stressing that the renewables market has a lot of problems. The Bible had the Cassiani personality who was bullied by the emperor. But the Cassiani answered, yes, but you bully me, but I am a woman and I bring all the goods in society. So our market is this person in the Bible who has been bullied systematically for ages. You will find who is the emperor that bullies the market. But the market gives everything, it gives all the benefits. The market hedges prices, it offers to the society, it doesn't need continuous subsidies to the black hole of fossil fuels. So indeed, our market is like this woman that was bullied by the emperor in the Bible. So consider this and just regain the common sense. I am very happy that we are touching upon the Bible, apart from the technological solutions. Ipto, who is Ipto in this biblical story? Apostolos Panos. Maybe we should start chanting now that it is time for church. We are living through the same day again and again. We have been speaking about licenses for years. And now we go through the same bad dream with batteries. I do agree that we don't need to aggregate. We don't need to accumulate, rather. On the other hand, we cannot change this from one day to the other. Development is like cycling. If you stop, you'll fall. Let me finish by saying that our association will try to protect the smooth integration of renewables into the system, and along with storage. We cannot know now what will be the behavior of such a system, which will include batteries. So we need to understand which are the specific points that have to be reassessed. We have the framework now, but it is a theoretic one. Also, we need to consider the milestones for the third competition, the third tender. We need to not to repeat the errors of the PVs to the storage batteries again. It is logical to work for the present and not for 10 or 20 years from now. So we have to revisit the topics in a with more clear mind and see whether we can offer behind-the-meter solutions. In this case, we need to consult both with the Ministry and the ADMIE or IPTO, so that we understand what will take place. For the moment, the framework provides for a single point of connection. But if in practice this cannot be supported by technology, then we will not have this single point of connection. So we don't want to repeat the errors that we made with the PVs. So we have to see what we'll do with the storage units, standalone or coupled onto other technologies. Market regulation goes through the PVs, which are mitigating the risks of deployment of multiple technologies. And of course, the drivers on the seat of this mitigator is the consumer. So the only filter is the operator in the connection terms that they offer. But of course, it is only the investor who should consider demand. Investors should know whether there is a demand that they can cover. Otherwise, there will not be a successful deployment. Of course, it is important to know which are the redundant quantities that are produced every year. We had this problem with the PV, so we have to be more careful with the other technologies. So very quickly, we should restart the system based on a realistic design, national design for energy and climate, based on the European directive, but having in mind the national benefits. because every market has its own characteristics. So we have to redefine the targets to set the realistic goals. We had a debate before about nuclear reactors. What are we going to speak about curtailments in PVs while we have nuclear energy in the system? What's the logic behind that? We have gas and power. This is the name of the conference, but we are speaking about a very different type of technologies now. We need to operate. We need to have technologies that operate at the 70–80% of the installed capacity if we want to set the label of a successful project. Many panelists said that we have to approach holistically the issue in order to cover the demand, because the demand seems not to be rising, so we cannot plan a design with rising demand, consumer demand, because it seems that reality is different. That's why I speak about flexibility and speed. Both in licensing and also in deployment, because we always try to be ahead of the failures, any failures of the system. Because if we want to cover happy hours with batteries, we have to be sure that these batteries function properly. We have to learn from the other countries that have already implemented some systems. And as I understand, we need to redesign the whole system. I believe that the common points can be found in the complexity of the overall system. Nevertheless, we do need immediate answers, and the answers can be given by the state. Thank you, everyone. We are ready now to go to church. We have spoken about the Bible. We have spoken about the technologies. I believe that we were very useful for everyone.
Friends, we have reached the end of the 7th Power and Gas Forum, conference organized by Energypress concerning the gas and electricity markets, which includes to a large extent renewables and storage, as has been witnessed by the presence of a lot of people here late. It is a pressing issue where answers should be delivered from those that are decision makers, among them the state. During these days we had interesting discussions, thorough discussions. This is a trait of the Energypress conference, and namely focusing on topics of the conference and topics of interest, but going down into depth. I was handed a paper on the statistics. 13,000 unique individuals watched us, 12,000 today joined us online, and then in June we will have the Forum on Hydrogen. Thank you very much. Wishing you a great Holy Week.
Ο ΔΔΕ εξυγχρονίζεται με έξυπνα δίκτυα, με αυτοματοποιημένα συστήματα, με αναβαθμισμένη εξυπηρέτηση, με σύγχρονες λειτουργίες, με ψηφιοποιημένες εργασίες, με σεβασμό για το περιβάλλον, για να έχετε καλύτερη τηλεφωνική εξυπηρέτηση, για να μπορείτε να δηλώνετε τη βλάβη σας online ή μέσω του κινητού σας, για να εξυπηρετήσετε άμεσα και online για τα περισσότερα από τα αιτήματά σας, για να κάνετε online αίτηση για τη σύνδεση της υποδομής φόρτισης του ηλεκτρικού οχήματός σας στο δίκτυο, για να παίρνετε άμεσες και γρήγορες απαντήσεις μέσω ψηφιακού βοηθού. Ένα δίκτυο καινοτομίας. Ένα δίκτυο καλύτερης εξυπηρέτησης. Ένα δίκτυο ενέργειας για όλους. ΔΔΕ.
Η Ελλάδα μετατρέπεται σε ενεργειακή πύλη, σε έναν κόμβο σταθερότητας, καινοτομίας και διασυνδεσιμότητας. Στην καρδιά αυτής της εξέλιξης βρίσκεται ο νέος σταθμός συμπίεσης του Δέσφα στην Κομοτηνή. Μία επένδυση ύψους 134 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ. Με κινητήριο δύναμη την καινοτομία, ενισχύει την ανθεκτικότητα και την ευελιξία του συστήματος, εξασφαλίζοντας αδιάλειπτη ροή ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα και την ευρύτερη περιοχή. Πρόκειται για τον πρώτο σταθμό συμπίεσης αερίου στη χώρα, που λειτουργεί με ηλεκτρική ενέργεια, προσφέροντας μηδενικές εκπομπές ρήπων, χαμηλό κόστος συντήρησης, κορυφαία ακρίβεια και έλεγχο στη λειτουργία. Μία καινοτομία που ανοίγει το δρόμο για ένα μέλλον πιο καθαρό, πιο βιώσιμο. Ένα έργο υψηλής τεχνικής πολυπλοκότητας και άρτιας εκτέλεσης, με την υγεία και την ασφάλεια να αποτελούν αδιαπραγμάτευτες αξίες. Ο σταθμός συμπίεσης Κομοτηνής αναδεικνύει τον ρόλο της Ελλάδας ως πυλώνα σταθερότητας και γέφυρα περιφερειακής συνεργασίας στην νοτιοανατολική και κεντρική Ανατολική Ευρώπη. καθώς επιτρέπει την αύξηση των ενεργειακών ροών και ενδυναμώνει την εξαγωγική δυνατότητα της χώρας. Σε πλήρη συνέργεια με τις κύριες ενεργειακές υποδομές της Ελλάδας, διευκολύνει τη συνεχή και ασφαλή μεταφορά ενέργειας από διαφορετικές πηγές σε όλη τη χώρα και προς την Ευρώπη. Μια κομβική ενεργειακή υποδομή για τον κάθετο διάδρομο φυσικού αερίου. Ο σταθμός συμπίεσης Κομοτηνής συμβάλλει στη βελτίωση της ευελιξίας του συστήματος, στη διαφοροποίηση των πηγών εφοδιασμού και στην ενίσχυση της ενεργειακής ασφάλειας της νοτιοανατολικής και κεντρικής ανατολικής Ευρώπης, προωθώντας τη συνεργασία και την κοινή ανάπτυξη. Από την Ελλάδα στην Ευρώπη μεταφέρουμε ενέργεια όπου και όταν χρειάζεται, διαμορφώνοντας ένα ανθεκτικό, διασυνδεδεμένο και βιώσιμο ενεργειακό μέλλον. Η καρδιά της ενέργειας χτυπάει στην Κομοτηνή, στην Ελλάδα, στην Ευρώπη.
At the same time, through the use of photovoltaic systems and energy storage units, Greece is reducing its dependence on fossil fuels and achieving energy independence. EcoElas contributes to building a better and cleaner future by applying technologies that benefit the economy and future generations. With innovative solutions, it not only protects the environment, but helps Greece lead the way in green growth and economic prosperity, making it one of the greenest regions in Europe. EcoElas. Green present, clean future.
Η ενέργεια είναι στην καρδιά των πάντων. Γι' αυτό και η ΔΕΠΑ είναι σήμερα παντού. Από το φυσικό αέριο μέχρι όλη την αλυσίδα της ενέργειας. Από τα μεγάλα έργα και τις στρατηγικές υποδομές μέχρι την επιχείρηση και το σπίτι. Με εξωστρέφεια και διεθνείς συνεργασίες εγγυάται την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Συμμετέχοντας σε νέες, σύγχρονες μονάδες παραγωγής ενέργειας, διασφαλίζει την σταθερότητα του συστήματος και ενισχύει τον ανταγωνισμό με επενδύσεις στην καθαρή ενέργεια. Τα ανανεώσιμα καύσιμα και τις νέες τεχνολογίες δημιουργεί σήμερα ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον για όλους. Και επειδή στην καρδιά της βιώσιμης στρατηγικής είναι ο άνθρωπος, είμαστε δίπλα στον καταναλωτή, στους εργαζόμενούς μας και στις τοπικές κοινωνίες. Με εθνική ευθύνη, περιφερειακή ισχύ και το βλέμμα στραμμένο στο μέλλον, Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ. Στην καρδιά της ενέργειας.
Energy is an ever-evolving force, timeless, ever-changing. Our story began in 1972. Ever since, we have been fueling countless of your moments every single day. We support the Greek economy from the very start. Our investment plan aims at a better future for all. We continuously contribute to the energy stability of Greece. We stand by the Greek society. We rise to the challenge of the constantly growing energy needs of our times. We care about the environment, and we are focusing on people's needs. We combine knowledge and growth. We lead the way with new, innovative solutions. We invest in new, environmentally friendly forms of energy. We provide more options, more alternatives. Energy is ever evolving. With the driving force of energy, we move forward into the future.